Dax said. "See what, if anything, I can learn." "I'll join you," I said. Dax nodded. "Can I come?" Maddie asked. I shook my head before she'd even finished her sentence. I gave her a smile, but it was clear from her pinched expression she didn't appreciate being trapped inside the building. "It's safer for you in here," I said. "We won't be long." Dax checked his gun and made sure it was well hidden before we left the building. We didn't talk as we made our way to the fence. The silence between us was awkward. I didn't know what to say to him, and planning our escape was taking up nearly all of my mental energy. Dax occasionally tugged on the chain-linked fence. "It's quite secure. I'm not sure how we're going to pull this off." "I know, but we have to." It wasn't until we got to the far right corner of the fence that Dax stopped. He crossed his arms and turned to me. "There's a way out," Dax said, unable to hold back his smirk. He looked as if he'd just won a game of chess and was trying not to gloat. I looked around, but I didn't see what he did. "Where?" "The corner of the fence has been cut," Dax said, walking away from the area. "I don't want to mess around with it in case they are watching. I'm pretty sure it's big enough for us to escape through." Dax kept walking along the fence. There wasn't a soul in sight. Everyone must have been busy inside their buildings or hiding from one another. He reached over and took my hand into his. Dax glanced at me and smiled. "Try not to worry," Dax said. "I'll get you out of this place one way or another. You'll see I'm your knight in shining armor." His grin made my heart race. "Where were all the nights when I was living with the dragon?" I asked, raising a brow. "Dragons are scary," Dax said. I laughed. "Tell me about it." "The dragon is gone now. You don't ever need to worry about the dragon again," Dax said. "There are other dragons," I said, looking back toward the buildings. The garden separated us, but it still felt like we were too close to James. "There will always be dragons. I need to learn how to slaughter them myself." "Oh no," Dax said. "Then you won't need a knight." "Maybe I won't need one, but I'll probably still want one," I said, feeling my cheeks warm. Dax turned and wrapped his arms around me. He pulled me close. "I like the sound of that," he said in a deep voice that vibrated the strings of my heart. "I'm sorry I reacted the way I did after we—" "Don't worry about it," Dax said, squeezing me. "I know that you have a lot on your mind. I just hope that, at some point, I can be one of those things." I blushed. "You already are." "Do I even make the top 20? "Easily in the top 10. No, top 5. Definitely top 5, I said, and he bent down and placed his lips softly on mine. When he kissed me, it made me nearly forget about the other 4 things on my mind. It also temporarily made me forget why Dax and I couldn't be anything more than friends. There were too many reasons we couldn't. I pulled back and smiled. "We should get back. Tell the others." "Yeah," Dax said, grabbing my hand. "I want you to know something." I cocked my head to the side. "What?" "That I wish things had started differently between us. Like, if things hadn't been so crazy, I would have taken you out for dinner, dancing, a movie, whatever you wanted. Now that none of those things exist, I don't know what to do." "It's fine, Dax. I was there too. I wanted it to happen the way it did," I said. "There's no need to dwell on it. I just don't want you to think I'm that kind of guy." I looked into his eyes. "I know you're not. Come on. It's time to get one of those things on my mind off of it." Chapter 25. Dax told the others about the hole in the fence, but Blake didn't seem relieved. He started pacing in that same aggressive way he'd done back at his house. It gave away exactly how worried and stressed he was about our predicament. It's going to be too light at dinner time, Blake said. Someone will see us leaving. We could hide in that building by the garden, Whitney suggested. When no one sees us around for dinner, they'll come looking, Blake said. It could make it harder to leave. I shook my head. We don't have a lot of options here. So what are we going to do? Maddie asked. We're just going to go for it, I said. Is that really it? We're just going to run and cross our fingers? Whitney said, groaning loudly at the end of her sentence. She turned to Blake with wide eyes. Blake, can you talk some sense into her? Blake shook his head. Do you have a better idea? Whitney opened her mouth, but closed it when Blake's eyebrows squeezed together. It was like she could read his mind. At dinner time, we leave, Blake announced, as if it had been decided. We went over the plan at least 20 times. It was simple. When everyone was going to get their food, we'd run along the fence. We wouldn't stop running until we got to the SUV. If you have to use your gun, use it, Blake said, as he stared into Dax's eyes. He turned to Whitney, and then to me. If you have to use your knife, use it. Don't hesitate. They're armed, Whitney said with a frown. My knife won't get close to them even if I throw it. You don't know that, Blake said. One of them could grab you. Your first thought should go to your knife. I nodded in agreement, but whether or not I'd be able to do it myself, I didn't know. Sticking a knife into someone that was sick was doable, but another human? Could I actually do it? I liked to think that if my life or someone else's was in danger, I could. We sat in near silence, waiting for the time to pass. None of us left the building, and no one came to the door. It was quiet. I couldn't eat thanks to my nerves. My stomach swirled like a washing machine on a lopsided spin cycle, but the others managed to polish off the rest of the snacks we'd had inside the building. There were 5 minutes before we'd planned to leave, and Blake stood in front of the door. His gun was in his hand. I watched his shoulders rise and fall hypnotically. Each minute felt like an hour. Blake turned only halfway, revealing his profile. His eyes were down, but when he opened his mouth, I knew what he was going to say. It's time, Blake said. Blake listened at the door for a long moment before he opened it a few inches to take a peek outside. He looked around before waving at us to follow. We moved quickly toward the fence, staying between buildings and stopping if we heard voices. It felt like we were moving about as gracefully as a herd of elephants. Our feet pounded the ground with heavy thuds as we ran along the fence toward the back corner near the garden. There wasn't a soul in sight, and the only sounds were those that came from us. I couldn't help but smile when we reached the section of the fence that had been cut apart. I'll hold it open, Dax said, grabbing the metal links and pulling it back. The opening wasn't large, but it would be enough for us all to slip through. Dax's knuckles were white, and the veins popped out of his shaking forearms. Go! I nudged Maddie, and she dropped down to her knees. She crawled quickly, keeping her head down. Ouch, Maddie said, jerking her shoulder away from the fence. Are you okay? I asked, as she got to her feet on the other side of the fence. She was rubbing her shoulder. Yeah, just a scratch, Maddie said. Hurry, Mom. I nodded and waited for Whitney to finish wiggling her way through the opening. I glanced over my shoulder to make sure the coast was still clear before I got down. Nothing. No one was looking for us. No one seemed to even notice we were gone. I crawled through and hugged Maddie when I was on the other side. She winced. Let me see, I said, tugging at the collar of her shirt. Not now, Maddie said, swatting at my hand. It's fine. Blake crawled through the hole and then pulled the fence back for Dax. The fence didn't make quite as large of an opening, being pulled back in the opposite direction, but Dax still managed to get through. Dax hopped up on the balls of his feet. We're free! Not yet we're not, Blake said. We're not free until we're 10 miles from this place. A place we're not entirely sure is evil, Whitney mumbled. For all we know, they're letting us go." Blake ignored her comments, if he'd even heard them. It was easy for me to ignore her at this point in our relationship. I just always assumed if she opened her mouth, it was to complain about me either directly or indirectly. We ran toward the parking lot, trying to stay out of sight, but it was impossible with only a few small trees sprinkled randomly throughout the yard. My knees felt weak. It was hard to make my body move when I just wanted to crawl into a hole and hide. It felt like a razor blade was being dragged across my shin when my heel hit the pavement of the parking lot. I almost had to stop running due to the pain, but I forced myself to keep going.
"Hey!"
someone shouted from the gate.
"Stop!"
The sounds of metal grinding against metal as the gate was opened made my heart skip a beat. I glanced over my shoulder to see 2 guards hastily moving toward us.
"Stop right now!"
one of them shouted. We didn't stop. "Keep running," Dax encouraged from behind me. An icy chill moved down my spine, as though I were being chased by a ghost. Whitney and Maddie were at least 10 feet ahead of me, and Blake was a few steps in front of me. Dax was somewhere behind me, but I no longer heard his feet smacking into the concrete. I glanced back just as one of the guards raised their gun.
"Stop!"
the guard shouted again. I shot a quick glance back to locate Dax. He'd stopped to line up a shot. "Keep going, kid," Dax said, without taking his eyes off the guards. He pulled the trigger, and the pop shook my body. "Dax, come on!" I screamed. "Please!" Blake wrapped his arms around my waist and pulled me toward the SUV. Dax started moving slowly in our direction as he took another shot toward the guards. The guard closest to Dax grabbed his arm and howled. He stopped following and ran back toward the gate. "Go to the car, kid," Dax ordered as he looked at me. He waved at Blake, and I was pulled away even more aggressively. "I'm buying us some time." The other guard sneered as he aimed his gun at Dax. His eye was closed. The second the bullet ripped from the barrel, my heart sunk into my stomach. Dax looked shocked as he turned to us. His arms dropped loosely to his sides. Blood spread out from the center of his chest and soaked through his shirt. Dax's mouth moved, but I couldn't hear his words. He was too far away, and there was no energy powering his voice. He took another step and fell to his knees. Dax looked like he was going to fall forward, but he caught himself with his arms. He was on all fours as he looked up at me. Dax sucked in a breath that squeezed his chest inward. "Run!" Dax shouted, using the last bit of his strength. He fell face first onto the ground. A scream I didn't know I was capable of making escaped from between my lips. "We have to go to him," I said, as another bullet cut through the air at my left ear. It had been so close, I'd felt the air move ever so slightly. "It's too late," Blake said. "He's gone. And if we don't go, we will be too." "We can't just leave him," I said, as tears rolled down my cheeks. Blake used every muscle in his body to pull me toward the SUV. The guard was still coming toward us, attempting to line up another shot. The metallic ping of the bullet hitting the back of the SUV made me scream again. Blake shoved me into the passenger side and ran around to the other side. He climbed in and slammed the door behind him. "Get down!" Blake started the SUV and drove away from Outpost 37 and away from Dax. Chapter 26. Whitney was sobbing. Maddie looked as though she was in shock. "Is everyone okay?" Blake asked in a clear, calm voice. "Did anyone get hit?" "I'm fine," Whitney whimpered. "No, not hit," Maddie said, running her hands all over her body. Intense sadness seared my veins. "I'm not fine. Someone did get hit. Your brother, Dax, and you're just driving away from him." "Do you think I want to?" Blake said, shooting me a quick look. His eyes were glassy. "If I thought there was any chance he was alive, I would have gone back. He wanted to make sure we got away, and we did. We got away because of Dax. What good will it do any of us to go back and get caught? Maybe shot. They won't shoot us, I muttered. James wants us alive for more supplies. They killed Dax. Blake said the words slowly. I shook my head. Without us, there won't be extra supplies. He doesn't need us. He just needs our information for the database, Blake said, exhaling slowly. We're all disposable. But really, Blake was probably right. It wouldn't do us any good to go back. Either way, I couldn't stop the tears from rolling down my cheeks. Dax was gone. I couldn't believe he wasn't in the SUV with us driving away from the outpost. It had all happened so fast. 1 minute he'd been behind me, and then the next he was in the middle of a gunfight. I should have done something. Maybe if I would have done something, he'd still be with us. I could have called for Blake to help him when I realized he wasn't behind me anymore. I'll need to patch up Maddie's shoulder, Whitney said between her tearful gasps. When we can. We're going to need to get gas soon, too, Blake said. But I can't stop now. Not sure when I'll be able to. Everything was going to be harder without Dax. I couldn't believe he was gone. It didn't feel real. It was hard not to think he'd pop up in the back seat and shout out that he was just kidding, and that all was fine again. But it wasn't fine. He was gone, and I didn't know how we were going to make it without him. What chance did the rest of us have at survival? It felt like I couldn't breathe. Like a lump was lodged in the back of my throat, allowing only a minimal amount of oxygen into my lungs. I pressed my hand to my chest. I need to stay calm, even though I wanted to scream and kick everything around me. Dax was gone. He was really gone. We're going to have to keep it together, Blake said, glancing toward me as if he could read my mind. His eyes quickly shot over to the rearview mirror. I know it's going to be hard. It's going to be fucking hard. But we have to do this. We have to keep fighting. For Dax. He wouldn't want us to give up. I couldn't stop crying long enough to respond. It wasn't like we had a choice. We couldn't give up. My daughter needed me, and it was possible that my sister was still out there. We're going to be okay, Blake said, but it almost sounded as if he were trying to convince himself. We'll figure all of this out. I looked into the side mirror back at James's outpost. It was so far back, I couldn't see anything, except for the shapes of the buildings and the cars in the parking lot. What were they going to do with Dax's body? Would they just leave it there? Dax didn't deserve to be left lying on the ground in a pool of his own blood. We were terrible people for running. I was a terrible person for not having done more. But Blake was right. I had to keep it together. Not just for myself, but for Maddie. If I lost it now, we might never make it to Polly. I wasn't even sure if we'd ever find her. James could have lied to us, but that didn't mean she'd be where the computer said she'd be either. Building number 13 at the base in Maine. I couldn't forget that. No matter what, I couldn't forget where the computer said she was. We drove without stopping for hours. The car was running on fumes when Blake pulled up next to a parked car and started to siphon the gas. I stood outside with him, keeping watching with my mask on, just the same way Dax had. Blake's gun felt awkward in my hand, but if anyone approached, I'd pass it to Blake. You need to learn how to shoot, Blake said. And we should probably find more guns. I think I can shoot, I said, staring at the gun. I'm just not sure I can shoot at people. You'll have to, Blake said, jerking his chin toward the SUV. It's up to us to protect them. I nodded. You almost finished? Yeah, Blake said. I'm going to grab the first aid kit, I said, opening the back of the SUV. I took out the kit and waited for Blake to put away the hose. He tucked the hose inside and closed the hatch. Blake put his hands on my shoulders and looked into my eyes. "We really will be okay." "He was your brother," I said. It was the only thing I could think of to say. I'd been devastated when I thought Polly had died. "I know," Blake said. "Trust me. It's awful. But I also know what he'd want. He would want us to get to Maine." "I'm sorry," I said. I was apologizing that he'd lost his brother, and because I hadn't done anything. "Thanks," Blake said, gesturing toward the front of the SUV. "We need to get back on the road, out of the open." I turned, but Blake quickly spun me back to face him. He wrapped his arms around me and buried his face in my hair. The embrace was strong, powerful, emotional. It made my whole body weak. I suspected that it was more for Blake than it was for me. "I'm so sorry," I whispered. "Thanks," Blake said, squeezing me tighter. He pulled back. "We really will be okay. I'm not going to let anything happen to you or Maddie." I couldn't speak. I'm sure he meant the words, but there was only so much he could do. Every minute we weren't moving, we were risking our lives. "Let's go," I said, finding my words after an awkward hesitation. Blake nodded. Back inside the SUV, Blake drove, keeping his eyes on the road ahead. Whitney spoke softly to Maddie as she patched her up. She did her best to clean the wound on the bumpy old country road. "This was a pretty deep wound," Whitney said, as she placed a thin strip of gauze on the cut. "It hurts more now than it did when it happened," Maddie said. "But it's not that bad." "She's a tough kid," I said, giving Maddie the best smile I could manage, which unfortunately wasn't that great. Maddie smiled back. "I get it from my tough mom." I was about to wave away the compliment when Blake chimed in. "Like mother, like daughter," Blake said. Whitney stifled her groan. "Maddie is a tough girl. You should see this cut. It's possible that stitches were in order, but not much we can do about that, unfortunately. We'll keep an eye on it." "Thanks for patching her up," I said, and Whitney nodded. We continued down the road, back on our way to Maine. Our detour had thrown us off course, and we'd lost someone, but we were back on track. If we ever did get to Polly, I wasn't exactly sure what I would tell her about Hoyt. Most likely, I'd tell her the truth. It would devastate her, but everything around us was devastating. Devastation was our new normal. We just had to find a way to survive everything as it crumbled down around us. There had to be a chance for us. Eventually, there would be a new world, and I had to do everything I could to make sure Maddie was part of it. There was a chance for all of us to be the things we weren't before. There was a chance we could be the people we weren't before. We could do and be better. I had to be something that was scary and uncomfortable. It felt like it was a costume I'd have to put on, skin that didn't belong to me. But I had to do it. For Maddie. I could be brave. I could be strong. I could survive the devastation. We all could. We had to try. This concludes Outpost by Kelly L. Green. Narrated by Patricia Santamasso. Copyright 2019 by Kelly L. Green. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Kelly L. Green and was produced in the year 2020 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks. Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents Infected, a post-apocalyptic survival thriller by Kelly L. Green. Narrated by Patricia Santamasso. Chapter 1. It was surprising that the number of tears I'd shed over the last 24 hours hadn't flooded the SUV. Losing Dax had left an empty spot inside the car, but also a deep hole inside my heart. The guard that worked for James had shot him without hesitation. It wasn't because of luck that we'd gotten away. We'd escaped because Dax sacrificed himself. He shouldn't have done it. We could have figured out another way. But I guess at the time, he hadn't seen another way. Blake was struggling with the loss of his brother, but he did the best to hide it from us. He didn't want anyone to worry about him. At least, that was how it seemed. Whitney didn't bother to hide her feelings. She wanted everyone to know exactly just how hurt she was over the loss of Dax. She sobbed almost constantly, as if she had been the only one to have lost someone. Maddie was upset, but she hadn't known Dax well enough to be outwardly torn up about it. She was never much for showing her emotions. It probably had something to do with her upbringing. Sometimes it was better if Freddie didn't see how things made her feel. He would resort to mocking. Freddie would try to make anyone who was upset feel small, especially if he thought the sadness was too much. But of course, Maddie was sad. We all were. But she was more worried about who would be next. And honestly, I couldn't blame her for feeling that way, because I did too. "How are we for gas?" I asked. Blake looked at the dash as he drummed his fingertips on the steering wheel. "We'll be good for a while yet." We'd stopped and siphoned what we could, but I couldn't stop worrying about the next time we'd have to get gas, or use the bathroom. I hated stopping the car, because every time we stopped, I feared it would be the last time. It was just a matter of time before something happened again. Dangers lurked around every corner, and there wasn't anything we could do to ensure our safety. The sick could spread their virus, or those who remained that weren't sick would do whatever they had to, as long as they survived. No one cared about anyone else. Maybe no one ever had. There were no laws to keep people in order, no social rules. Kindness was practically extinct. The only people I had to worry about were those inside the SUV with me. There wasn't much I could do to protect them, but that didn't mean I wouldn't try. Although I had cared a lot about Dax, and look where that had gotten him. I couldn't believe how much I missed him. We hadn't known each other long, but he was like the sunshine on a rainy day. He could make me smile while the walls crumbled down around me. And now it felt like all I'd been left with was the dark, stormy clouds. I couldn't do or say anything, because Blake and Whitney had both known Dax for their whole lives. Who was I to be upset that he was gone? I could keep my pain hidden. I'd done it for years living with Freddie, and honestly, it was the best thing to do. It was a skill I possessed, one I never thought would be of much use beyond the four walls of Freddie's home. "I need to use the bathroom," Whitney said. "You have the smallest bladder in the whole wide world," Maddie teased. Whitney bit her lip. "There aren't that many people left, so that's not hard to accomplish anymore, is it? Not a whole lot of competition." "Do I need to find a house, or will a shrub do?" Blake asked, with nothing but seriousness on his face as he glanced in the rearview mirror at Whitney. "Shrub," Whitney said. "Tree, tall plant, out in the open, whatever. Just stop." Blake chuckled. He looked out of the windows and checked the mirrors before cautiously pulling over to the side of the road. "Who's coming with me?" Whitney asked. There was a long pause. We all knew there was only one acceptable answer to that question. I reached out and pulled the handle on the door, popping it open a few inches. I forced myself to swallow down the groan that was rumbling up my throat. "Let's go," I said. Blake grabbed my hand before I could step out of the SUV. He held out his gun to me. "Here, take this." "She'll be quick," I said, As I tried to stop the trembling in my fingers, I wasn't sure I would ever get used to holding a gun. Blake shook his head as he pressed the gun against my palm.
Good. And you'll have this just in case there is a problem.
I'll scream if there is a problem, Whitney said.
I have no doubt about that,
Blake said, his eyes still on me.
Take it.
I swallowed hard, unable to shift my eyes away from the gun. Fine. Come on, kid, Whitney said, hanging halfway out of the SUV. I stepped out onto the crunchy gravel at the side of the road. A gentle breeze whispered past my cheeks, and I deeply sucked in the much-needed fresh air. The air inside the SUV had been stale, but it was almost as if my body had become accustomed to it. I shivered at the brisk coolness as the air came in through my nose. It was like I'd stuck my head inside a refrigerator and inhaled. It almost seemed as though I could even smell the rotting leftovers in the back. I followed Whitney through the overgrown weeds. How about here? No, they can see me here, Whitney said. They aren't going to look, I groaned. I thought you were willing to go out in the open. I was exaggerating. I don't think I can go if I think they are watching, Whitney said. Shy bladder, I guess. What about me? I asked, biting away my smirk. Whitney flicked her narrow-eyed glance at me over her shoulder. What's wrong with you? It was a joke, I said. I don't want to watch you go to the bathroom either. Super funny, Whitney said. I pressed my lips together. Whatever. Blake's going to freak out if we go much further. Just over there, behind that tree, Whitney said, pointing roughly 30 feet away from where we were. If I don't piss myself before then, that is. Well, you could just go here, I suggested. With nothing to hide behind? Whitney asked. What kind of animal are you? The ground was squishy, and mud was gathering around the edges of my shoes. We were walking through what seemed like a farmer's abandoned field. Something squeaked near me, and the grasses moved wildly as it scattered away. Whitney must have heard it too, because she let out her own little squeak, hopping forward quickly, as though there were hot coals under her feet. I can't believe this is my life. What I wouldn't give to have access to a normal bathroom again, Whitney said in a razor-sharp tone she tried to half-heartedly disguise with a cough. She still blamed me for everything. We shouldn't have been on the road. We should still be sitting comfortably inside Blake's house. It was weird that she couldn't understand. Didn't Whitney have someone she would do anything for? Wouldn't she have gone to the ends of the earth for Dax and Blake? I would do anything for Polly. Besides Maddie, she was all I had left. And even though this was entirely Maddie's idea, it had been the right thing to do. Polly was my sister. It wasn't like I even really had a choice in the matter. I just hadn't realized it as quickly as Maddie had. Okay, Whitney said, holding up her hand. You stay here. Any closer might cause issues for me. Issues, I muttered quietly as she walked away from me and carefully positioned herself behind the tree. I checked the area next to the tree, although I wasn't sure exactly what I was looking for. The sick? Bad guys? That pesky mouse? I turned my back to the tree. The last thing I wanted to do was cause her any further issues. I crossed my arms and waited. My nerves were starting to twitch. Everything okay? I called over my shoulder. Yes, Whitney called back. Did you bring the toilet paper? Are you kidding? I asked. No. Why would I joke about that? I sighed loudly. Why would I have been the one to remember it? Ugh, hold on. I'll be right back. I walked 10 feet, sinking down deeper into the mud the quicker I walked. Something caught my eye in the distance. My eyes shifted to the left at the spot moving on the horizon. It was just a dot, but it was coming toward us fast. I glanced over my shoulder at the tree Whitney was waiting behind. There wasn't time to get her the toilet paper. I wasn't even sure there was time for us to get back to the SUV. "Shit," I said under my breath. I turned around, stomping through the mud toward the tree. Something scampered away from me in the weeds, but I didn't let it slow me down. I drew in a breath. "Whitney, we have to go." Chapter 2. Whitney was still squatting there, holding onto the tree as she whipped her head around to look at me. Her eyes were dazed, wide saucers, and her mouth was stretched awkwardly with confusion. "There's someone coming!" I shouted at her as I waved my hands. "A car!" She pulled up her pants and started running toward me without hesitation. Sheer terror filled her eyes so much that she looked similar to one of the sick. Of course, that wasn't possible. Otherwise, I would have run off without her, leaving her stuck in the mud. "Hurry!" I said, pulling my foot out of the thick, paste-like mud with each step. It felt like I was stuck inside a dream where I couldn't run. The distance between the SUV and us felt like it was impossibly far. I could see Blake's head darting around anxiously. There was no doubt in my mind he'd seen the car coming our way. "Come on, Whitney," I said, stretching my hand back to her. Our fingertips brushed together for a second, but she was out of reach. I glanced back, and she wasn't behind me. My eyes darted around. "Whitney?" I called. "Don't leave me here," Whitney begged as she worked to get to her feet. Her hands were coated with mud. I stepped back and grabbed her arm, helping her to her feet. "I'm not going to leave you." Thunder rumbled somewhere in the distance, which increased the rate at which the blood pumped through my veins. The SUV was only 20 feet away, but the car heading toward us was moving faster than Whitney and I could move through the bumpy field. We had no choice but to move faster if we didn't want to find out who was inside the car speeding toward us. "Come on, Whit," I urged. "We need to go faster." "I'm trying," Whitney said, wiping away a tear with her muddy hand. "Don't try, just do," I said, grabbing her tighter as I dragged her behind me. The car speeding toward us couldn't have been more than 2 miles from the SUV. Whitney and I were both breathing heavily as we crashed against the side of the car. Whitney's muddy fingers fumbled with the door handle. Panic squeaked out from between her lips. I opened the door for her at the same moment Blake popped open the passenger side door. The sounds from the car zooming towards us mixed with the distant thunder. "Let's go, let's go, let's go!" Blake hollered. "We're going as fast as we can," I mumbled under my breath as I shoved Whitney into the SUV, not caring that she was only halfway on the seat when I closed the door. I jumped into the passenger seat, and Blake stepped on the gas before I slammed my door shut. "Who is that?" Whitney asked. "I have no idea," Blake said, glancing in his mirror more than he looked at the road in front of him. "But I have a guess." "You do?" I asked. Blake offered a quick nod, gripping the steering wheel tighter with both hands. "James or his guards. I don't know who else would be trying to get to us so fast." "Maybe it's those farmers again," Maddie said. "They tried to get us too." "I don't think the farmers would be out this far," Blake said. "I suppose it could be anyone. Damn it." Whitney hugged herself. Maddie's arm was stretched out over the back of the seat as she stared out the back window. Our supplies were stacked so high it didn't leave a large gap, but it was enough to see. "They're in camo," Maddie said. "I think it's that guard, the one that shot." Maddie swallowed hard as she turned and met my eyes. "At us." "Shit," Blake said, slamming his hands against the wheel. "I'm not stopping. Let them run us off the road." "They're just following," Maddie reported. I shifted my eyes to the side mirror. She was right. They weren't trying to speed up and tap our bumper. Nor were they starting to pass so they could drive us into the ditch. They were simply following, albeit much too closely. "What are we going to do?" I asked. Blake shook his head. "I don't know. I can try to lose them, but if this turns into a game of who has more gas, I can tell you, they'll win." "There are 3 of them in there," Maddie said. 2 in the front, 1 in the back. How many bullets are in your gun?" "Maddie," I said, surprise filling my eyes.
I have enough, Blake said, stiffening his jaw. Enough.
I shook my head. This is what we're going to become? Murderers?
We're going to be survivors, Blake said. We didn't start anything with them. They're the ones riding my bumper.
Blake glanced into the mirror.
Maddie, get your head down. You too, Whitney.
Blake stepped on the gas to test them, and as expected, they kept up their pursuit. They weren't in a hurry. They were most definitely following us.
Damn it,
Blake muttered.
I was going to go around that town up ahead, but now I think we might need to go right through it. Could be our only chance to lose them.
It's like 4 miles away, I said.
Do you have a better idea?
Blake asked with a soft chuckle. The tone indicated, however, that he didn't find anything even a little funny.
Because if you do, I'm all ears.
I chewed on my cheek. No, but I sure wish I did.
They are just so close to my bumper, Blake said,
his eyes flicking back and forth from the road to the rearview mirror. His knuckles were as white as morning frost on a window.
I'm going to tap my brake.
What if they slam into us? I asked, tugging on my seatbelt.
Let's hope that doesn't happen,
Blake said. His knees stiffened, and the SUV jerked. I blinked and could hear the tires of the car behind us squeal.
Jesus,
Blake said with a small nervous laugh. Sweat beaded up at his temple. Blake's plan worked somewhat because they backed off. Although it wasn't enough, they were still following us. What do they want? I said, sinking down in my seat. It was odd they hadn't tried to get us to pull over, but that didn't stop me from worrying that they were going to pull out their guns and shoot at the SUV.
They probably want to bring us back,
Blake said. How are they going to do that? Whitney asked. Blake exhaled.
They're not, but maybe they think they're going to capture us, drag us back against our will. What they don't know is that's not going to work.
There's only 3 of them, Maddie said. 3 guns versus 1 gun. Doesn't look good for us, I said. But if they wanted to shoot us, wouldn't they have done that by now? Maddie asked.
You'd think,
Blake said.
I don't think they want us dead.
The country road turned into a smoother, paved city road. There were houses on both sides of the road, and mailboxes perched upon posts, like birdhouses at the end of each driveway. We'd made it to the town, but without any other traffic, and without knowing our way around, it was going to be hard to lose James's men.
All right,
Blake said.
Let's do this.
Blake stepped on the gas and turned the corner so sharply the wheels screamed at the pavement. I grabbed a hold of the armrest, stopping myself from flopping into Blake's right side.
Hold on,
Blake said as he straightened the wheel. Now you tell us, Whitney groaned.
You'll probably want to just keep holding on until further notice,
Blake warned as he gripped the wheel and made another sharp turn. This time, my body pressed so hard against the door, I was afraid it was going to pop open and I would roll to the ground. We were getting tossed around like a chef salad, but it was working. The car behind us was still behind us, but with each turn we took, we put more distance between us. Blake turned around another block, and then another. The car was zigzagging between the cars and turning around the blocks. It felt like we'd been going in a giant circle. I think we lost them, Maddie said, peeking over the back seat and out the back window. Maybe, Blake said, zipping around another corner. Oh shit, I said, pressing my palms against the dash, hoping to stop myself from flying through the windshield. Look out! There was no way the guy in the road could hear my warning. Chapter 3. Blake slammed his foot down on the brake. The guy didn't release his hold on the water bottles he was carrying as he dove toward the curb, disappearing from view. Whitney let out a sharp gasp as the SUV came to an abrupt stop, propelling us all forward. Did you hit him? Maddie asked in a rather calm voice.
I don't think so,
Blake said, shifting the SUV into park. He put his head down and took in a breath, as if he'd been drowning and finally found air. Blake turned to me with wide eyes.
Is he one of the sick?
The sick don't really gather supplies, do they? I asked, as I slowly looked out my side window. I was afraid of seeing something gruesome that I wouldn't be able to unsee. The man was on the ground only inches away from the front bumper. His eyes bulged as he stared at the front of the SUV. There was no doubt the man was frightened, but he definitely wasn't sick. His hair was a bit wild, as if he were about 6 months overdue for a haircut. The man's eyes were a bright bluish gray, the same color as a cloudy day where the sun was desperately trying to poke through. He met my eyes, and I noticed they sparkled with a friendly glimmer. It was something I hadn't seen in a while. I wasn't afraid of him, not even the slightest, as I rolled down my window. "What are you doing?" Whitney whispered sharply. "Are you okay?" I asked the man on the ground. He stared at me for a long moment, as if he was trying to comprehend what I had asked him. A cheerful smile stretched across his face.
I'm fine, he said, as if he were surprised by that fact. Looks like you folks were in a hurry.
"Yeah," I said, as my eyes flicked to the side mirror. The man got to his feet and came closer to the window. I quickly pulled on my mask.
"Oh,"
he said, shaking his head.
"I'm not sick."
"Just a precaution," I said.
"Where are you guys going in such a hurry?"
he asked, as his eyebrows pinched together. Blake tapped the steering wheel anxiously with his fingers.
"We need to say goodbye." "Aw, man, I haven't talked to anyone in quite some time now,"
the man said, giving us a slightly exaggerated frown. He shook his head, and a smile appeared. There was no mistaking, however, that he was disappointed. The man pulled the bottles away from his chest and looked down at his shirt. He held one of the bottles away from his body, and water leaked out in a steady stream, raining down onto the ground. "Damn," he said with a sigh. He put the bottle up to his lips and sucked down the rest of the liquid. After he finished shotgunning the water, he tossed the empty plastic to the side.
"That was rude of me. I should have offered you some." "We need to be on our way," Blake said. "Sorry for almost hitting you." "It's all right. You weren't the first person to try to hit me with their car, and something tells me you probably won't be the last,"
he said, laughing as he stuck out his hand toward me. When I didn't take it, he pulled it back.
"I guess people probably aren't going to do that anymore, are they? Anyway, I'm Jay Cooper. It's good to know there are still normal people out there. For a while now, I was a bit worried it was just me, left with all the sick people."
I bit my lip. I couldn't stop myself from feeling bad for him. It must have been awful to think you were alone, surrounded by the sick. I grabbed one of the extra masks from the console and held it out to him. "Here, you should have one of these."
"Why?"
Jay asked. "So you don't get sick," I said with narrowed eyes. Jay raised a brow and shook his head.
"This isn't an easy life on my own. I'll take my chances. Whatever will be, will be."
We all turned at the same time the car slowly drove down the road at the far end of the block. It stopped and backed up before turning down our road. My eyes blurred from the panic that surged through my veins. It felt like there was sand stuck in my throat.
"We gotta go,"
Blake said, pounding the steering wheel.
"Please step away." "Those guys after you?"
Jay asked, keeping his hand on the side of the SUV.
"They are," Blake answered quickly, "which is why we need to go."
The car was maneuvering around another vehicle that had been haphazardly parked in the middle of the road. I could see the grin on the driver's face as they drew closer.
"I can help you,"
Jay said quickly. He could sense that Blake wasn't going to wait a second longer, even if it meant the guy might lose his fingers. It surprised me when Blake hadn't shifted the SUV into reverse and sped away. He shot a quick glance at Jay.
"I know this town like the back of my hand. I have a place you can hide," Jay said. "They won't find you."
Get in, Blake said, pressing the unlock button on his door before handing me his gun. Keep this on him, and if you need to shoot, shoot. I wanted to argue, but there wasn't time. Hopefully, I'd have the courage to pull the trigger if it was necessary. Rather, I hoped it wouldn't come to that. James's men were nearly halfway down the block. The man in the passenger seat stuck his head out the window and waved his empty hand. "We just want to talk," he called out, but the gun in his other hand worried me. If they wanted to talk, he wouldn't be gripping his pistol in the other hand. "Reverse out of here," Jay instructed. "I had that much figured out," Blake said. "Keep your heads down." Blake placed his hand on the back of my headrest and stepped on the gas. He sharply turned the wheel at the intersection and shifted into drive in one swift movement. Gravel spit out from beneath the wheels as Blake floored the pedal, causing the tires to spin briefly on the pavement. "You're going to want to go straight 4 blocks, then make a left at the stoplights that aren't working," Jay said. Blake followed his instruction, even though the guy could have been leading us to certain death. Our choices were limited. I drew in a breath, trying to ignore the blurring surroundings to keep my eyes on Jay. "Where are you taking us?" I asked. "My place," Jay said. "There's a garage at the back. They won't find you in there. What did you do to piss them off anyway? Like, how do I know if you are the good guys or if they are? After all, you were the ones to try to mow me down." "We're the good guys," Blake said, turning at the stoplight just like he'd been instructed. Jay nodded. "Well, if you say so, it must be true. Either way, I'm just happy to be talking to someone. Even if you are a group of serial killers and will end up taking my life, take a left." Blake took a left and glanced in his mirrors. They were still behind us, but the same as earlier, we were putting distance between us with each turn. "They're terrible at this," Jay said. "Keep going straight until you get to that family diner. Then you'll want to make another left." "That's a lot of lefts," Blake muttered. "Are we going in a circle?" Whitney asked. "We are. Back where you almost hit me. Well, that was roughly a block away from my place," Jay said. "Don't worry, though. We'll lose them before you get to my driveway. Be sure to cut the engine the second we park in the garage. We wouldn't want them to hear it." Blake followed his instructions, and just as Jay had said we would, we lost the car before pulling into the driveway. He parked the SUV in the dark garage, and we all stayed inside, breathing rapidly, as they drove right past the house. The car had slowed their chase. To them, it must have seemed as though we had vanished into thin air. "Ha!" Jay said. "I knew it would work." Jay's garage was nestled behind his house. There was a large tree in the backyard that created a large shadow over the garage and yard, hiding us from view, even though the garage door was wide open. "Thanks for your help," Blake said. "Mind if we hide out in here for a bit?" "No problem, but you don't need to wait in the garage. Come on in and take a load off. I don't have much to offer you these days, but it would probably be a good idea to give it a couple hours before you get back on the road, don't you think?" Jay asked. "We appreciate the offer, but we'll just wait out here," Blake said. Jay frowned. "I get it, but you don't need to worry. I live alone. You can keep the gun on me if it makes you feel more comfortable." "I kind of have to use the bathroom again," Whitney said. "The chase rattled my nerves." "You're in luck. I have a bathroom," Jay said, slapping his thigh. "Please come in. Just give me an hour of your time. It's the least you can do for almost killing me, right? I'm so freaking lonely." Blake looked at me as if he were trying to find the answer written on my forehead. He exhaled as lightning lit up the sky and brightened the garage. "You owe me one," Jay said, smiling. "You know, for almost killing me." "I suppose we could take a break," Blake said. "But no funny business." "Of course not," Jay said, holding up his hands. "My wife never thought I was very funny. She said all my jokes were dad jokes." Lightning cracked the earth, and the silence that followed made my ears ring. The second we stepped out of the SUV, Rain poured down. Jay stepped out into the rain and smiled as he waved for us to follow him. Chapter 4. Jay quickly unlocked the back door, pushing it open with a loud squeak. We all spilled into his kitchen one after the other. The counter was littered with empty wrappers and packages. There were empty bottles of water, soda, and beer lined up on the table.
Sorry,
Jay said.
Not that I'm not thrilled, because I totally am, but I hadn't been expecting company. Please excuse the mess.
Heavy rain pelted against the windows, as if they were tiny pebbles being thrown at the building in giant handfuls. Jay started to toss some of the wrappers into the trash, but it was already piled to the top.
I'll have to bring this out in the morning. I've got quite a collection building up out there already. And to think I used to complain about bringing out the trash,
Jay said, clapping his hands together almost in time with a deep rumble of distant thunder.
Let me show you around.
There was a short hallway between the kitchen and living room that had a closet and a bathroom. The living room was clean, but there were pillows everywhere and blankets strewn over every piece of furniture in the room, as if Jay had been planning to build the best blanket fort of all time.
And that's about it. There are 2 bedrooms upstairs and a second bathroom, but I don't go up there much anymore,
Jay said. Blake walked over to the window and pulled the curtain 1/4 of an inch to the side. Lightning flashed and reflected in his eyes.
Quite a storm, huh?
Jay asked.
My basement will flood, but it's just boxes of old stuff and random junk down there.
If you don't mind, Whitney jerked her thumb over her shoulder. I'm going to use the bathroom.
Oh, right. Yes, of course, Jay said. Mi casa es su casa.
Thanks, Whitney said, crossing her hands in front of her as she backed away with a smile. Jay started picking up the blankets and piled them at one end of the couch.
Please, everyone, have a seat. Can I get you all something to drink? No thanks,
Blake replied instantly.
Anyone else?
Jay asked, glancing at Maddie and then at me. I shook my head.
I'll take a water,
Maddie said.
But we have our own water. I could just go grab one.
Blake shot her a glance. He wasn't happy about the fact that she'd just told a stranger that we had our own supplies.
No need to get soaked,
Jay said, as if he could sense the tension that had suddenly filled the room. He scratched the side of his head as he turned toward Blake.
I'm not a bad guy, but I can understand why you'd be skeptical.
Sorry, Blake said.
Hard to believe anyone is a good guy anymore. You guys must have seen some shit out there, Jay said, crossing his arms. There was a reason I didn't leave this place after what happened. It's hard enough going out there to find supplies, so I don't die.
Jay's expression turned to putty.
Sometimes, I wonder if that might be easier, though.
The silence in the living room was brutal. Sounds of the rain and thunder intensified, sending a shiver down my spine.
Wow, that brought things down, didn't it?
Jay asked.
I'm sorry, man, Blake said. I didn't mean to insult you. Things have been rough for us out there. I'm just a guy, Jay said, holding out his arms to his sides. When the sickness spread through town, it quickly took my wife and 10-year-old daughter. It was pretty awful for a while.
Jay turned away from us to stare at the wall.
They kept coming back over and over and over again. It was so painful to see them, hear them.
I understood what Jay was talking about, as I'd seen it with Freddie. If it had been Maddie, not that I liked to think about it, I wasn't sure I'd be able to handle it.
I did what I had to, Jay said. And it's hard to live with that. But it's the worst thing I've ever done. If that makes me a bad guy, then, yeah. I guess maybe I am one of them, too.
You're not a bad guy, I said. Jay met my eyes.
Thanks. But I'll never forgive myself.
You did what you had to. They wouldn't have wanted to live like that, would they? I asked.
Well, we never had a conversation, but I don't think they would,
Jay said. What did you do with them? I said, keeping my voice low and soft. It was clear talking about them made him uncomfortable. If you don't do certain things, they'll just keep coming back. Jay shook his head.
What do you mean?
You can't just kill them like you might think. After some time, they'll just pop right back up, I said with a cough. I wish I didn't have to say this, but you have to decapitate, burn, or cut out their hearts to completely get rid of them. Which I guess you must have done, otherwise they'd be back.
I didn't do any of those things,
Jay said.
What did you do?
Maddie asked. Jay's eyes were wide.
I buried them.
He swallowed hard and his eyes became glossy.
In the backyard.
Shit, Blake said. Whitney came back into the room, looking down at herself as if something had been out of place on her body. She narrowed her eyes and looked around the room when she saw everything was in order on herself. What's going on? Whitney asked.
Jay buried Sick in the backyard,
Blake informed her. Whitney shrugged. Well, it's not like they can dig their way out. Can they?
Is the back door locked?
Blake asked.
Always,
Jay said, taking nervous steps toward the hallway.
But I'm going to double-check to be sure.
Blake took an abrupt step away from the window.
Car.
The noises of the storm drowned out the sounds of the car. None of us moved, as if they would somehow be able to hear us inside the house.
They're gone,
Blake announced seconds later as his shoulders relaxed.
They didn't slow. I think they're still looking around for us. The SUV. That means you guys will have to stay, Jay said. You'll have to wait until they give up.
What if they never give up? Whitney asked.
Well, you can stay as long as you like,
Jay said. We can't stay, I said. I mean, at least not long. Jay shook his head.
Why not? There isn't anything out there. At least, nothing good.
How do you know? I asked. You haven't left.
How could there be anything good out there after what happened?
Jay asked. My sister might be out there, I said, hugging myself. I don't have the option to just sit around. Jay lowered his gaze.
Sorry. We'll have to wait,
Blake said, keeping his eyes on the road outside the window.
Our chances of reaching Polly are better if we don't run into James's men. Who's James?
Jay asked. It's a long story, Whitney said, flopping down on Jay's couch. Jay raised a brow.
We've got time, right?
Chapter 5. Jay sat next to Whitney as she told Jay everything that happened at the outpost. He touched her shoulder when tears rolled down her cheeks as she talked about what happened to Dax. I swallowed hard and dashed to the bathroom. Not only did I not want to hear Whitney talking about it, but I also didn't want anyone to see me cry. When I came back out into the living room, everyone was sitting down. Blake was near the window, frequently taking glances between the curtains. The room was nearly pitch black. Day had gone away earlier than expected, thanks to the storm clouds. We were staying, at least for the night. I'd given the gun back to Blake, but he hadn't kept it on Jay. At some point, he must have decided that he didn't think Jay was a threat, or at least that he wasn't going to do anything stupid at the moment. Honestly, I didn't think he would either.
It must have been hard to walk away from all of those supplies,
Jay said compassionately.
Things are getting rough out here, but I haven't traveled more than a mile away from this place. I'm sure there are still lots of supplies out there somewhere.
It was hard. They had everything, Whitney said, crossing her legs. And more was being brought to them regularly. Jay nodded.
Guess that's why they were so desperate to keep you. The more they get, the better.
Whitney's head bobbed as she looked around the living room. This seems pretty cozy. You haven't had anyone come around here?
Nope,
Jay said.
Well, Not since a day or two after everyone was sick. Someone came knocking, but I was too afraid to answer the door. They left, and it's been quiet ever since. Maybe you missed your chance to be taken to one of the outposts, Maddie said. Maybe, but it doesn't sound like I missed much after what Whitney just told me. Jay chuckled. But it's all right. I'm not sure I could have left this place. At least, not then. It would have been too hard. Now, I'm going to have to find somewhere to go soon. I'm running out of food and water, and won't be able to stay here. The wind picked up, causing the house to moan. It felt like the walls were going to collapse down on top of us. Don't worry, Jay said, smiling at me. The walls are sturdy. I forced a thin-lipped smile. The temperature in the room felt like it had dropped at least 15 degrees. I rubbed the prickled skin on my arms in an attempt to warm myself. I don't have any way to heat the house, Jay said, gesturing toward the pile of blankets. That's why I have all these here. It gets cold at night. It's only going to get worse when winter comes, I said, even though I meant to keep the thought to myself. While we were further east than I'd ever been, I imagined the winters wouldn't be much easier than they had been back home. Maybe they'd even be worse. I didn't want to think about it, but at some point, and sooner rather than later, we would need to prepare. Well, like I said earlier, there are 2 bedrooms upstairs, Jay said. You guys are welcome to take them, but I prefer to sleep on the couch. Blake said, his eyes still on the window. I'm not sure I can leave my post. No one is going to come here, Jay said. You'll be fine upstairs. Not to mention the window faces the street, and if anyone is driving a vehicle in a 3-block radius, you'll probably hear it. Blake raised a brow. Not with this storm. You got me there, Jay said with a gentle smirk. But it's unlikely anyone is even out there right now with these winds. Pretty soon, we're not even going to be able to see our way around, Whitney said nervously. And neither will anyone outside. Pitch black and the pouring rain. Jay scratched the back of his neck. Pretty dangerous out there. Blake laughed. Yeah. You already convinced us to stay. Damn, you really are lonely. We'll take the bedrooms. Excellent. Help yourself to whatever you need in the kitchen and grab a blanket. Oh, and take one of these, Jay said, reaching over to the small table at the side of the couch. He held out 2 small, kid-sized flashlights. Blake took the black one, and I took the pink one. Only use it if it's absolutely necessary, Blake warned. I nodded, even though I hadn't needed the warning. Maddie and I will take a room. Blake looked disappointed, but it only lasted half a second. He knew there was no way that I'd leave Maddie in a room by herself. What had he thought? That I'd be in the same room as him? After Dax, I couldn't go there. Ever since we'd met, there had been some kind of connection between Blake and me that I hadn't understood. It was a feeling unlike anything I'd ever experienced. It didn't matter, though. All that mattered was keeping Maddie safe and finding Polly. I couldn't let something like what happened between Dax and me happen again. Going through that would just be too painful. I wasn't sure if I could survive another loss like that. I shook my head to get rid of the thoughts of Blake. They shouldn't have been there in the first place. I wasn't sure how or why they had crept in, but maybe it had something to do with the fact that he'd be sharing a bed with Whitney. Whitney had been in love with Blake for years. Even though the idea of it made my stomach turn, she should have him. Someone should get to be happy amongst all the turmoil. It wasn't going to be me, so it might as well be Whitney. Happiness was a stranger I'd never know. Here, Jay said, handing me 2 poorly folded blankets. Take these. Thanks, I said, taking them from him and holding them to my chest. Think you'll need more? Jay asked. There might be more in the linen closet upstairs. I'm not sure. My wife had always done the laundry and folded it. I'm an asshole for not having done more to help out around here.
I smiled at him. This should be fine.
Well, don't be afraid to check upstairs if you need more,
Jay said, forcing a smile.
And if you need anything, just ask.
He handed 2 blankets to Whitney. She patted the top with her hand and chewed her lip. I run kind of cold, Whitney said. I think I'll need another. There were 4 blankets still on the end of the couch. Jay shoved his hands in his pockets and shifted his weight.
Linen closet is at the end of the upstairs hallway,
Jay said. Okay, Whitney said with a smile. I wasn't sure if she expected him to hand over another blanket or go upstairs and get one out of the closet for her. Well, ready to go up, Blake?
Sure,
Blake said, taking another look out of the window. Maddie and I followed them up the narrow stairs. I glanced back at Jay at the bottom of the stairs, watching us.
Good night,
Jay said. Night, I said. Blake and Whitney took the first room, the one where the window would face the road. Maddie and I took the room on the right, and even though it was completely dark in the room, I knew it was a child's room. Jay's daughter's room. Blake came back out of the room with the flashlight in hand. He peeked his head into the open door.
You guys okay in here?
Blake asked. Yeah, I said, spreading one of the blankets down on the twin-sized bed.
Think you'll need another blanket?
He asked. I shook my head. We're good. At least, I think we will be.
Well, if you need anything, I'm just across the hallway, okay?
Yeah, of course, I said with a quick smile. The floor outside the room creaked as Blake walked down the hall toward the closet. I stood there listening to his movements as he looked around for another blanket for Whitney.
Mom,
Maddie said. I said, turning to face her.
You should take the bed,
she said. I shook my head. No, you need your sleep.
So do you,
Maddie countered. I'll be fine on the floor, I said. I bit my lip before I mentioned it was better than sleeping on the concrete in our basement. Come on, lay down. Maddie flopped down on the bed.
I don't need you to tuck me in, Mom.
Maybe I need to tuck you in, I said, giving her arm a little squeeze. Get some rest. Blake will have us on the road the second this storm stops.
Good,
Maddie said, as she turned over on her side. She exhaled, and her body softened.
Love you, Mom.
Love you, I said, hugging myself. I walked over to the window, shivering with each step. My fingers trembled as I pulled back the curtain. There was so much wind and rain that I couldn't see much of anything outside the window. The sounds of the rain were like thousands of pens being clicked at different intervals. The wind was violent as it threatened to lift the house off the foundation and send it swirling through the air. It was quite possibly the worst storm I'd ever seen. The air was so charged that the hairs on the back of my neck felt like they were standing on end. There was a pounding against the stairs, and then a knock at Blake's door. Seconds later, a knock at our door caused me to gasp. Jay pushed the door open and flashed his light on the floor.
You both need to come with me.
Chapter 6.
Whoa, what's going on here?
Blake said, stomping into the hallway with his shirt off. Jay's eyes were wide in the darkness, almost glowing.
We need to get to the basement.
The basement? Whitney said with a sharp gasp from behind Blake. She was holding a blanket over her shoulders. I don't want to go in a basement.
The winds are strong. I saw the neighbor's siding fly past the front window, Jay said. Think it might be a tornado. Pretty sure the worst place we can be is up here.
Lead the way, Blake said, gesturing toward the stairs. The sounds of our feet pounding against the stairs was like a child pounding on upside-down ice cream pails. It sounded like we were loud, but there was no way anyone could hear our steps over the storm outside. The winds screamed in pain. The rain smacked the house angrily. Maddie grabbed my arm tightly as we walked through the kitchen. It sounded like someone was trying to bust their way in through the back door.
It's just the wind,
Jay said, as if he'd read my mind. Although maybe he was just trying to calm Maddie. I was worried that it might be Jay's wife and daughter out there trying to get inside and out of the storm. If they had been out there, though, we probably would be able to hear them begging for help. Probably. Jay and Blake both lit the stairs with their flashlights as we descended into the basement. My hand was wrapped about the pink flashlight, but it wasn't on. It sounded like a semi-truck was driving over the house as the beams of light danced around the unfinished basement. There were tons of boxes and containers, broken furniture, bags of junk, and overflowing boxes. The floor was concrete, and there were no windows to light the area. There was no doubt there were spiders and other creepy crawlies everywhere. It was dark in the basement, other than the light from the flashlights. The lack of seeing our surroundings only intensified the noises above. "I'm scared," Maddie whispered into my ear. "Me too," I whispered back as I squeezed her closer to me. Her warmth was a comfort. "We're going to be okay." It felt like hours had gone by before the winds died down. Of course, being trapped in the gross, dark, and scary basement could have been part of the reason why it felt as though it had taken forever for the storm to die down.
I think we can go up now,
Jay said, lighting the stairs. The flashlight flickered, and he hit it with the side of his hand.
"You guys can wait down here while I check it out."
"That's fine," Blake said. "We'll come with you." "I'm not sure I can handle another minute in this basement," Whitney said.
Jay chuckled. "It's not like I'm going to lock you down here or something."
"What makes you even say that?" Blake replied suspiciously.
"Because I know you guys don't trust me," Jay said. "I guess I don't know why you would, considering I'm practically a stranger. But I know you should. I've never locked anyone in a basement, and I don't plan to start now."
We followed Jay up the stairs, stopping with each step. I could still hear the rain, but the wind stopped, and the back door was no longer rattling.
"Still too dark out there to see anything,"
Jay said, slightly pulling back the curtain by the sink window.
"We should all try to get some sleep while it's still dark."
I didn't get much sleep. It was hard to sleep in the new place, but it wouldn't matter where I was. It would always be hard to fall asleep. I wrapped my blanket around my shoulders and looked out of the window. The neighborhood was a disaster zone. There were all kinds of scraps scattered all over the yard for as far as I could see. Even though it was a complete mess everywhere, I couldn't take my eyes off of the backyard, where I could see exactly where Jay had buried his wife and child. I placed each of my steps as carefully as I could, so I would be able to leave the bedroom without waking Maddie. She needed the sleep, and I knew that she did, because I was beyond exhausted. It was impossible to silently walk down the steps, but that didn't stop me from trying. The door to the room where Whitney and Blake were in was closed. I tried not to think about it. I tried not to think about them in the same bed. It wasn't like it was anything new. Really, it wasn't any of my business. Jay was standing at the window.
"Did you see this?"
"The mess? Yeah, I saw."
"Look at this tree,"
Jay said, pointing to the side.
"There is no way we'll be able to get out of the front door. Wonder if one of the neighbors had a chainsaw."
"Like Blake is going to let you touch a chainsaw with us around," I teased. Jay smiled.
"Good, because I'm kind of hoping he'll do it. I have no idea how to work a chainsaw. Just think, if this had come down any closer, it would have destroyed my house."
"Good thing we were all in the basement, though," I said.
"Yeah,"
Jay said, looking back out of the window.
"My wife was always worried about tornadoes. She'd always have us going into the basement for the warnings."
"I'm sorry," I said, swallowing hard. "It must be hard. Jay nodded.
Did you lose anyone to the sickness?
Yeah, my mom and my husband, I said, shifting my gaze to my feet.
Ah, so you can relate?
No, not exactly. My husband was an asshole. Jay laughed.
I wasn't expecting you to say that. Sorry about your mom, though.
Yeah, she had cancer. It's kind of hard to believe, but she was at one of the facilities where this all started, I said, biting my cheek. I have no idea why I told you that.
It's fine. I'm easy to talk to, Jay said.
He hesitated, as if he was waiting for me to continue. Jay cleared his throat.
I checked the back, and we've got a small problem that your friends aren't going to like. Well, you're probably not going to like it either.
What's that? Jay jerked his thumb toward the kitchen.
Minor flooding. Want to see?
Sure. I followed Jay to the back door. He pulled it open and water splashed onto the linoleum floor. Are you kidding me? I said, staring into the flooded backyard. You call this minor flooding? Jay shrugged.
The backyard always floods when it rains. Usually not quite this bad, though.
This has to be like 2 feet, I said, as my eyes went toward the garage.
It's always worse right here, Jay said. Everything downstairs is probably destroyed.
Most of it seemed as though it already had been, I muttered. Jay chuckled and wiped at his mouth with the back of his hand.
Sorry, I know this isn't funny.
It's not funny at all. We're trapped here, I said, as my shoulders bobbed with my rapid breaths. We're trapped. Chapter 7. Jay shook his head.
It'll start draining away. It probably already has.
It's still raining, I said, throwing my hands into the air. It's so deep I could swim to the SUV. Oh my God. I brought my shaking hand to my lips. What if the car doesn't start?
It's not that deep over there, Jay said. I'm sure your car is fine, but it won't be if you try to drive through all that.
The water sitting on the driveway was nearly as deep as it was next to the back door. I'd never seen anything like it in all of my life. How many steps are there here? 2? 3? I asked, looking down.
3,
Jay replied as he closed the door. He reached over and held my elbow.
Careful, don't slip. The floor gets slippery when wet.
I lightly shrugged him away and walked back to the living room with my arms crossed. Blake wasn't going to be happy, and neither was Maddie. I wasn't exactly sure how I felt, other than the feeling of being trapped was making me feel claustrophobic. It was like being locked in the basement all over again. I opened the front door and stared at the thick trunk of the tree blocking the exit from the front door. There was no way over it, and there was no way under it, but the flooding didn't reach the top of the stairs.
This town is pretty bad when it comes to flooding. There is a river not far that always overflows. A lot of the roads out of town would typically be closed after a storm like that,
Jay said, and reached around me to push at the tree. It didn't budge.
This is going to sound crazy, and I know that you can't leave right now, but I was wondering something.
What? I asked. There was barely any sound behind the airy word.
I was wondering if I could come with you guys. I'd offer to pay you, but I don't think money has much value anymore. I'll get down on my hands and knees and beg you, if it comes to that,
Jay said, pushing uselessly against the tree again before closing the door.
I can't do this. I can't be alone here any longer. If you leave me, I'll lose my mind.
I swallowed hard, giving him a quick glance. It was enough to know that he was being serious. It's not up to me, I said.
But you could convince them, Jay said. I can tell you're a good person, and I know that you believe me when I say that I am too. The worst thing I did in my life was steal a pack of gum when I was 10. Well, when I was 17 I smoked a joint, but seriously, that's as bad as I get.
I drew in a breath as I walked away from him. Jay's eyes were on me, but I tried to ignore them. "I'll see what I can do," I said, glancing up to meet his gaze. "But I can't promise anything. Blake is very protective and apprehensive. I'm not even sure why you'd want to come with us when we don't even know what we're going to be walking into."
"I guess that'll be better than waking every day to the same old, not knowing which day will be the one I run out of food," Jay said. "Maybe I just don't want to die here."
Our conversation came to an abrupt end as Blake came down the stairs. His hair was messy waves crashing against each other. At least he got sleep. Or maybe it wasn't disheveled because of sleep.
"Morning,"
Blake said, sitting on the second from last step. He pulled on his shoes and stood.
"You guys see the damage out there? I think your neighbor's house is completely gone."
"Yeah," Jay said, scratching just behind his ear.
"You probably couldn't see it, but there is a giant tree on my front porch. Take a look."
Blake narrowed his eyes but pulled open the front door.
"Holy shit."
"Yeah," Jay said.
"Know how to use a chainsaw?"
Blake nodded as he looked at Jay out of the corner of his eye.
"You have one?"
"No," Jay said, shaking his head.
"And I'm not sure I'll be able to get one for a day or two." "A day or two?"
Blake asked, his nose wrinkling with confusion. Jay told him about the flooding. I stayed on the couch while they went into the kitchen to look. Blake's cursing caused me to shiver.
"Just guess,"
Blake said, as they walked back into the living room.
"How long until it drains enough so that we can drive out of here?"
"A day or two," Jay said.
3 at the most."
3, Blake roared. I inhaled the chilly morning air deeply. It's not like it's his fault it rained. Could have been worse if we'd been out there.
"Could have outrun it," Blake countered.
"Not if we wouldn't have been able to lose James's men. We lost them thanks to Jay," I said. Blake sighed as he studied me.
"You're right. There isn't anything we can do. I mean, we could try to slowly drive through, but if something happens to the SUV, then we'd have to try to find a replacement. Sorry, kid."
"It's fine," I said. Blake wanted things to go quickly for Maddie and me. He knew just how badly we wanted to find Polly. "Jay?" I said softly.
"Yes?"
he replied instantly. "Could you get me some water?" I asked. Jay hesitated. He was worried about his supplies, but if he was going to be coming with us, he was going to have to learn how to share.
"Sure,"
Jay said. When I heard movement in the other room, I stood and looked into Blake's eyes. My nerves twitched, but I blurted out what Jay had asked.
"No way,"
Blake said. He lowered his voice and stepped an inch closer.
"We don't know anything about that guy."
"Look around," I said, keeping my voice low. "He's just a guy who lost everything. Jay isn't any different from you or I. He just didn't have a neighbor that saved him." There were pictures of his family on the wall. The house looked like a bachelor pad, but once upon a time, it had been a home he'd shared with his wife and kid. "We can't just leave him here to die," I said with a heavy sigh. "At least I can't." There was a long moment before Blake spoke.
"Are you sure about this?"
"I am," I said firmly. "Not everyone can be bad."
"Whitney's not going to be thrilled,"
Blake said, letting a small smile grow on his face. I huffed. Whitney isn't ever thrilled about anything. Blake laughed.
"Can I come back into the room now?"
Jay called from the kitchen. I laughed before bringing my finger to my lips to chew the nail. "Yeah, come on back, but only if you have some water for me." Jay came back into the room, handing me a small cup filled halfway with water.
"Oh, I have lots of water for you, but you probably shouldn't drink it, or bathe in it, or really even walk through it. Who knows what's lurking below the surface?"
I smiled, but my mind went elsewhere. I imagined the arms of the sick, reaching up to pull us under the water. It was a terrifying thought. Blake's voice telling Jay he could join us whisked me away from my dreadful thoughts. Jay was smiling as he patted me on the back like I was his best chum.
"Thanks, kid,"
Jay said with a big, toothy smile.
"I'd hug you, but you don't really strike me as the hugging type."
"Yeah, I'm not," I said. "But you're welcome. Don't mention it." Blake walked over to the front window and peeked out. His eyes shifted back to Jay over his shoulder.
"Pack up whatever supplies you have left."
Jay nodded nervously.
"It's all I have left." "If you're with us, you're with us," Blake said, "which means we will work together to find more. You don't have to come."
"No," Jay said, holding up his hand.
"I don't have much, but I'll pack up what I can. I'm grateful for this. I really am."
It was 2 slow, boring days before the flood water retreated enough for us to leave. Driving away from the house looked as though it was painful for Jay, but there was a glimmer of hope in the corners. But it wasn't long until the sparkle vanished. Chapter 8.
"There is so much that's just gone,"
Jay mumbled as we drove away from his house.
"This doesn't even look like my neighborhood. It's like my house was just picked up and placed somewhere completely different."
Whitney gave Jay a comforting pat on the shoulder. It was apparent that driving away from Jay's house was painful for him, but it would have been regardless. Water still covered sections of the road, but it wasn't so treacherous that the SUV couldn't make it through. The rain had stopped, but everything was a mess. Parts of buildings were strewn about, some of them completely obliterated. Jay would point to an area and say what store or business had been there, but we didn't know the town. Even though we didn't know the area, I think we all knew exactly how incredibly lucky we'd been to be inside Jay's house during the storm. It was one of the few that only suffered minor damage.
"I can't believe all this," Whitney said. "Maybe it blew all of the sick away," Maddie said. "Maybe," Jay said brightly.
Blake's eyes flicked to the rearview mirror.
"Too bad that's not enough to kill them."
"Oh,
right,"
Maddie said.
"Still, maybe it blew them all far away from us."
"That would be nice," I said, turning to give her a smile over my shoulder. Maddie wasn't looking my way. Her chin was rested on her balled-up fist, and her eyes were glued to the surrounding destruction. "I should have peed before we left," Whitney said.
"Oh my God,"
Maddie groaned. Whitney squeaked out a small laugh. "Only kidding. Of course I went to the bathroom. It was a sad attempt to lighten the mood."
"Oh,"
Maddie paused.
"Not bad, actually. I totally believed you." "I'm not stopping," Blake said sternly and fatherly.
Both Whitney and Maddie giggled. Blake smirked at their response.
"At least not anytime soon. We need to put a lot of time in to make up for staying at Jay's." "Don't blame me for the weather,"
Jay said, attempting to join in the conversation. But it hadn't worked. It killed it. It was going to take time for everyone to adjust to our new traveling companion. I'm sure it didn't help matters that he was sitting where Dax usually sat. "This is just so sad," I said, looking out of the window, scanning our surroundings. It seemed like something out of a movie. Off to the side of the road, in the middle of an empty lot, there was a car rolled over onto its side. The siding was dented, and the front end was crushed. It looked as though the whole thing had been gripped in a giant's hand and thrown for miles. "Look at that," I said, pointing at the car. "That could have happened to us if we would have been out here." I stopped talking the second I realized what I was looking at. There was no mistaking that it had been the car that had been following us. They'd given up. They were about to leave town. A man jumped in front of the SUV and Blake slammed on the brakes. My head jerked forward sharply at the unexpected movement.
"Everyone okay?"
Blake asked.
"People have to stop doing that."
The man placed his hands on the hood as if he'd used a magical power to stop the SUV. There was dried blood streaking down both cheeks and coating his hands.
Is he sick? Jay asked.
Don't think so, but put on your masks anyway, Blake advised as he cracked the window.
Step away from my car.
The man grinned. There was even blood staining his teeth.
I'm not moving, the man said. You have to help me. There isn't anything we can do for you, Blake shouted out the cracked window. Did you forget it wasn't that long ago you were trying to capture us? It wasn't my idea, the man said, shaking his head and slapping his palms down on the hood.
Blake grabbed the gun off the dash. His fingers wrapped around the handle of the gun, tightening until his knuckles were as white as snow.
Please move, Blake warned.
They're dead. It's just me, the guy said. I'm not going to do anything to you guys. I never was.
Blake laughed. You were going to try to bring us back, though, weren't you?
Man, I'm just trying to survive out here, he said.
Blake kept his eyes on the man. His voice was low. I'm going to have to shoot this guy.
You can't just leave me here, the guy begged. I'm bleeding. There's a gash on my thigh and another somewhere on my back.
Run him over. Whitney's voice was soft and shaky.
He could be sick.
I don't think he's sick, I mumbled. Whitney huffed.
But you don't know. He could be.
Blake let off the brake, and the car rolled forward an inch before he stepped on the brake again. The guy took a small step back in surprise, but he didn't move out of the way. I can't just run him down, Blake said.
Let's switch spots, Whitney said.
Blake ignored her. Whitney talked a big game, but it was likely because she knew Blake wasn't going to give her the driver's seat.
Shit,
Blake said, hitting the wheel.
If he were sick, I could do this easier.
I knew exactly what he meant. There is no way I could do it, even after everything the guy had done. He hadn't succeeded, and things had changed. He was standing in front of us, looking as though he'd climbed out of his own grave.
I'll do it,
Jay said.
Holy crap,
Whitney said, backing away from him. I twisted sharply and saw the gun in Jay's hand.
You're armed?
Yeah, Jay said with a shrug.
Shouldn't I be?
Why didn't you tell us? I asked.
I didn't think it mattered, Jay said. You guys have one.
The guy pounded his palms on the hood hard.
Please, just help me. Take me to a different outpost where someone can help me. Don't let me die out here.
Jay looked at the man, and then down at the gun in his hand. I heard the door open, but Jay didn't push it open.
Huh,
he said with a barely audible laugh.
Guess this is harder than I thought. I can't do it either.
Great, Blake said.
So, what do we do?
Someone's going to have to do it, Whitney said.
I'll do it,
Maddie offered. The hell you will, I responded instantly. The guy at the front of the SUV didn't stop begging. His voice got softer with each word. His eyes widened in surprise. He stopped begging and looked at his body as if something was wrong with it, like it suddenly didn't fit him any longer. His body started shaking violently. He reached out, holding onto the hood as if he was afraid of vibrating away from his only chance at help.
Oh no,
Blake said. The guy put his head down and vomit poured out of his mouth. I covered my eyes, but opened them again when the door behind me opened.
Jay, no, he's sick, I said,
but Jay was already outside. The gun popped twice, and the guy dropped to the ground. Jay came back into the SUV, closing the door with a loud exhale. Blake looked at him over his shoulder.
I could have done it now, Blake said.
You get the next one, Jay said.
Wonder if it'll get easier.
I doubt it, Blake said, shifting the SUV into park.
But there's more work to be done.
Let's just go, Whitney said. Blake shook his head.
We have to finish this. Jay, I could use your help. Everyone else stay put.
I wish I could stay put, Jay said. Fine, Blake said. I'll take care of it myself. I was only kidding, Jay said, his voice muffled by the mask. Might as well see how this is done. Blake nodded. They stepped out of the SUV. Blake's gaze scanned every direction before he reached the front of the car. I should have offered to help, but my stomach was swirling and my head was throbbing. Whitney maybe had the right idea, that we should have just left the guy to pop up again and be someone else's problem. Hell, he probably would have made his way back to James's outpost. Blake and Jay each had one of the guy's legs. They worked together to drag him over to the car, where I could see the blur of his dead buddies' heads pressed against the ground. They left him next to the car. It looked like Blake and Jay were discussing something as they stood there with their hands on their hips. "What are they doing?" Whitney asked. Jay knelt down, and it was only a few seconds before I realized what they'd planned. Blake and Jay were walking quickly away from the car. Fire was already crawling up the side, likely due to the gasoline that had probably leaked all over the place. The flames were hungry and worked to devour the car even before Blake and Jay were back to the SUV. I guess we had one less problem to worry about. At least, I hoped we did. It would be harder for James to find us, although, sadly, he likely already knew where we were headed. At the very least, it would buy us more time. Everything was happening just to buy us a little more time. Eventually, there would be more time available. "Well," Blake said, sitting down. He shifted into drive and sped away without giving the fire another look. "That's taken care of." "Wasn't too bad," Jay said. "Are you going to take away my gun now?" "Nah," Blake said, and I widened my eyes. Not because he wasn't taking it, but because he was letting him keep it. "You said you're one of the good guys too, right?" Jay laughed. "I did say that. So, it's true. Just don't do anything stupid," Blake said. "Never," Jay said. I could tell by his tone that he was smiling. "Say, I have an idea." "I hope that's a good thing," I said, biting my lip. Jay hesitated. I turned and looked over my shoulder, but instead of noticing Jay, I noticed the big blaze behind us. Jay looked up at me, and I turned to him. "I have a brother who lives along the way. We could stop and replenish our supplies." Chapter 9. Blake laughed for far too long. I was starting to feel uncomfortable inside the SUV. "That's not going to happen," Blake said. "Okay," Jay replied. "I was only trying to help. I'm pretty sure no one is there. I don't think he survived. We wouldn't have anything to worry about." "How would you know that? How would you know if he survived or not?" I asked. Jay exhaled. "Well, I don't know for sure, but back when phones were still working, he didn't call me back or text me or anything. Plus, we're twins." "So you had a special connection?" Whitney asked with interest. "Maybe," Jay said. "But I think he would have probably responded to my messages." We drove a few miles in silence. Maddie was sleeping in the back, stretched out as best as she could on the small, cramped seat. She seemed to be sleeping a lot. Even back at Jay's, she hadn't done much more than rest. But then again, neither had anyone else. There really hadn't been much for us to do while we waited for the water to drain away. Being on the road was boring. Maybe if I hadn't had so much trouble sleeping in cars, or anywhere really, I would probably have been sleeping more to pass the time too. "He had a lot of supplies," Jay said, breaking the silence. "He was a bit crazy and always thought the world was going to end. I guess he wasn't crazy, was he?" "What do you mean?" Blake asked. Interest brightened his eyes. "Joey was a prepper," Jay said. I scrunched up my nose. Jay and Joey?
Did you guys dress alike, too?
When we were younger, Jay said, smiling at the memory. My mom liked us to have the same outfits. Jason and Joseph. We were inseparable. The best of friends. At least, we had been when we were younger, anyway.
A prepper, huh? Blake asked, as though he hadn't heard anything else.
Yeah, he had all these scenarios about how the world would end. Natural disaster, nuclear attack. Not once had he mentioned a virus as what would cause the end, Jay said with a quick exhale. At least he hadn't mentioned it back when he first got into prepping. Not that it matters, I guess.
Silence filled the SUV again, but there was something different about Blake. I could tell he was considering making the stop.
How much stuff do you think he has? Blake asked. I'm not sure. Probably lots of everything. Food, water, gas. I imagine he'll have more than you can even imagine, Jay said. He was going to even build one of those underground things.
A bunker? Blake asked. Jay clapped his hands.
Yeah, a bunker. Don't think he ever got around to that, but maybe he did. I don't know.
Where does he live? Blake asked. He was definitely considering making the stop.
Outside of Buffalo, Jay replied. Definitely not far off track.
It's a bad idea, Maddie said in a slow, half-asleep voice. We already lost time staying at Jay's. Blake nodded, but Maddie had already closed her eyes again. I understand that, but by the time we get there, we'll all be ready for a break again.
No, Maddie said.
Blake looked at me for support. All I could offer him was a shrug. Maddie had been in charge of this adventure since pretty much day one.
The supplies will be helpful, Blake said, especially the gas. It'll be a safe place, and you can take a break from driving, Jay added.
Well, I don't care what we do, as long as we're together, Whitney said, blinking her eyes at the back of Blake's head. What the hell had happened between them back at Jay's? Nope, I didn't want to know. It was their business what happened behind Jay's closed door. The door had been closed an awful lot, though. That was for sure.
We'll make a quick stop, Blake announced. Fill up the tank, grab some food, and I'll take a quick nap.
Maddie hadn't heard the announcement. She'd fallen back asleep. By the time we got there, she'd be wide awake and ready to throw a fit about taking the brief detour. I could warn Blake, but decided it would be more fun to let him deal with Maddie's rage when the time came. The hours passed. My legs were sore from sitting for so long without stretching. Whitney hadn't asked to stop to use the bathroom because she had fallen asleep with her head resting on one of the blankets she'd taken from Jay's house. The air inside the SUV was chilly. Blake hadn't wanted to use the heater because he said it used the gas quicker. He didn't want to stop until we got to Jay's brother's house. The wind whistled around the SUV as we zipped down the empty road. We hadn't seen anyone since James's buddy had placed his bloody hands on the hood. There hadn't been anyone trying to chase after us, and there hadn't been any sick at the side of the road begging us for help. It felt like it was just us left in the world. Of course, I knew that wasn't true. It was almost funny how alone I'd felt when I'd been with Freddie. That was different from the alone I was feeling now. Freddie had isolated me from the world, but I'd always known there were people out there. I'd been able to talk to my family almost whenever I wanted to, but now there wasn't anyone out there. At least, not anyone that could instantly be considered friendly. But I wasn't really alone. I had Maddie, Blake, Whitney, and now Jay. It was more than I'd had in my life with Freddie.
Not much further, Jay said, popping away my thoughts. It's been quite some time since I've been out this way.
You're sure this is going to be fine? Blake asked.
Because if this is a trap... Yeah, it's a trap. I knew you guys were going to be driving down the street and almost hit me. And I knew that storm was going to come along too, Jay said sarcastically. It's the long con. I'm bringing you guys here so I can take your supplies and lock you in the basement. Haven't decided what I'm going to do with all of you yet, though." Blake glared at him in the mirror. "Not funny." "It's a joke," Jay said. "Not a funny one," Blake said. "Even if my brother is here, it'll be fine," Jay said. "He might not share his supplies, but he's not going to kill you or anything like that. Turn here." Blake turned. He kept his eyes on Jay almost as much as he kept them on the road ahead. He was studying him, waiting for something to go wrong. There was a large 2-story house on the right side of the road about half a mile ahead. "It hasn't changed a bit," Jay said. "When was the last time you were here?" I asked. "A few years ago. 5, maybe 6, Jay said. Blake cleared his throat. "Do we need to worry about the possibility of running into any sick lingering around?" "Oh," Jay said. "I hadn't thought about that. Yeah, we might. 2 people. Joey and his wife." Blake nodded. He slowed the SUV and turned into the driveway. Chapter 10. At the end of the long driveway, there were 2 parked cars. Blake glanced at Jay over his shoulder and waited for an explanation before he'd bother to cut the engine. "It's probably my brother's and his wife's cars," Jay said with a shrug. "You don't know what he drives?" Maddie asked. "Haven't been out this way in a long time," Jay explained. Maddie eyed him suspiciously. "Guess you weren't the type to talk on the phone much?" "We definitely weren't," Jay said. Blake carefully scanned our surroundings. I did the same, but there were several buildings and lots of trees and bushes that could be used as hiding places. "Put your masks on," Blake said, and everyone slid their masks down over their nose and mouth. Everyone, except for Jay. "Put your mask on." "I thought we discussed this," Jay said. "If it's my time, I'm okay with that. I lost everyone that mattered to me." Blake scratched his eyebrow and shook his head. "You're traveling with us now, which means you'll wear your mask. If it helps you, tell yourself it's for our protection, not yours." "Fine," Jay groaned. We stepped out of the SUV and cautiously gathered together in front of the house. There were 2 red barns. One to the left, slightly behind the house, and another to the right that was weathered and looked like it had existed long before the house. The door on the barn was hanging on a hinge and squeaked as it swayed gently back and forth. "What did your brother farm?" Blake asked. "Not entirely sure," Jay replied. "But I know he had chickens." "Oh, I'd love some eggs," Whitney said, placing her palm to her stomach. "I'm sick of all the processed junk. I need some real food." Blake held out his hand in a sweeping motion toward the house. His eyes were on Jay. "Lead the way." "Oh, right. I guess that does make the most sense," Jay said, touching the back of his pants where he'd hid his gun. We didn't make it more than 10 steps before a man and a woman stepped out of the front door. The man had hair as white as cotton balls, and the woman's hair was unnaturally dark, as if she'd dyed it a color that was much too young for her age. They were both casually holding shotguns. Neither of them had their weapon aimed at us. They were too busy staring at Jay as if they'd seen a ghost. I stepped in front of Maddie protectively. The dark circles under her eyes seemed unusual on the sunny day. She looked as though she was in desperate need for another nap.
"Joey? Is that you?"
the man said, confusion stretching his mouth into an awkward diagonal across his face.
"No, it's Jay. We've met before,"
he said, taking a step closer to them.
"Joey's brother."
The man cleared his throat and set down his weapon, resting it on the side of the home next to the front door.
Yes. I forgot how much the 2 of you look alike. Haven't seen you in quite some time."
"What are you doing here?" Jay asked.
"We made the drive out when shit hit the fan,"
the woman said, still staring at Jay. Her spine was straight as a flagpole.
Your brother isn't here. He's not with us any longer.
Jay nodded.
I had a feeling he wouldn't be.
Izzy is gone too, the man said. They got sick shortly after we arrived. They tried to help a neighbor.
It's a miracle we didn't get it too, the woman said. It's a miracle any of us didn't get it,
Jay said, gesturing over his shoulder. The woman's grip was tight on her gun as she studied us. She was checking to make sure we didn't seem sick.
We didn't think anyone would come out this way, the woman said. Joey liked to keep things well stocked, Jay said. We need to replenish a few of our supplies. We won't be in the area long.
Well, the man looked into his wife's eyes. After a long pause, he finished his thought. You're welcome to stay, of course. We've got more than enough, and plenty of space in this big home. Jay looked at Blake. Surprisingly, he gave them a small nod.
We'll stay for a bit, Jay said. Thanks for your hospitality.
Well, I guess you have as much right to be here as we do, the older man chuckled, stopping when his wife elbowed him in the side. Come on it. No reason to stand out here any longer than we need to.
Don't worry, Jay said, keeping his voice low. They're good people. Maybe a bit judgmental, but otherwise normal.
Blake didn't take his eyes off the couple.
I'm not too worried about them.
They walked up the wooden steps that had been painted in gray somewhat recently, possibly even after the virus had spread. Inside, the older man stuck out his bony hand toward Jay.
It's been a while, Jay, right?
The man said.
That's right,
Jay said, pointing at each of us as he recited our names to the couple. The older man didn't seem like he was going to bother to remember our names.
This is Mr. and Mrs. Overton, the parents of my brother's wife.
Nice to meet you, Blake said politely. The woman gestured at the couch that looked as though it couldn't have been more than a month or two old. Based on the delicate glass lamps and other furnishings, I surmised that Joey and his wife hadn't bothered to have children. And also, they hadn't been poor.
Make yourselves at home,
the woman said, forcing a smile that made her lips look like they'd been drawn on with a thin red marker.
If you need anything, just let me know.
Patricia. Call me Patricia.
And I'm Ollie,
her husband said, smiling something a bit more genuine than what his wife had offered us.
Can we get you something to drink? Must be thirsty after all that driving.
Water would be nice, Blake said. Ollie nodded.
We've got other options.
Water's good, Blake said. Both Ollie and Patricia left the room together, leaving us standing there in an uncomfortable silence.
I told you we should have kept going,
Maddie said after a long moment. She sighed and pressed her hand to her forehead. Are you okay? I asked.
I'm just so tired, Maddie said. My body just aches from sitting in the car for so long.
Blake leaned closer to her, wearing a half grin.
I guess maybe it's a good thing we stopped, so you could get out and stretch your legs.
Maddie didn't seem to appreciate his sense of humor at the moment. She also didn't bother to shoot him some kind of snappy comeback. Sit down, I said, taking Maddie's elbow as I guided her to the couch. The others joined us in the living room in an attempt to make ourselves at home. Maddie was on one end of the couch, and I sat down next to her. Blake lowered himself to my right. Whitney stood there for several seconds, as if she were waiting for him to make room for her. After a while, she gave up, and Whitney plopped down heavily in the tall-backed chair to the side of the couch. Jay stayed on his feet, pacing with his arms crossed in front of us. Are you nervous? I asked, keeping my voice low.
No, Jay said. It's not a big deal. They'll let us take some stuff. We can leave tomorrow after we get some rest. Seems like Maddie needs a good night's sleep in a bed.
She just slept in a bed at your place, I said, unable to feel just a bit concerned about Maddie's exhaustion. Maddie sighed. That's exactly what I need. Once we get to Polly, I hope to never have to ride in a car ever again. Ollie and Patricia came back into the room. Patricia was carrying a tray with 5 glasses of water. She stopped in front of each of us and gave us a glass. Maddie only took a small sip before setting it down on the coffee table. "Oh," Patricia said, quickly grabbing the glass. She placed it on top of a decorative tile. "Always use a coaster. My daughter would lose her mind if this heirloom table got a water ring." "Sorry," Maddie said, leaning back on the couch and resting her head back. "No problem," Patricia said. "Just take care with the furniture." An awkward silence filled the room. Jay continued to pace, while the Overtons stood there, staring at us. Patricia cleared her throat. "Would you like a tour of the house? Or maybe you'd just like to see the bedrooms?" "Just the bedrooms will be fine," I said, unable to take my eyes off of Maddie. "Follow me," Patricia said. We followed her up the stairs, single file. I felt like I was in a movie as I walked up the white, carpeted stairs, as my fingertips dragged along the varnished wooden banister. The outside was an ordinary farmhouse. Inside, it was a luxury mansion. At the top of the stairs, Patricia cocked her head to the side. "This way." Chapter 11. Maddie looked small in the king-sized bed with the big fluffy comforter on top. She was already asleep, but, of course, I couldn't sleep. The house was quiet. Maddie and I had taken the first room that Patricia had shown us, which meant I had no idea where Blake, Whitney, and Jay even were. It was a strange feeling to be inside the fancy house when everything outside was a mess. I wanted to take a look around the house, but I didn't feel comfortable leaving Maddie alone. I stuck my head out of the door and looked down the hallway. Jay stepped out of his room and paused when he saw me. He narrowed his eyes, and his voice was soft. "What are you doing?" I gave a quick glance to Maddie before leaving the room. I walked over to Jay with my arms crossed in front of my body. Why hadn't I taken my hoodie in with me? "I wanted to investigate," I said before biting my cheek. "What's stopping you?" Jay asked. "I'll snoop with you if you want." My head twisted side to side. I don't want to leave her alone. "Oh, I get that. But honestly, I don't think you need to worry about Ollie and Patricia." Jay grinned as he stroked the side of his neck. "They're harmless." "Says the new guy," I half teased. "They didn't even seem to know Joey had a brother." Jay groaned. "That was a bit annoying, considering I dated Izzy first." "Oh," I said. "Yeah," Jay said. "Everyone always liked Joey better. He got all the charisma." "It doesn't seem like you guys were very close. That's usual for twins, isn't it?" Jay shrugged. "Not when your brother steals the love of your life." "I didn't want to say anything around your friend Blake, but Joey and I hadn't spoken in about 8 years, I think," Jay sighed. "After like 3 years, I stopped counting." "That sucks," I said, not knowing what else to say. It was a response I was pretty sure I'd learned from Maddie. "He stole my girlfriend, married her. They made tons of money, and he had a great life. Screw Jay," he said, throwing up his hands. "Do I sound bitter? I don't mean to." "Maybe just a touch," I said, giving him a sympathetic smile. Jay released a long exhale. "Well, it all worked out in the end. I married a beautiful woman and had the most amazing kid. Wait, what am I talking about? It didn't work out at all. Look around. I must be cursed." "You and I both," I said. "Should I ask?" "Nah," I said. "Maybe another time." Jay grinned. "You got it. Really, though, you can leave her. She'll be safe in there." "I'd feel better if someone was with her," I said. "Even me?" Jay asked. Yeah," I said, even though I wasn't 100% sure that was true. I would have preferred Blake or Whitney. I'll just be a few minutes.
You got it, Jay said. I'll sit out here on the floor. Wouldn't want her to freak out if she woke up and I was in the room alone with her.
I smiled. I really appreciate that.
No problem, Jay said.
I wandered around the second floor, looking into each room that had the door open. The bathroom was the last door at the end of the hall. There was a bucket of water next to the toilet. I looked at myself in the mirror. My face was dirty, and I had more wrinkles than I remembered. There was a scented candle on the windowsill that looked as though it had only been lit once or twice. The long flowing curtains were pulled to the side to let the natural light into the room. I sat down on the side of the tub and let out a long, almost silent sigh as I rubbed my palms vigorously against my face. Maybe I hadn't wanted to snoop so much as I just needed a few minutes to myself. My knees felt weak when I forced myself to stand. I couldn't hide in the bathroom forever, even if I felt like it. I looked out the window at the few wispy clouds in the sky. It looked like it was going to be a clear night. Jay watched me as I came back down the hallway. He didn't speak until I was 2 feet away from him.
Don't you want to look around downstairs, too? He asked.
No, I guess I just wanted to locate the bathroom, I said.
I think there are like 10 bathrooms in this place, Jay said. There are 2 doors in my room, and I think one of them leads to a bathroom. Haven't checked yet.
There was movement at the bottom of the stairs. Jay stood.
Mealtime,
Patricia called.
If you want.
I want, Jay said to me.
I'll bring back something for you if you want.
That would be great. Thanks, I said, just as the door across the hall opened. Both Blake and Whitney came out of the room. The blood in my veins felt warm as it rushed a bit faster than usual. There were more than enough bedrooms for all of us to have our own. Blake met my eye, but quickly looked away. He followed Jay down the stairs, and I turned on my heel to go back into the room with Maddie. Suddenly, I wasn't very hungry. Chapter 12. I hadn't tossed and turned as much as I usually did. The soft bed sucked me deep inside, making it hard to shift around too much. Not to mention, I didn't want to disturb Maddie, who was still asleep when I opened my eyes. "Maddie," I said, gently shaking her. There were tiny droplets of sweat at Maddie's hairline. I reached out to touch her forehead, recoiling at how hot she felt. I pulled the bedspread down to her feet. It was possible that the bed was too warm, that she was overheating. "Maddie, wake up," I said a bit louder. She groaned and rolled over. Maddie shivered and curled up into a ball. "Time to get up, Maddie. It's morning," I said, getting out of bed to open the curtains. "Let's go see if we can find some breakfast." "I'm not hungry," she mumbled. I walked around the bed and pressed my lips to her forehead. She hadn't overheated from the warm blankets. Maddie had a fever. I stepped out into the hallway, not hesitating as I walked across and knocked on the door. Blake opened it, shirtless. His eyes instantly narrowed. "What's wrong?" he asked. "I need Whitney," I said quickly. "Maddie's sick." Over Blake's shoulder, I saw Whitney swing her bare legs out of the bed. She quickly pulled on her pants and walked to the door, pushing her way past both Blake and me. I was at Whitney's heels back to the room. Whitney sat on the edge of the bed and placed her hand on Maddie's head. "Yeah, she has a fever," Whitney confirmed. Whitney tried to talk to Maddie, but she wouldn't respond, other than little whimpers and groans. "She needs a doctor." "I wish that were an option," I said. "I know, I'm sorry," Whitney said. "Maybe it's just a bug that needs to run its course." Thoughts that Maddie had caught the sickness overcame me. My knees were suddenly weak. Maddie didn't have the symptoms the sick had, but would they come? Was this how it started? Or maybe it's an infection, Whitney said, her eyes still on Maddie. She got hurt when we were escaping through the fence, I said. Her shoulder. Maddie, can we look at your shoulder? I asked. She grunted back what I assumed was an okay. Whitney and I worked together to raise up Maddie's shirt over her shoulder. There is no doubt in my mind this is infected, Whitney said. It was so bad that I hadn't even needed Whitney to confirm that it was infected. It was just a scratch. How did this happen? I don't know, Whitney said, shaking her head. She flicked me a sympathetic and worry-filled look. She needs antibiotics. Antibiotics, I said, repeating the word. It tasted sour on my tongue. I turned sharply, biting back my tears. Blake was standing in the doorway, his eyes focused on me.
We'll figure it out, he said reassuringly. What's going on? Jay asked from the hallway. Blake turned and spoke to him so softly that I couldn't hear his words. Shit. I'll see if there is anything downstairs. Blake nodded, and I started to pace. There wasn't going to be anything downstairs that would help Maddie. I need the first aid kit, Whitney said as she stood and placed her hands on her hips. We need to take care of this wound as best as we can. I'll get it for you, Blake said. He vanished, his footsteps pounding rapidly as he descended the nearby stairs. Whitney tapped her finger to her chin. I'm trying to think of what else we might need. Her heart is racing, and she's taking quick breaths even when at rest. Maybe morphine? Her eyes locked with mine. I'm sorry, Kit. I wish I knew more about this. There wasn't a lot for me to do in the small clinic I worked in. It's fine, I said. It wasn't like it was Whitney's fault. Penicillin, doxycycline, Whitney said as she paced. Her eyebrows were squeezed together to form a line. Maybe she needs an injection of the tetanus antitoxin. An artificial respirator? What? Are you serious? My breaths started to come to me quickly. We don't have power. Is this tetanus? I don't know, Whitney said. It's a possibility, I think. Jay came back into the room with a glass of water. No antibiotics, but here's some Tylenol. Whitney shrugged and took the water and pills from him. She cupped 2 capsules in her palm and nervously gripped the glass. Help me, Kit, Whitney said. Get her into a seated position. The last thing we want is her choking on the pills. Maddie opened her eyes, but she couldn't keep them open long. Her body was so hard to hold up without any help from her. What's going on? She asked, her eyelids fluttering momentarily. Take some medicine, I said, stroking her hair away from her face. It'll help you feel better. Okay, she said softly. Maddie let Whitney place the pills on her tongue. Whitney helped her drink, but it looked as though it was difficult for Maddie to swallow. Are they down, sweetie? Whitney asked. Maddie's head bobbed just enough to see her response. Okay, let's get her back down. Whitney set down the glass and helped me get Maddie more comfortable. Blake stomped into the room, breathing as if he'd just finished a 5K race and won. Here's the first aid kit, Blake said, handing it to Whitney. Would you 2 excuse us while we clean her wound? Whitney asked. Oh, sure, Blake said, and both men exited the room. They were trying to keep their voices down, but I could hear them whispering in the hallway. Ollie told me there is a town about 20 minutes from here, Jay said. A doctor's office and a pharmacy in the same building. He had to bring Patricia once when they were visiting. I could be back in less than an hour, Blake said. My eyes connected with Whitney's. It was impossible to miss that she didn't want him to go. Don't worry, I said, softer than a feather. I'll go. She's my daughter. Whitney shook her head. She's your daughter. She needs you here.
You'll be able to take better care of her than I can, I said. Whitney delicately rebandaged Maddie's wound. Maddie winced through her sleep at the pain as we pulled her shirt down together and rolled her onto her back. She lay down on the side of the bed and held Maddie's hand. I backed out of the room and into the hallway. Blake was leaning back against the wall with his hands tucked into his pocket.
I'm going to head out in a bit, Blake said. Just need to check with Whitney on a few things.
I heard, I said, looking at my feet. But I'm coming with you. Blake laughed.
Is that a joke?
No, I said sharply.
I'm coming too, Jay said.
No, you're not, I said before Blake could open his mouth. I need you to stay here with Whitney and Maddie. In fact, Blake, you should stay back too. Blake blinked twice.
That's not going to happen.
We're not going to sit here and argue about it all day while Maddie is suffering, I said. I mean, you guys can, but I'm not going to. I held out my palm. Give me the keys.
There is no way in hell I'm letting you go out there alone, Blake said. I'll drive.
My teeth pressed together hard. My jaw didn't relax. Fine. Let me talk to Whitney quick and tell my daughter I'll be back soon. Chapter 13. I had a list on a small piece of paper. There were various medicines and other supplies we needed to look for. Maybe it would have been better for Whitney to go with Blake, but I couldn't have asked that of her. She probably would have declined anyway. Jay had watched us drive off out of the front window. He was like a small child watching his parents drive off for a date night, leaving him with his least favorite babysitter. He had wanted to join us so he could show us around, but he admitted he'd only been to the town once before. I felt better having him there to protect Maddie, since he was armed. He was new to us, but I trusted him much more than I trusted Mr. and Mrs. Overton to keep Maddie safe should something go wrong. Whitney was uncomfortable with Blake leaving her. She hadn't said it, but I'd seen it in her eyes. He'd promised her we'd be back soon. Leaving Maddie had been hard, but I knew it was something I needed to do. I needed to get the medicine that would help her get well. It only took us about 15 minutes to get to the town, thanks to Blake's speeding. I was continuously scanning our surroundings, looking for sick or other people that might cause problems. Blake found the clinic and pulled the SUV up to the curb. He pulled on his mask and grabbed his gun.
Ready?
He asked in the muffled voice I was used to when we had our masks on. I slid the mask down over my nose and mouth and nodded as I looked down at the list in my hand again. It wouldn't have mattered if I had it or not, because somehow I'd memorized every item on the list. I opened the door and quickly walked around the SUV. The town was like any other small town I'd ever been to. There were cars parked on the street, small businesses, and little shops scattered on the street. At the far end of the street, there was a fast food chain, and likely it was the only one in town. Blake reached out to open the clinic door. Neither of us was surprised to find that it was locked. Blake looked over his shoulder before flicking his gun into the glass. The sound of it shattering was like a firework on the 4th of July. If there had been anyone in town, they definitely would have heard the sound.
Let's move quick,
Blake said nervously. Hadn't thought that would be so loud, did you? I asked with a smirk.
No,
he said without smiling back. He pulled open the door and entered the building first with his gun held up. Blake aimed it around the empty room before gesturing toward the small area of the clinic that was used as the pharmacy. I opened the door that was for employees only and didn't close it behind me. My eyes scanned the shelves, but it was just an overwhelming mishmash of letters. My adrenaline was pumping so fast I couldn't concentrate. I closed my eyes and drew in a breath. As I slowly released it, the letters started to form words. I grabbed one of the large paper bags below the checkout counter and started filling it with the items on Whitney's list. I found everything: the antitoxin, the sedatives, the antibiotics. But didn't stop there. I threw a ton of other stuff into the bag, more than half of which I didn't know what it was. There was a pharmaceutical reference book on the counter which I threw into the bag as well. "Almost done," I said to Blake when our eyes met.
"This isn't a shopping spree," he said.
"Who knows when this stuff might come in handy," I said, looking at the bottle of Vicodin in my hand. All I could think about was how I could maybe one day get a full night of sleep. I took all of the bottles and dropped them into the bag. "Okay," I said, taking quick breaths as I looked around. There were packages of lidocaine patches, gauze pads, medical tape. I couldn't stop taking things. "I'm done. Let's go." Blake looked at the stuffed bag.
"Are you sure you have what we came for in there?"
"I'm positive," I said, but I hated that he'd asked. Now I was doubting myself and wanted to set the bag down and check just to make sure, but we didn't have time. I followed Blake to the front door, but he stopped several feet away. "Shit." "What's wrong?" I said. "They're out there," he said quietly. I leaned forward to get a better look outside the window. There was a small crowd of the sick moving toward us.
"They heard the glass break,"
Blake said, guiding me away from the front of the building.
"They'll see us."
I hadn't needed him to tell me why we were backing away. Before we were out of sight, I saw there was another group coming from the other side of the street. There had to be at least 30 of the sick out there, all of them coming toward the clinic. Where had they been hiding? Did they just sit around together, waiting for someone to make a noise? "How are we going to get to the SUV?" I asked quietly.
"I don't know yet,"
Blake said, doing his best to remain calm, but his hand holding the gun was shaking ever so slightly.
He wasn't calm.
We didn't have enough ammunition in his gun to deal with all of the sick that were crowding around us. It wasn't something that just one gun could handle, even with all the bullets in the world.
"I'm sure this place has a back door,"
Blake said, pulling us back behind the wall just as one of the sick looked into the clinic through the broken glass. "Help us!" the sick called into the building. "We need help!" I was almost positive they hadn't seen us, but still, I could hear them trying to get inside. They all started shouting for help simultaneously, their words chaotically blending into one another. We walked down the back hallway quickly toward a heavy door at the end with an exit sign above us. There were several doors down the hall, each one open. Inside the small rooms were little offices, each with a nameplate posted outside the door. Before we got to the last office door, someone stepped out. Her pupils were dilated, and the whites of her eyes were red. There was no mistaking that she was sick. "Help me," she said, reaching out her arms. Blake took a step to the side, making himself a wall between the sick woman and me. He held up his gun and didn't hesitate to shoot the woman. "Damn it," Blake said, cursing the loud pop that echoed through the clinic. He grabbed my hand. "Come on." We didn't make it more than 2 steps before a man in a white coat stepped out of the door. His eyes were the same as the woman's, but he had a hole in the side of his face from a bullet. "Please don't," the man begged with sad, crimson eyes. It was like he knew what was going to happen. "It hurts so much." "Sorry," Blake said as he pulled the trigger again. We raced to the back door, jumping over the 2 bodies that were lying there motionless. Blake opened the back door an inch and peeked out. He froze in place. "Blake," I said, and he didn't move. "Help me," the voice on the other side of the door whispered. "You will help me, won't you?" Blake didn't move. He was a statue, just as Dax had been when he'd looked at one of the sick long ago. I grabbed the gun from Blake's hand and stepped in front of him. I pushed the door open a bit further. The sick was standing there, his eyes shifting toward mine. I looked at his forehead and placed the end of the gun in the middle. I pulled the trigger without an apology.
"What the hell?" Blake asked, shaking his head. "Why do you have the gun?"
"Don't look in their eyes," I said, turning to study him. He pressed his hand to his face and rubbed downward hard, as if he was trying to make sure he was awake. Blake nodded.
"Sorry," he said. "It won't happen again."
I handed him his gun. "Make sure it doesn't. I don't like to do that."
"No one does,"
Blake said. We ran out of the back door behind the buildings. It wouldn't be long before the sick would start looking for us. Everywhere we went, we made noise. Each gunshot was a signal to our location. We needed to find somewhere safe to hide so we could wait for them to lose interest and eventually go back to wherever it was they came from. I followed Blake down the block, turning onto another street. We were rather well hidden behind a big red brick building with a large tree out front and lots of untrimmed shrubbery.
"Shit,"
Blake said, leaning forward. I moved around him and peeked out around him. The crowd of sick was more extensive than before. They were all gathered around the front of the clinic and several buildings around it. I could barely see the SUV through the crowd. "Yeah," I said, swallowing hard as I gripped the bag of supplies. "Shit is right." Chapter 14. Blake leaned back against the building. He exhaled as he looked up at the sky.
"We need a plan,"
Blake said. "We have to get back to her," I said, looking off in the direction we'd come to town in. There was a small part of me that wondered how long it would take me to run back to the farmhouse. A bigger part of me remembered how much I hated exercise and wouldn't make it more than a block or two before running out of breath.
"I know,"
Blake said.
"There's just so many of them."
He dug his fingertips into his messy hair. "Fuck. It's the sound that brought them here, right? We just need to make sound somewhere else," I said.
"Right,"
Blake said. After a minute, he pushed himself off of the wall and a half grin crept onto his face.
"Wait here. Do not make a sound, or move, or do anything."
I raised a brow. "Don't have to tell me twice, but what are you going to do?"
"Make some noise,"
Blake said. "Don't get caught by those things," I said, grabbing his arm as he started to move away. Blake stopped and looked into my eyes. He swallowed hard.
"I'll be back, okay?"
"Hurry," I said, letting go of his arm.
"I will,"
Blake said, before sprinting across the street. I peeked around the corner to keep my eyes on the crowd of sick. They were still calling out for help as some of them entered the clinic. Every few seconds, I looked over my shoulder to make sure the sick weren't creeping up on me. Blake was out of sight, and standing alone in the open, without any sort of protection, was terrifying. Especially because I knew that if something happened to me, the medicine wouldn't make its way back to Maddie. It wasn't long until I heard the pops of bullets shattering glass nearby. The shots were one after the other, but with a small hesitation between them. He wanted to make sure the sick heard the sounds. I watched their interest in the noises grow. Some of the sick started walking away, shouting out their cries for help. The sick looked at one another. Those that remained started following the others in larger groups. There were only 5 or so lingering behind when Blake came running down the sidewalk.
"It worked,"
he said between quick breaths. His eyes shot over to the SUV.
"We need to be quick."
I nodded. Blake grabbed my hand, pulling me toward the SUV. The hair at his temples was damp. His eyes were focused ahead on the few remaining sick. He was ready to do what needed to be done. As we approached the SUV, Blake raised the gun and shot those standing around before they could even open their mouths. He was like a robot, programmed to destroy the sick. Blake opened the passenger side door and closed it the second I was inside. He ran around to the other door and hopped in. Wonder how long it'll take for them to come this way, Blake said, shifting into drive. We won't be here to find out, I said. The tires squealed, and we were making our way down the street. Blake found the road we'd come into town on rather easily. I hope I never have to see another one of those contaminated things ever again, I said, glancing in the side mirror as if I expected to see the mob running after us. Wouldn't that be nice? Blake said, pulling his mask down, letting it hang down around his neck. But there are far more of them than there are of us. And all of those I shot back there, well, they're just going to pop back up. I sighed as I sunk into the seat. Do you think this will ever change? Will we always be on the run? I don't know, Blake said, shooting me a quick glance. It's hard to imagine things will ever go back to how they were. At least not in our lifetime. How can we survive this? I asked. I don't know, kid. Blake ran his fingers through his hair. He grabbed the steering wheel at 10 and 2 as he pressed his foot down on the accelerator. I just don't know. At the farmhouse, I ran out of the SUV toward the front door. Jay pulled back the curtain as I was racing up the stairs. He opened the door and sucked in a breath as if he were the one that had just outrun a pack of the sick. Did you get everything? Jay asked. And then some, I said. It was like she was a target, Blake teased. She just kept finding more things. I charged up the stairs, desperate to see Maddie. I hoped she was better. I hoped she wouldn't even need the medicine. Whitney was sitting in the chair by the window. She was already staring at the doorway before I entered. How's she doing? I asked. About the same. She's tired, but having more trouble sleeping, Whitney said. Did you get the things on my list? I did, I replied, holding the bag out to her. Whitney took it from me and looked inside. She raised her eyebrow at me, but I looked away. I sat down on the bed and took Maddie's hand into mine. It felt like a hot coal. I'm back, I said softly. She groaned a response. I don't even think she knew you were gone, Whitney said. What is all this stuff? Extra supplies, I said, waving my hand. Just in case. Everything you asked for is in there. Whitney snorted. I didn't ask for the entire pharmacy. Well, you got it, I said. What should we give her first? Let me think, Whitney said, setting out the various items onto the bed. The bottles lined the empty space on the mattress. I think we just have to wait for this to run its course for the most part. But let's start with the antitoxin. My head turned slowly, stopping when our eyes met. Are you just guessing? Yeah, she admitted, throwing her hands into the air. If you have a better guess, by all means, go for it. No, I said after a brief hesitation. Even though it didn't seem like it, Whitney had to know more about medicine than I did. I just want her to get better. Believe it or not, so do I, Whitney said, picking up one of the small bottles and a syringe wrapped in a plastic package. Whitney removed the cap and carefully filled the syringe with liquid. She shook her head. I can't do this, she said. I don't know what I'm doing. You've never given a shot before? Isn't that what nurses do? Whitney rolled her eyes. It's not that. I don't know how much to give. Maybe the answer will be in that big book. I pointed at the big manual I'd taken from the clinic. Whitney bit her lip and replaced the cap over the needle. She flipped through the book. It seemed to take forever, but eventually, she stopped turning the pages and stared at one of them intensely. Okay, she said, removing the cap again. She turned to me. Are you sure you want me to do this? Do you think you have it right? I do, she said. But I don't want you to kill me if I don't. Check it again, I ordered, and she nodded. It didn't take her as long to reread the page and checked what she had in the syringe. Here I go. I drew in a breath. Okay. She injected the medicine into Maddie. but nothing changed. I wasn't sure if that was good or bad. "Okay, what's next?" Whitney asked, looking through the medicines. She wasn't asking me, so I didn't respond. "The antibiotic. It was really smart to get more supplies to keep the wound clean. Good thinking." "Thanks," I said, accepting the compliment I didn't really deserve. She didn't need to know that I just threw everything I saw into the bag. It was only by chance I'd taken the items to keep the wound clean. At least, it felt like it had been. I stood there nervously, watching Whitney as she worked. At some point, she became a nurse again and stopped questioning herself. When she finished, she started putting everything back into the bag. She set it on the floor next to the door. "In case we have to leave for some reason," she explained, standing in the doorway. "I'll leave you two. Let me know if you need anything, okay?" "I will," I said, sitting on the bed. I knew it was going to take time, but I wished there would have been a change in Maddie instantly. She needed to get better. She had to get better. We shouldn't have ever left Blake's house. It wasn't that Polly wasn't important. It was. But it hadn't been worth losing anyone over. We'd already lost Dax. I'd let Maddie make the choice. But if we wouldn't have left, Maddie wouldn't be lying here in a stranger's bed fighting for her life. Tears rolled down my cheeks, and I didn't do anything to stop them. I let them drop onto my shirt and soak through the fabric. I wasn't sure what time it was when Whitney brought up some food, but the sky had darkened. Whitney leaned over Maddie and placed her hand on her forehead. "How's she doing?" Whitney asked. "No change. At least, not as far as I can tell," I said. "Every so often she'll wake, but it's just to grumble and roll over onto her other side." The mattress squeaked as Whitney sat down on the edge of the bed. "I'm afraid I have some bad news." "I'm not sure I want to hear it right now." "I definitely don't want to tell you," Whitney said. "But I lost the bet, so I have to be the one to tell you. I'm kidding, of course. About the bet, that is." "What is it?" Whitney exhaled. Her shoulders dropped at least an inch. "They want us out." Chapter 15. Whitney stood and crossed her arms. "I'm sorry. They just told us a few minutes ago. Blake was going to tell you, but I said I was coming up to check on Maddie anyway." "Why do they want us to leave? They know she's sick." I stood and pounded my foot on the floor. "They said we can stay until she gets a little better," Whitney said. "It's not like we have to leave this minute, but they wanted to make sure we understood that staying here was only temporary." "It's not like we were going to stay here forever anyway," I said, my brow wrinkling as it tightened. Whitney shrugged. "I guess they just don't want to keep sharing. We wouldn't have let anyone inside Blake's house either." "Except you did," I said, looking into her eyes. "You all let Maddie and me in." "And you know I wasn't comfortable with that," Whitney said. "I don't know. I guess I can see where they're coming from." "Whatever," I said, throwing my hands into the air. "We weren't going to stay anyway. It's just shocking that there isn't an ounce of kindness left in the world. Why are any of us even bothering?" Whitney sighed. "I don't know." She looked down at Maddie and pulled the blanket up to her shoulder. "Why don't you try to get some rest? I'll keep an eye on her." "I don't want to leave her," I admitted. "You'll be better suited to take care of her after some sleep. I'm wide awake. Let me take care of her for a bit," Whitney said. "I'll wake you if there is any change." "It's fine. I'm fine." Whitney took several soft steps toward me and placed her hand on my shoulder. "I wouldn't want you to fall asleep when you should be watching her, just in case something went wrong. Please, get some rest." My fists were balled up tightly. I looked at Maddie and exhaled. Fine. Take my bed, Whitney said. Then you'll be close by if she wakes and needs you. I nodded. I stopped in the doorway and looked at Maddie over my shoulder. Whitney was already on the bed next to her, with her hands folded in her lap. There was no doubt Whitney cared about Maddie. She'd take care of her. I walked across the hall and laid down in the bed, my eyes focused on a small imperfection in the paint on the ceiling. For a long while, I didn't move. I was certain I wouldn't be able to sleep, at least not without the help from one of the pills I'd taken from the clinic. But it surprised me when I blinked and opened my eyes. The sunshine coming in through the window was the start of a new day. It was morning. I sat up and looked around the empty room. If Blake had been back to the room, I didn't know it. He felt comfortable sharing a bed with Whitney, but it was different with me. He'd probably found a couch to sleep on so he didn't have to share a bed with me. My arms stretched over my head, and something in the middle of my back cracked. I was stiff and sore, which was either from sleeping in the unfamiliar bed or from the adventure of fleeing from the sick. I stretched my neck to each side as I looked out of the window. The sun was so bright, there wasn't a single shadow around the farm. The air in the house felt thick and hot. I needed to take in some fresh air, but first, I needed to check in on Maddie. I soundlessly walked across the hall and peeked into the bedroom. Maddie was still on the bed, and Blake was in the chair by the window. He turned when he noticed me standing there. "Where's Whitney?" I asked.
"She went to get something to eat,"
Blake said.
"She'll be back soon. Hope it's okay that I'm here. Whitney didn't want to wake you."
"It's fine," I said softly. "Did she wake up?" Blake shook his head.
"Whitney thinks her fever may be coming down some, though."
"You mind staying with her a bit longer? I need to freshen up a bit and get some air."
"I don't mind at all,"
Blake said with a smile. "Thanks," I said, tiptoeing into the room. I leaned over Maddie and placed a kiss on her head. She was still warm, but maybe it was a bit better. "I'll be right back," I whispered. She didn't move or groan a response. I walked down the stairs and out of the house without looking around. The second I was outside, I sucked in a deep breath, fully filling my lungs. My feet tapped each step until I was on the ground, making my way toward the SUV. The fresh air felt good, almost as good as a shower or a bath would have felt.
"Hey,"
Jay said as he walked around the side of the house.
"What are you doing out here?"
"I needed some air," I said, leaning back against the SUV. "What are you doing?"
"Getting some water,"
Jay said.
"There's a well out back."
Jay set the bucket down and walked over to me. He leaned back.
"Want some company?"
"No, that's not necessary. I'm fine," I said with a forced smile. Maybe if I said it enough, it would suddenly become true.
"It kind of looks like you could use some," Jay said. "How's Maddie doing?"
"About the same," I said. Jay frowned.
"Sorry to hear that. It must be so hard for you."
"Yeah," I said, pushing myself away from the SUV. I had to turn away so the tears didn't start falling again. I started walking toward the back of the farm.
"Shit,"
Jay muttered as he stepped up beside me.
"I didn't mean to upset you."
I opened my mouth to tell him I was fine, but the words didn't come out. The back of my throat was impossibly dry.
"I'm sorry,"
Jay said, walking along with me.
"She's tough. She'll get through this."
"You don't know her," I said sourly.
"You're right. I don't. But she's made it this far. So, yeah, she has to be tough," Jay said. "I'm terrible at this kind of thing. I always say the wrong thing. It's probably one of the reasons my ex married my twin instead of me."
I stopped walking when I got to the barn. The large barn doors were locked with a chain, but there was a smaller door that looked like it led to a small office. Jay reached out and wiped the window with the back of his hand. He leaned forward to peer inside.
"Holy macaroni,"
Jay said, stepping to the side and opening the door. I followed him inside the room that was stacked from floor to ceiling with various large white buckets.
"Look at this."
Jay was pointing at a bucket that claimed to have lasagna, potato soup, and macaroni and cheese. There were at least 20 buckets stuffed into the small room.
"My brother was crazy,"
Jay said, picking up one of the buckets.
"I'm taking this. He owes me this. Joey owed me way more than this, but I'm at least taking this."
"Is the whole barn packed with this kind of stuff?" I asked.
"Let's check it out,"
Jay said, raising a brow as he reached out to open the connecting door. Jay pulled open the door and stepped inside the barn. The strong scent of manure made me wince.
"Ugh,"
I said, bringing the back of my hand up to my nose.
"Guess it's just a regular barn,"
Jay said, placing his hands on his hips.
"It would have been really weird if this whole place would have been filled with those buckets."
I laughed. It was the first laugh in days. "Yeah, that would have been weird," I said.
"I bet there is still more than what he has in the office,"
Jay said cheerfully.
"The whole basement is probably packed with goods. Maybe the Overtons don't even know this is out here. They probably didn't come to the barn. Why would they? We should take them all."
"It wouldn't all fit in the SUV," I said, clearly less excited about the buckets of food than Jay was. We both stopped talking when we heard something move at the back of the barn.
"What was that?"
Jay asked. I was going to ask you the same thing. I looked around, biting my lip as I took a step back toward the office. "A cow?" Jay took a step toward the noise.
"It didn't sound like a cow."
"We should leave," I said, reaching forward to grab Jay. He took another step away and out of my reach.
"Here, kitty, kitty, kitty,"
Jay called. Suddenly, Jay stopped moving. His fists relaxed, and his fingers uncoiled. "Jay?" He didn't respond. The dried hay on the ground crunched, and I saw her step into view. Her hands were clasped together. "Help me, please." Chapter 16. Jay wasn't moving. He must have been under her spell. "Jay," I said, taking several quick steps forward. I grabbed his arm and pulled him back as hard as I could. "Please." "Help me," the woman said. There were red-tinted tears streaming down her cheeks. Her steps were small and careful, as if she was afraid of scaring us away. "Jay," I begged, "we have to go." "That's her," he said, looking down toward his feet. He wasn't in a trance. "My ex." I pulled on his arm. "Can we talk about it in the other room?" Jay looked into my eyes. It took a second for him to realize our situation wasn't good. "Right," Jay said, pushing me into the other room. He slammed the door closed behind us. He was staring at my face.
"I'm so sorry. If I would have known..."
"It's not your fault," I said. He looked at me as if I wasn't understanding something. His eyes were on my mouth. My fingers were trembling as I brought them to my face. We hadn't been wearing our masks. "Oh my God," I said.
"Don't freak out," Jay said. "We're probably okay."
"How did I let this happen?" I said, pounding my fist against the side of my leg. Jay held up his hands.
"We weren't that close. I'm sure we're okay."
"We can't be sure," I said frantically. My whole body started to shake. The woman started pounding on the door. Her voice, begging for help, sent a chill down my spine. I wanted to cover my ears so I couldn't hear her words. Jay wrapped his arms around me.
"We're okay."
"You don't know that!" I shouted at him. He held me tighter, and I buried my face in his neck. Jay stroked my hair as the woman on the other side of the door pounded and begged for our help.
"We'll just hang out in here for a bit," Jay said, "just to be sure."
"They'll wonder where we are," I said. "They'll come looking."
"And then we'll tell them," Jay said. "I really think we're okay. I was closer to my wife, and I didn't get sick."
I'd been closer to Freddie when he'd been sick, too. It was just with Maddie already battling her own illness, it made me extra nervous to have been exposed. Whatever Maddie had probably wasn't as deadly as the virus that had destroyed humanity. I took a step back, putting space between Jay and me. "I need to tell Blake what happened," I said, crossing my arms. Jay's ex was still pounding on the door, asking us to help her. But with each passing minute, I was finding it easier to ignore her.
"We need to leave this place," Jay said, grabbing one of the pails of food. "And not because the Overtons want us to. We don't want to be in a place like this. This is a messed up situation here."
I pulled the mask out of my back pocket and yanked it down over my face. Jay shook his head and narrowed his eyes. "It's to protect others," I explained. "Where's yours?"
"In the house,"
Jay said. "Don't worry, there are more in the car," I said. "Let's get you one." Jay lifted the pail, releasing a grunt from deep within.
"We're taking some of this with us."
It was heavy, but I was able to carry one of the pails to the SUV. I reached down to open the back, only to find that it was locked. "Damn it," I muttered. Of course it was locked. Jay and I set down the pails of food behind the SUV. I placed my hands on my hips and spun in a quick circle. It was like I expected more of the sick to be hidden around the farm.
"What are you looking for?" Jay asked.
"Who knows? Maybe your brother is here somewhere, too."
"They wouldn't have kept my brother around," Jay said with a serious look. "They didn't like him that much more than me."
I shook my head as I stared at the house. Why would they do that?
"I guess they just couldn't say goodbye to their daughter," Jay said.
"So they just lock her up in the barn?" I gestured toward his hip. "You should have put her out of her misery."
"Right," Jay said. "Why didn't you do it?"
I chewed on my cheek. I hadn't thought of it at the time. Plus, what was I going to do? Reach down your pants and take it from you? I thought you were in a trance.
"It's not like they would have let us do what's necessary to finish the job anyway," Jay said, jerking his chin toward the house.
As if he'd been summoned, the front door opened and Blake stepped out. He walked toward us with his eyebrows squeezed together. He blew out a breath of air as if he were exasperated with us.
"What are you two doing out here?"
Blake asked. His eyes met mine.
"I've been looking all over for you." "We were in the barn," Jay said, kicking one of the buckets by his feet. "We found a few things."
Blake unlocked the SUV.
"That's good. They're letting us take that?" "Yeah," Jay said. "They're letting us take it because Joey was my brother. He owed me this." "Whatever,"
Blake shrugged, ignoring Jay's tone. "That isn't the only thing we found in the barn," I said, pointing to my mask. Blake shook his head. "One of the sick was in there," I said. "We were exposed." Blake blinked slowly as he stared at us.
"You're serious?"
"Dead serious," I said, wishing I could take back the words. "I can't go back inside until I'm sure I'm not going to turn into one of those things and infect everyone."
"How long will that take?"
Blake asked, as he made room in the back of the SUV for the pails of food. "I don't know," I said, kicking the pail. Blake crossed his arms and gazed into my eyes.
"How close did you get?"
"Not that close," I said.
"How about him?"
Blake asked, tilting his head toward Jay. "Neither of us were that close," I said. 10 feet away?"
Jay huffed. "More than that." "You probably don't need to worry," Blake said.
"Well, I am," I said. Blake lifted the bucket and set it down inside the SUV. He brushed his hands off on his pants and crossed his arms.
I was looking for you because Maddie's doing a bit better, Blake said.
She is? I asked excitedly.
She was awake for 10, maybe 15 minutes, talking with Whitney while I tried to hunt you down, Blake said. She took some medicine and is resting now.
I smiled. That's good, right? Did Whitney say that was good?
Yeah, that's good.
Blake narrowed his eyes toward the house.
Kid needs more time to rest, though.
Jay lifted the second pail of food into the back of the SUV, struggling a bit more than Blake had. He reached up and slammed the hatch closed.
We should take more,
Jay said, shaking his head as he stared at the barn.
I still can't believe they have her locked up in there. Are they hoping there will be a cure?
Have who locked up and where? Blake asked.
The sick person, Jay said. It's my brother's wife, the Overton's daughter.
Blake stared at him for a long moment.
They have their sick daughter locked up in the barn?
Yes, Jay said with wide eyes.
I think it's about time you folks leave.
The old man's voice made my body shudder.
You're not welcome here any longer.
Shit, Blake muttered. Jay started pointing at the barn.
Why are you doing that to her? That's like torture. Get your things and leave, Mr. Overton said.
I swallowed hard.
My daughter, get your things and get off my property,
Mr. Overton repeated.
Your property, Jay huffed. My daughter's property, Mr. Overton replied sharply.
He set his gaze on me.
You're welcome to leave your daughter here. She's too young to be on the road.
I shook my head. No, that's not happening. I'll go get her. Maddie was not going to be the replacement for the daughter they lost. Not even over my dead body. Chapter 17. We made sure Maddie was comfortable in the back seat before leaving the house. If she needed to stay, we would have had to do something rash. Something that would not have made me feel good about myself. Whitney packed all of the medications Blake and I had gotten from the clinic. Maddie was doing better. She talked when she could, but she also still slept a lot. Whitney said it was partly due to the medicine. Mr. and Mrs. Overton stood on the porch with their shotguns in hand, watching us as we sat in the driveway. They looked like angry statues. You have as much right to this place as they do, Whitney muttered.
We can always come back, Jay replied. The place won't move, and they won't use all those supplies. And I won't be afraid to put my ex out of her misery.
It was around dinner time when we stopped for gas at an abandoned car in a parking lot next to an old, rusted, double-wide trailer. Jay got out to stretch and keep watch at the front of the SUV. I stood next to Blake as he siphoned the gas because I needed the air. Sitting inside the SUV hadn't gotten easier after our little break at the farmhouse. In fact, each time we stopped, it got harder to get back inside. Hard to sit down. Hard to watch the same scenery go by the window.
She seems to be doing better,
Blake said, breaking the silence. Yeah, I said, my voice low and scratchy. He flashed me a half-smile.
And you didn't get sick?
At least, not yet, I haven't.
You can take the mask off now, Blake said. And Jay, too.
Blake leaned closer.
He kind of freaks me out with that thing on.
What? Why? I asked, but I didn't wait for a response. Maybe in a few days. I want to be sure.
Blake laughed. You know he's not going to stop wearing his mask until you say it's okay.
Good. I wouldn't want anyone to get sick because of us.
We're not going to get sick. It would have happened by now.
You don't know that. Blake took a step closer. He was only inches away from me.
You're not going to get sick. We were closer to the sick at the clinic than you were to the woman in the barn.
You weren't there, I said, looking away from his intense eyes.
You said it was at least 10 feet away,
Blake said, as his hand moved up to the side of my face. His eyes darted over in the direction of Jay before he started to slide his finger under the mask.
Take the mask off.
I reached up to push his hand away, but he took my hand into his. He held it firmly at first, but soon it relaxed into something different, something almost sensual. Or maybe it had more to do with the way he was looking at me.
Do you feel sick?
He asked softly. No, I said, taking a second to find my voice. Why was he affecting me in this way? All the time he'd spent with Whitney, with his shirt off, but still, somehow, this moment felt awfully intimate. I stepped to the side. I'll take it off when I feel confident I'm not going to get anyone sick.
How long will that be?
Blake asked. I don't know. I haven't given it a lot of thought. Whenever I'm ready. Blake threw his hands in the air.
Fine, whatever. Take as long as you need to.
He leaned closer.
But it must be getting awfully stuffy inside that little mask.
It was dreadfully stuffy inside the mask, but I wasn't about to admit that to him, especially not at that moment.
Going to come with me to check out the trailer?
Blake asked. What do we need? We have tons of stuff, thanks to the pails of food.
We don't have pails of water,
Blake responded, as he rolled up the tubing and stuffed it into the back of the SUV.
Come on.
He called out to Jay to tell him what we were doing. Jay nodded and got back inside the SUV. I could hear the car lock, even though we were several feet away. I followed Blake inside the trailer. There wasn't anything inside. No food, no water, not even any furniture. The place had been abandoned, and probably long before the virus had spread.
Well, nothing here,
Blake said, slamming the last kitchen cupboard closed.
I wish we had more water.
How much do we have left?
Some bottles, and a couple gallons, I think,
Blake said.
Enough to get us to Maine, but still, I'd like more.
I shifted my weight, not even wanting to lean back against the wall in the icky trailer. The wallpaper was moldy, and the ceiling had orange water stains. I wasn't even sure if it was safe for us to be inside.
Dax was better at keeping track of the water and supplies,
Blake said. Oh, I said, chewing the inside of my cheek. I didn't know he did that.
Yeah,
Blake said, looking down.
We may not have always gotten along, but he helped. He was good at making sure we were okay. Now, that's all on my plate.
I frowned. I'm so sorry. I can do more to help out.
No.
Blake walked over to me and placed his hand on my shoulder.
You have enough on your plate. I didn't mean that at all. I was just feeling bad. We hadn't seen each other that much before everything happened. And I guess, well, I miss him.
I miss him too, I said, quickly holding up my palm. I know it's not the same.
He really liked you,
Blake said. I swallowed hard. I couldn't stop the tear that leaked out of the corner of my eye. I liked him too, I said.
No,
Blake said.
He really liked you. He told me one night he thought you might be the one, if things had been different.
Oh, I said. My teeth dug deeper into my cheek. Blake let out a small laugh.
I thought the same thing.
Heat raced to my cheeks. I knew they were redder than a rose in the middle of spring. Blake inched closer. I could feel his eyes were on me. My heart was pounding. What was happening? Why was he doing this? I was starting to panic. I couldn't think straight. Dax and I were together, I blurted out. Blake froze. He blinked several times before taking a step back.
You were together?
He asked.
What do you mean?
We were growing closer, I said, but he knew what I'd meant. I wasn't exactly sure why I felt like I had to confess. Perhaps it was a way to push him away. I didn't want to think about anything but Maddie and getting to Polly. Maybe it was because I'd seen Blake with his shirt off after sharing a room with Whitney. He was getting close to me inside the trailer, and it made me nervous. Whitney wanted to be with Blake. I wasn't going to do anything to piss off Whitney, especially after everything she did to help me with Maddie. "I see," Blake said. He was moving away from me like I was one of the sick. I couldn't blame him. "I'm sorry," I said. "Don't be," Blake said. "Why would you be sorry?" I shook my head. My mouth dried. "You lost your brother." "We should get back out there," Blake said. "They're probably wondering what's taking us so long." Blake gestured at the door. He turned ice cold in a matter of minutes, all because of my confession. Things were going to be awkward, and surely Jay and Whitney would notice. As we walked back to the SUV, it took every last bit of energy I had not to break down and cry. It was like I'd stabbed Blake in an open wound. I didn't know what the hell was wrong with me. Blake drove faster. It was clear I'd upset him. He was angry, but I couldn't blame him. I was the one at fault. I should have kept my mouth shut. Chapter 18. No one said much in the car. Jay had asked a few questions, but Blake wouldn't answer him. I was the one that had to respond, and I was pretty sure the last thing Blake wanted to hear was my voice. Jay must have realized something was off because he stopped talking. It wasn't like he was going to ask Blake what was going on. I felt like crying, but I'd made my choices, so I couldn't let the tears fall. I didn't regret what happened between Dax and I, but maybe it had been too soon. I probably should have handled everything differently. I hadn't been thinking clearly at the time. My life was just a collection of bad choices, wrong choices. It was probably better that I'd come clean. Otherwise, every time Blake got close to me, I would have felt uncomfortable. I would have panicked. Why I felt that way when he was close to me, I didn't quite understand. He was extremely good-looking, but that wasn't anything I hadn't experienced before. For some reason, around Blake, I was different. He made me nervous. He made my palms sweat. Things I hadn't ever felt before, but it was probably because he was so confident, unafraid. When he came over that first night to warn me about what was happening, he wasn't afraid of Freddie. Other people backed down because they didn't want to deal with him, and Blake hadn't. He'd instantly seen that Freddie was a creep. It had genuinely seemed as though Blake had cared about me, and he hadn't known a thing about me. He wasn't like anyone I'd ever known. I sighed as I stared out of the side window. Coming clean had made me feel light, but had it been worth it? It had only hurt Blake, and he was honestly the last person in the world I ever wanted to hurt. "Ow," Maddie groaned from the back seat. I almost gave myself whiplash as I turned to look at her over my shoulder. It was too soon for her to be in the car. She hadn't been ready to get back on the road, but we'd all already known that. "Everything okay?" Whitney asked her as she leaned over the seat to touch Maddie's forehead. "I feel sick. The bouncing is making me feel like I'm going to throw up," Maddie said. Blake slowed the SUV. "We need to find somewhere to stop," Whitney said. It felt strange to have her making choices for my daughter. I couldn't say anything, though, because I didn't disagree. "I'll find something," Blake said. It didn't take him long. Less than 30 minutes according to the numbers on the dash clock. Numbers that maybe weren't even accurate. Blake and Jay cleared the house while Whitney and I waited in the car with Maddie. She'd fallen back asleep almost a minute after the SUV was in park. They came back to the car, and Blake grabbed a few things out of the back. Whitney and I stood there on the yard, while Jay helped Maddie out of the back. He moved quickly, carrying Maddie to the house with ease. Blake walked through the house, checking all the locks before joining us in the dark living room. Blake pulled up a chair to the window. He stared out between a small opening between the curtains while he switched his gun from hand to hand. Jay opened a small bag of chips and started munching loudly on the crunchy chips. It wasn't until he stopped eating that I could hear them outside. Their cries for help chilled me to the bone. I shivered at what felt like ice water moving slowly through my veins. If Maddie hadn't fallen back asleep after taking her medicine, she would have been clinging to me. She would have been terrified of the sick. Maybe what I needed was to take some medicine myself. I wanted to drown out their voices, begging for us to save them. The sick didn't come up to the house. Blake never saw any of them out in the shadows, but since we could hear them, we knew they were out there. What we didn't know was how close to the house they were. Maddie and I moved to a bedroom in the back, but I could still hear them. Their voices were soft, and sometimes they blended in with the crickets and the gentle breeze. "Water?" Maddie asked. "Okay," I said, patting her shoulder. "I'll be right back." I quietly made my way into the living room, to our small pile of supplies. It was good that there was light from the moon, so I could find my way around the house a tiny bit easier than I would have been able to without it. Everything inside was a faint, pale blue shade. I bent down and grabbed one of the bottles of water. When I stood, I saw Whitney and Blake at the window. I almost gasped in surprise, but instead, I backed up into a shadow. They hadn't heard me come into the room because, if they had, they would have pulled away from each other. They would have ended their kiss. I stepped to the side behind the wall. It wasn't until I took a few more steps that I noticed there was a dim light coming from under the bathroom door. Jay must have found a candle, or he was using one of the small flashlights we'd taken from his house. Blake and Whitney. Good. Whitney must have been ecstatic. Her dreams coming true, even in an awful world. I went back into the bedroom and helped Maddie take a drink. The squeak of the bathroom door surely carried to the living room. Would they stop when Jay went back? Maybe Jay had found his own bedroom to get some sleep. Jay stopped in our doorway. His voice was soft. "You're still up?" "She needed water," I whispered back. "How's she doing?" "I'm fine," Maddie grumbled. "Just tired." Jay chuckled and flashed me a wave. "Get some rest." "You too," I said with a smile. "He's right," Maddie said. "You should get some rest." "You need it more than I do," I said, moving her hair away from her face. Maddie turned to face me. "It's the medicine that makes me tired. I'm actually feeling better." "That's great," I said, looking into her glowing eyes. "I can stay awake while you get some sleep," Maddie said, but her eyes were half closed. "I appreciate that," I said. "You don't need to do that. Blake is keeping watch. We're fine." Were we, though? His eyes hadn't been on our surroundings. Blake had been busy with other things. I held out my arm, and Maddie rolled into it. She hadn't slept in my arm like that since she was a kid. I tried to keep my eyes open for as long as I could, but eventually, exhaustion took over. When morning came, we couldn't hear the sick. Blake looked out of every window, but he couldn't find any of the sick. But still, we ran to the SUV. We were back on the road, but it was different. It was awful. The space between Blake and I couldn't have been any more uncomfortable. And the smile on Whitney's face made my stomach swirl. I couldn't wait until we got to Maine. I couldn't wait to get out of the SUV for good. Chapter 19. We made good time. The cities and towns flew by, and the amount of uncomfortableness inside the SUV increased. Nonetheless, it was the first time I actually thought that maybe we'd make it to Maine. I still couldn't believe I'd seen Blake and Whitney kissing. No matter how much I wanted it to be a dream, I knew it hadn't been. It shouldn't have even been on my mind. What did it matter to me? I sighed and hugged myself. The last time we'd stopped for gas, we must have gotten a fair amount, because the gas gauge showed just under half a tank remaining. Of course, we'd stop when Blake wanted to. Gas wasn't something you could ever have enough of. Maddie was doing better. She sat up more often, but any time she took medicine, it wasn't long after she'd lay down again. Slowly, she was becoming herself, thanks to the medication and care from Whitney. It was around midday when I couldn't stand wearing the mask any longer. I ripped it off, wincing as if it had become a second skin. I looked back over my shoulder at Jay. He looked apprehensive, but he took off his mask.
"We need to make a quick stop," Blake said just before dinner time. "Gas, eat something."
He really hated me, thanks to my confession to him about Dax. I still wasn't entirely sure why I thought he should know. Now, he was going to use as few words as possible to communicate with me. I didn't ask any questions. The only thing we needed was to make it to Maine. Then Blake and Whitney could go on with their lives and not worry about someone like me. There was a house about a mile up the street on the outskirts of a small town. Tall trees were scattered about the yard, and tiny shrubs lined the driveway. Blake slowed as he approached the ranch-style house. His eyes scanned the yard before he turned down the driveway toward the parked minivan. He pulled the SUV up next to the minivan and roughly shifted into park. Blake grabbed his gun out of the cup holder and shot a look at Jay.
"Come with me," he said. "The rest of you stay here."
"Where are we?" Maddie asked, pushing herself up into a seated position. "I'm hungry. I'm thirsty." "I think that's why we're stopping," Whitney said. Blake slammed the SUV door after he stepped out. They walked toward the house with their guns in hand. "He's in such a bad mood," Whitney said. "Why?" Maddie asked. "I'm not exactly sure. He seemed okay last night," Whitney said, waving her hand. "I'll find out later. Maybe he's just worried we won't find enough water or something." Maddie yawned and tried to stretch out her legs.
"How much longer until we get to Maine?"
"I'm not sure," I said. "Haven't seen any signs in a while. Not many when we're on country roads."
"Make a guess," Maddie said. "I'm not sure I'm going to make it much longer."
My eyes widened.
"No, I'm feeling better," Maddie said with a smile. "I just don't know how much more I can take of being cramped up back here."
"A day or so?" I said. "But that's a complete guess." "Probably a good guess," Whitney said. "Blake said something similar last night." I cocked my head to the side. "Is that right? What else did he have to say?" Could she sense the sourness to my words? "Not much," Whitney said, seemingly oblivious. "I asked what we were going to do after Maine."
"What did he say to that?" I asked.
My, aren't you nosy?" Whitney grinned with a raised eyebrow. I half shrugged and turned away from her.
"Was just curious, since some of the supplies in the back of this SUV are mine."
"You're worried about your supplies?" Whitney asked skeptically.
"Yes," I replied, deadpan.
"Why would you worry about that?" Whitney asked sharply. "From what it sounds like, there will be more than enough supplies at the base your sister is supposedly staying." Maddie took in a quick breath.
"You don't think she'll be there?"
"Oh," Whitney said, giving Maddie a much softer expression. "I hope so, but who knows? It's a shitty world. Maybe what that guy at the outpost had told us was true. Try not to get your hopes up."
"My hopes are perfectly reasonable," Maddie said, straightening her back. "I hope she'll be there."
Whitney's shoulders rounded as she turned away. "Of course. We all hope that." Blake and Jay were making their way back to the SUV. They walked 5 feet away from each other, and clearly, they weren't talking to one another. Blake whistled sharply and waved for us to exit the SUV. Whitney smiled at him, even though he probably couldn't see her through the tinted windows. "Looks like the coast is clear," Whitney said in a chipper voice. She was like a little bird as she opened her door and hopped over to Blake.
"She's got it bad,"
Maddie said.
"Tell me about it," I groaned.
"It's weird," Maddie said.
"I thought he had the hots for you."
I cleared my throat. "That's ridiculous. Need help getting out?"
"No, I can manage," Maddie said. "I think we can cut back on the sedatives."
"I'll talk to Whitney about it," I said, tucking my mask into my back pocket after closing the passenger side door. "You need to keep taking the antibiotics, though."
"I know,"
Maddie said, grabbing onto my arm. I looked down at her legs. "Sure you're okay?"
"Positive. They just get pins and needles from sitting back there too long," Maddie said.
"You'd tell me if it was something more, right?" Maddie rolled her eyes. She really was almost back to her old self.
"Of course I would, Mom." "Jay's going to help me siphon the gas," Blake said, with his hands on his hips. "You 3 go inside and see what you can gather up for supplies. Our number 1 priority at this time is water."
Blake was all business. He was apparently comfortable with ordering us around, and we were seemingly okay with obeying. We apprehensively walked into the house through the front door. The knob was a bit wobbly, and it seemed as though the door didn't quite fit in the frame as it should have. Perhaps a little bit of force had been used for Blake and Jay to get inside. The living room was small, with a fluffy pale blue sofa opposite the big screen TV that had been hung on the wall. There was an overfilled bookshelf and a dead plant hanging from a hook in the ceiling. The dining room was part of the kitchen, and there was a long hallway with 5 doorways alternating from side to side. Whitney started opening the white-painted cabinets, and Maddie opened the fridge.
"Gross," she said, covering her nose. "Someone didn't like to throw out their leftovers."
"Close the door," Whitney said, scrunching up her nose. "That is awful." Whitney stopped looking in the cupboards. Each one she'd looked in, she'd left the door hanging open. "There is so much food here," Whitney said. "I guess no one came around this way to snatch up what was left," I said with a shrug. "Lucky us," Whitney said. "We don't even have room for all this." I stood next to her and looked at the cupboards. It's all so neatly organized. "Found the water!" Maddie shouted with a little squeal. She was standing inside a large pantry, grinning wildly. There were shelves of water, so much water. Several cases of bottles still wrapped in plastic, gallon jugs of filtered water, and even the big kind for water dispensers. "Even more food in here," I said. "Crazy." "Maybe we should just stay here," Whitney said. My shoulders tensed as I turned toward her. I took in a sharp breath that painfully squeezed my lungs. "I mean, after we checked the base for Polly," Whitney said. Of course, I knew it was bullshit. That hadn't been at all what she'd meant. "Right," I said. Whitney cleared her throat. "I wonder if Blake wants us to bring the water out now, or if we're supposed to worry about it later." "I'll go ask him," Maddie said. No, I can do it," Whitney said, placing her hand on Maddie's shoulder. "It's okay, Whitney," Maddie said. "Moving around helps me to feel better." Whitney studied her a bit, and then nodded. "If it's fine with your mom, then it's fine with me." I walked into the kitchen and pulled back the curtain. Blake and Jay were standing by the SUV, still siphoning the gas. "I guess it would be all right," I said, letting the curtain fall back into place. "Make it fast, though." "I will," Maddie said with a little hop in her step. She walked out of the back door, letting the screen door slam into place. Did she have her mask? I pulled back the curtain again, watching her walk over to Blake. Her mask was sticking out of her back pocket. "She'll be okay," Whitney said. "Blake will protect her." I held my breath so I didn't say something I'd regret. My hands tightened into fists, but I forced myself to exhale. Whitney didn't know what it was like to have a daughter, and especially what it was like to have a daughter at a time like this. The worry before had been significant. Now it was extreme, and most of the time, barely manageable. I couldn't lose her. I couldn't survive that. My thoughts popped like a finger poked into a shiny, soapy bubble floating through the air on a summer day. The gunshot shook my entire body, erasing all my thoughts. All of them, except for one. Maddie. Chapter 20. I started toward the door, but Whitney grabbed my hand. Her eyes were wide. "Look out the window first," she whispered sharply. "Don't walk into something bad. She needs you." It took a few seconds for her words to make sense. Whitney held my hand, dragging me with her over to the window. "Shit," she said, holding on to me tighter. "What is it?" I asked. The words barely made their way out of my mouth before I pushed her out of the way. "Don't go out there," Whitney ordered. 4 people were standing there, facing Blake and Jay. One of the men was holding Maddie, pointing a gun at the side of her head. "Oh my God," I said with a gasp. I started toward the door, but Whitney yanked me back. "Not a good idea." "I have to help them," I said. "It'll be easier to help them if those guys don't know we're here," Whitney said. "They have guns." Whitney looked around, grabbing 2 knives from a wooden block on the counter. "We have knives. What good is this going to do?" "I don't know yet," Whitney said. "Follow me." I followed her into the living room. It was surprising she was somehow remaining calm and not curling up in the corner, sobbing uncontrollably. Whitney climbed up on the sofa and looked out of the window. "There's another car out there, parked behind the SUV. I think they live here." "Shit," Whitney said, her eyes bulging out of their sockets. "This is all their stuff." "Is she okay?" I asked. "She's okay," Whitney said. "They're talking." "Can you hear anything?" Whitney shook her head. "Nothing at all, but it's not good. Blake and Jay are setting down their guns." I knelt down on the sofa next to her. I reached out for the curtain, but she swatted my hand away. "Don't move it," she warned. "Right," I said. It was like I had lost all of my common sense, with Maddie on the other side of the wall. The only thing I could think about was how I needed to do something to save her, and fast. It was just too bad I couldn't think of what I needed to do. I pulled in a deep breath and leaned to the side so I could get a better look. The group of strangers were working to tie Jay and Blake's hands behind their backs. I could see them better. There were 2 men and 2 women. The one that seemed to be barking orders had curly hair sitting wildly on top of his head. He hadn't done any of the tying. He just stood there, holding his gun at Maddie. But now Maddie was tied up too. Blake, Jay, and Maddie were clustered together in a small group in the middle of them. The curly-haired man said something, and the group started toward the back door. I grabbed Whitney and pulled her to the front door. "What are we going to do?" she whispered. I waited, and when the back door opened, we slipped out onto the front porch. We ran away from the house, stopping to hide behind the SUV. I leaned back against the tire, pressing my hands to my forehead. A gasp squeaked out from between my lips, and I quickly muffled it. I wanted to scream. Of course, I couldn't. Instead, I had to come up with a way to get inside the house to save Blake, Jay, and my daughter. And all Whitney and I had were a knife each. Almost to Maine, and we were screwed. Absolutely and utterly screwed. Chapter 21. Whitney looked around. Her whole body was shaking, like there was an earthquake under her feet. "What are we going to do?" she asked. "I don't know," I said. There wasn't anything around except for trees and shrubs. We couldn't even get inside the SUV because Blake had the keys. Or maybe the bad guys had the keys. "Did all 4 of them have a gun?" I asked. "I don't know," Whitney said. "At least 2 of them did. I'm pretty sure I just saw 2 of them holding, I think." I couldn't remember exactly what I'd seen, other than one of them holding a gun to my daughter's head. It was all kind of a blur. Maybe all of them had been holding guns, but even if only 2 of them were, they had Blake and Jay's guns now, which meant there were at least 4. "How are we ever going to get them back?" Whitney said, shuddering at a noise that came from inside the house. "What was that? Did they kill them?" "That wasn't a gunshot," I said. Whitney was slowly turning back into her usual self. She twisted her fingers together nervously. "We're too close to the house," Whitney said. "If we get captured, we're all screwed." "Where do we go?" I asked, holding out my palms. "If they leave, they could see us. We can't stay out here forever," Whitney said. "Hell, they could see us out the window." I shook my head. "They can't see us here." "We can't stay down here," Whitney said. I chewed on the inside of my cheek. "I wonder how often they leave." "They never have to leave," Whitney said. "They have everything they could possibly need inside. Besides, they aren't all going to leave when they have prisoners." "No, but maybe some of them will. Maybe we can take 1 or 2 of them down," I said. "We just need to be patient." Whitney chuckled. "What's going to happen is they'll eventually find us. They'll capture us, too. Before we know it, we'll all be trapped inside. That is, if they aren't going to just kill them." "If they were going to kill them for no reason, they would have done it by now," I said. "They had the perfect opportunity to just kill them and take the supplies from the SUV. They didn't want them dead. Of course, that didn't mean they wouldn't kill them if they needed to. We could just walk in there and demand they let them go. Maybe if we had something they wanted, we could make a trade. But sadly, Whitney and I didn't have anything except for the knives we'd stolen from the kitchen. Knives they eventually might realize are missing." "So, what are they going to do with them?" Whitney asked. She frantically waved her hands. "I know you don't know the answer to that." "Maybe they just didn't know what to do," I surmised. "I mean, look at all the stuff they have inside. They panicked. They wanted to protect their stuff. That's all it was." "That's like the best-case scenario," Whitney said, touching the pebbles on the ground. "We have to go somewhere. We can't stay here behind the SUV. The sick could find us." I hit my fists on my thighs repeatedly. "Where are we supposed to go?" "We have to find somewhere to hide," Whitney said. "Somewhere close by. Somewhere we can see the house would be ideal." "I don't know how I can leave," I said. "My daughter is inside this house." "She's with Blake. Besides, you're not going to get to her today," Whitney said. "At least, you probably won't." She frowned before burying her face in her hands. "I don't know how we're ever going to get to them." There was another loud noise from inside the house. It sounded like a door being slammed shut. Then the voices. I couldn't make out a single word, but it sounded like arguing. "Maybe the people at the base your sister is in can help us," Whitney said. "I'm not leaving without Maddie," I said, staring into her eyes. "Let's go over to those trees," Whitney said, pointing at a small grouping of trees about 1/4 of a mile away. "We'll come up with a plan. We'll get her back." I started laughing quietly. Whitney and I were a mess. It was like we were taking turns breaking down. How were we ever going to help any of them? "Come on," she said, holding out her hand. I took it, and she helped me to my feet. I looked at the house over my shoulder, but only for a quick second before we ran toward the trees. The whole run, I couldn't stop imagining getting shot in the back. Maybe it was good, though, because it made my feet move faster. When we got to the trees, I pressed my palm on the rough trunk and leaned forward. The breaths were coming at me too fast. I thought I was going to hyperventilate. Of course, then my thoughts shifted to Maddie. Was she okay? Was she hyperventilating or having an attack? They wouldn't take care of her if she were. She wouldn't even be getting the rest of the antibiotics she needed to take. What if she got sick again? When I could manage my breaths again, I dropped down on my ass. I didn't even care that the ground around the trees was damp and soaking through my pants. I shouldn't have ever let her go outside of the house, I said, my legs bouncing up and down. So, if we had Maddie with us, you'd just leave for your sister and let Blake and Jay rot inside of that home? Whitney asked. No, of course not, I said. But I'd probably feel better about rescuing them with Maddie staying back here and hiding in the trees. Whitney snorted. She wouldn't have ever done that, and you know it. She was absolutely right. I wasn't even sure if I would be able to leave her alone here, but at least she wouldn't have been with the enemy. Whitney started pacing. Her eyes occasionally darted toward the house. How long do you think we can survive out here without food and water? She asked. We're not going to be out here that long, I said. What if they don't leave again for days? Or even weeks? I lowered my head. I don't know. I don't know what to do about any of this. Whitney leaned back against a different tree. Her arms hung loosely at her sides. She didn't bother to wipe away the tear that rolled down her cheek like a raindrop on a window. We'll figure this out, Whitney said. I want to get Blake back just as badly as you want to get Maddie back. I suddenly remembered what I'd walked in on. Blake and Whitney kissing. Of course, she had no idea that I'd seen them. Oh, really? I asked. I've known Blake my entire life, Whitney said. Of course I want to help him. He helped you. You should want to help him, too. What makes you think that I don't? I asked. She grabbed her elbow. Her mouth opened slightly, but she didn't say anything. She just shook her head and looked away. I love him, Whitney said. This is hard for me, too. Right, I said, swallowing hard. I know it is. Whitney pushed herself away from the tree. Her eyes were on something near the house. She reached down and tapped me on the shoulder. Eventually, she found her voice. They're outside. Chapter 22. All four of them were outside, gathered around the SUV. They walked around it as if they were afraid it was going to explode at any moment. After several long minutes, they opened the back of the SUV. It appeared as though they were having a conversation as they stared at the supplies packed in the back. Leave our stuff alone, I said under my breath. They started unpacking our supplies, one by one, setting everything down on the ground around them. Jesus, they have more than enough, Whitney said. Why do they have to do that? Because there is never enough, I said. They started carrying things into the house. When they were finished, they walked over to their vehicle and unloaded the supplies they had inside. We were too far away that I couldn't tell what anything was that they'd unpacked from their car, but we were close enough that I could tell it was more supplies. Shit, I muttered. What? Whitney asked. I bet they took Maddie's medicine, I said. Whitney's head moved side to side. I didn't see them go in the middle of the SUV. The medicine was under my seat. They're never going to leave, I said with a sigh. And the two of us, well, we're not going to be able to rescue them on our own, although the front doorknob was wobbly. We can just walk inside and demand they release them, Whitney said sarcastically. I'm sure they'll oblige. I rolled my eyes at her. No, but when they fall asleep, maybe we can go inside and do something then. Go inside and slit their throats? Whitney said. With their own knives? You really think you could do that? I asked, almost cackling at her suggestion. I know I won't be able to slit any throats. Well, we might have to if it's the only way we can get them out of there. Whitney raised her chin. I think I could do it. Hell, they tied them up and took them from us. They should be punished. I shook my head. Have you taken out any of the sick? Even that isn't easy. People do what they need to do at times like this. They can do stuff they never imagined, because you have to, Whitney said. I'm capable of more than you know. Oh, please, I said, waving my hand at her. You wouldn't kill a fly. I squished a spider once, Whitney said. But spiders are gross, and it was crawling toward me. Those jerks are crawling too close. They need to be squished. Talking about it is one thing, but actually doing it, well, that's another thing, I said. The people at the house didn't come back out again. One thing I was sure about was that we weren't going to get to them before the darkness swallowed us. It was almost dark under the trees, and it wouldn't be much longer before the rest of the world was covered with the same blanket of darkness. The crickets started. It felt like they were calling out to the people in the house, trying to tell them where we were. Whitney was still standing, but it was obvious that she was getting tired. Every few seconds, she'd shift her weight and move her arms around. Sit down, I said. No way, she replied. Afraid of spiders? I asked. She looked around. Not just spiders. Centipedes, millipedes, all of the peds. How about worms, beetles? Oh, and slugs. Beetles are the worst. Yeah, thanks, that's super helpful, Whitney groaned. I don't think I'm going to be able to sleep standing up. All those things could be climbing up the tree trunk right now. Whitney jerked away from the tree and shot me a dirty look. I couldn't cover my snicker fast enough. You're evil, she said, brushing off her arms as if they were covered in thousands of ants. It's not like I was going to be able to sleep out here anyway. You also won't be able to stand forever, I said. You'd be surprised what I can do, Whitney said. Night came fast, but something told me it would take forever to see the morning light. It's a good thing my stomach shrank, because otherwise I'd be so incredibly hungry right now, Whitney said. My hunger rumbled my stomach like it was a large maraca. I'd adjusted to less food as well, but I hadn't adjusted to no food. My throat felt like a desert in the middle of July. I was tempted to squeeze the water from the mud around the tree. If I thought about it too long, it might possibly cripple me, and I needed my energy. The house was barely noticeable across the field. There were dim lights in 2 of the windows, but otherwise, everything was dark. I looked around to see if there were any other lit-up houses, but there wasn't anything out there. It was just the house that had my daughter inside. Think they're asleep? Whitney asked. I doubt it, I said. If they're smart, at least one of them will be awake. What makes you think they're smart? Whitney asked. I shrugged in the darkness. We have to assume they are. We can't underestimate them. It's so cold out here, Whitney said, shifting her weight back and forth even quicker. Her legs were tired, but she was trying to keep herself warm. It really was cold, though, and the temperature seemed to be dropping rapidly. There had been a flicker of a moment when I thought maybe we'd actually make it to Polly, but now I wasn't so sure. We stayed in the trees for hours without saying anything to each other. Occasionally, I'd look up just to make sure Whitney was still there. So, I said, hugging my legs to my chest, hoping it would help warm me. I saw you and Blake the other night. Saw us? Whitney asked. If it would have been bright, I would have seen a smile. I was almost sure of it. Kissing. She hesitated. What were you doing up?
We thought everyone was asleep. Maddie needed water, I said. I didn't mean to see anything. Well, that's all it was anyway, Whitney said. I could tell she was still smiling. Just a kiss. I waved my hand in the cold air. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have said anything. It's none of my business. The silence was getting to me. It was several minutes before she spoke. Blake and I have always been... I don't know, Whitney said. Let's talk about something else. I had no idea what else to talk about. In fact, I hadn't even wanted to talk about her and Blake. There were sounds in the distance. At first, I thought they were wolves, but the longer we sat there, the more I thought the sounds were the wails of the sick. If they came closer, Whitney and I wouldn't be able to stay in the trees. Taking our chances with the people in the house would give us better odds. You heard that, didn't you? Whitney said. I chewed my lip for a long moment. Wolves. Chapter 23. I'd drifted on and off throughout the night, but I could tell by the dark circles under Whitney's eyes that she hadn't gotten any sleep. It also appeared as though she hadn't sat down, not even for a bit. I'm not going to be able to do this another night, Whitney said. You don't look good, I said. Please, sit down. No, she said. Her legs were shaking. I could have pushed her with my index finger, and she would have dropped to the ground. Please, you need to regain your energy for whatever we're going to have to do. And you have energy? She asked, her voice hoarse. Neither of us have any energy. And if we don't get food and water, we're not going to get more. We're going to have to do something, and soon. I'm not taking you with me when you can barely stand, I said. You're not leaving me here alone, Whitney said. Oh, dear God. I shook my head as I stretched out my legs. What is it? I have to freaking pee, she said. Pick a spot, I said, stretching out my arms to both sides. Damn it, Whitney said. She wasn't gone long. When she came back, her eyes were wide, and she was out of breath. You really had to go bad, huh? I asked with a half smile. Not funny, she said, her hands running up and down her body as if she were looking for something. What did I do with that knife? I grabbed mine from off of the ground next to me and stood. My legs were a bit weak at first, but the adrenaline going through my veins straightened them quickly. A strength I didn't know I had steadied my hand. It's right there, I said, pointing at the ground next to the tree she'd been leaning on half the night. Whitney bent down and grabbed it. Her hand was shaking. The adrenaline hadn't affected her the way it had me. My eyes were narrowed. Why do we need our... I heard them before I finished my sentence. Perhaps the sounds we'd heard last night hadn't been wolves, and had really been the sick wandering around the darkness. Stay back, I said, pushing Whitney behind me. It took me a few seconds to locate exactly where the sounds were coming from. There was a small group of sick wandering in a nearby field. They were much closer than I would have liked. Maybe they won't find us, I said, pulling down my mask. It looks like they are coming this way, Whitney said. Like they know we're here. Maybe they can smell us. Don't look at them, I said. Never at their eyes. Whitney sucked in a breath. I don't want to look at them at all. 4 of them, I said softly. 2 of us. No, Whitney said, shaking her head. We should run. Where are we going to run to? I asked. Maybe we could go ask the people who took my daughter for help? Whitney shrugged. Is that a terrible idea? Yes, I replied. I'd rather take my chances with the sick. Are you sure? Yes, I'm sure. The sick I can do. Non-sick, I'm not so sure, I said. The sick were walking toward us. Either they knew we were there, or they'd seen Whitney when she'd gone to take a pee. Damn it, I muttered. What do we do? How do we,
Get rid of them.
I'm not entirely sure. I used a gun when I did it. I looked around, making sure there weren't others coming. Stab them in the heart or the head. Don't touch them. Don't let them touch you. Whitney whimpered.
How can I do that without touching them? What if they reach out and grab my arm? I can't do this.
Be quick, I said, as if I were suddenly an expert on the subject. Of course, we both knew I wasn't. They're slow. If things go bad, just run.
Where?
Whitney asked frantically. Anywhere but the house.
I'm not leaving you. I don't want to be alone out here.
I gave her a quick nod. Good. Neither do I. I adjusted my mask to make sure I was protected, even though I knew I was. At least, as best I could be. Ideally, I would have liked a wall between the sick and us, but that didn't seem like it was going to happen.
Hello,
one of the sick said, ducking their head slightly. There was no mistake that the person looking in at us was sick.
Please, we need your help.
I hated how they were still so human. Their blood-filled eyes made it just a bit easier. But really, what made it doable was just how badly I didn't want to become one of them. We see you, another sick said. She was an elderly woman with a torn plaid skirt. Her voice had sounded like she'd smoked cigarettes for most of her life. You would want help, wouldn't you?
Help us, please,
the third said. He was still dressed in his business suit, but it was covered in dirt, dried blood, and what appeared to be crusty vomit. Whitney was dancing from side to side nervously. It was like she was trying to decide between staying and running away.
I can't do this, Kit. I can't,
Whitney repeated over and over. The first sick stepped into the trees. She stretched out her hands toward us.
Help. Look at me,
she said.
What do you want us to do for you?
Whitney squeaked. The woman stared at her, but I stepped in front of Whitney to make sure she wasn't staring back.
Help us,
the sick woman repeated, just as the second stepped into the area after her. Look at us, the second sick said. Just look. Not going to happen, I said. We don't have help for you.
Help us,
the first sick repeated. I was almost certain they couldn't understand us. They just repeated themselves. They would do anything to spread the virus. Get ready, I said to Whitney as I took a step forward.
I'm so not ready,
she muttered in a voice drenched in sadness. I lunged forward and jerked the knife toward the woman's throat. Her mouth dropped in shock.
Help,
she said as she tried to grab my arm. Don't touch me, I said, grabbing her shirt and turning her around. It was easier to jam the knife into her when she was facing away. It hadn't taken much to drop her, but it was harder to drive the blade into her than I thought it would be.
Oh my God,
Whitney cried out.
You did it! You actually stabbed that woman!
What else was I supposed to do? I said, trying not to let my panic boil over. She wasn't a woman. She's sick. We have to do what we have to do. I lunged forward and plunged the blade into the second sick. They dropped as if their power had been turned off. The next two came toward us, but what happened was a blur. I was standing there with my hands held out to the side, staring at the pile of sick bodies on the ground.
Holy shit,
Whitney said, letting her blade fall to the ground several feet away from her.
I'm going to die out here, aren't I?
I shook my head. Let's hope not. I jerked my thumb at one of the bodies. Practice.
Sorry?
She said with narrowed eyes. They're already dead. Maybe if you practice, you'll gain some confidence, I said.
I still don't want to do it,
Whitney said. I snorted. It wasn't that long ago you said you could go into the house and do what needed to be done. And those people in there aren't sick.
Okay. So I guess I can't,
Whitney said, quickly wiping away a tear.
We're never going to get them back.
I hesitated for a long moment.
Perhaps she was right, but we couldn't give up without a fight. I knelt down by one of the sick. "We're not done here. You know that, right?" "What do you mean?" "They'll just pop up again if we don't finish the job." Whitney groaned. "Oh, God." "Pick your poison. Decapitation or cutting out their hearts. Burning them isn't an option considering our circumstances." "Ew," Whitney said, taking a step back. I swallowed hard and bit the inside of my cheek. It was a good thing my stomach was empty. I raised the blade over the sick's chest and thrust it down into her chest. "I pick heart. You can do the next one." Whitney didn't stop her tears, and her legs couldn't hold her up any longer. She dropped to her knees and vomited bile. Chapter 24. Whitney managed to help me with one of the sick, but not without a lot of struggling and taking a lot of breaks for dry heaving. The other 3, I had to take care of myself. It wasn't easy for me either, but what choice did I have? I didn't want to have to stab them over and over again each time they popped up again. Or worse, I wouldn't have wanted them to get us if we fell asleep. Whitney's hands were shaking 90% of the time, but what I didn't know was if it was because she was hungry, cold, or scared. Of course, it could have been all 3 reasons. "This is so disgusting," Whitney said, turning away from their bodies on the ground. "We just have to stay here with those things? Won't they make us sick?" "I'd love to upgrade to something more luxurious, but I'm afraid that just isn't an option." "Do you ever get tired of being sarcastic?" Whitney said. I sighed. "I'm sorry. This is all so stressful. Sarcasm is how I deal with things sometimes." Freddie hated it. "Freddie, as in your husband?" "Dead husband. Yeah, him." I gave her a strange smile. "You may or may not have heard he was an alcoholic, abusive asshole." Whitney nodded. "May have heard a thing or two." She waved her hand. "Shouldn't have brought it up." "It's fine. There just isn't much to say about it," I said, shrugging. I sat down on the ground and wrapped my arms around my knees. Dealing with the sick had taken almost the entire day. I was beyond tired, and if we hadn't done so many disgusting tasks, I would have been starving. My throat, however, felt like it was coated in dry beach sand. "I'd kill for a drink of water," I said. "Good," Whitney said. "Then you're ready. Let's go get them." I didn't say what I'd kill. "Maybe I meant like a mouse or a spider or something," I said, pointing at the ground next to Whitney. Whitney sighed. "I'm too tired to care. Let them crawl all over me." She swiped her hands quickly over her arms. "Kidding. Still, I don't want those things on me." There hadn't been much time to watch the house over the course of the day, but when I had been able to take a look, there hadn't been anyone outside. No one coming or going. I'd also tried to come up with a plan while slicing and dicing up the sick, but my mind was blank. I couldn't think of how Whitney and I could get inside the house and rescue the others. If we couldn't get to them within the next day or so, I was almost certain we wouldn't get to them at all. Our time was running out. When nighttime swallowed us, I stood. "What are you doing?" Whitney asked, looking up at me with wide eyes that glowed. The moon reflected hauntingly, but it provided us with some light. "If we don't do something now, we're not going to be able to do anything at all," I said, noticing the shaking in my hands as I gripped my blade. Whitney stood next to me, and we both stared at the house. "You came up with a plan?" "No. Did you?" "No." "Should I sit back down?" Whitney asked. I shook my head. "I wasn't joking. We have to do something." "What can we do? If we walk in there, we'll either get tied up or killed," Whitney said. "Or we'll rescue them," I said. "I guess we'll find out which one it'll be." We stood there, taking in breaths at almost the same time. The air that came into my lungs was icy, and it made my stomach feel even more empty. "You're sure about this?" Whitney asked. I chuckled. "No, but I am sure that if we wait any longer, it's just going to make things harder." Whitney nodded, but she didn't follow me when I took a step. I reached back and grabbed her arm. Okay, I'm coming," she said, pulling herself free. I exhaled a cloud. "We'll stop at the SUV." That wasn't a long time to come up with a plan. I looked up at the stars and walked, hoping the answer would hit me. It was a slow walk to the SUV. We ducked down and listened. The only sounds were those from the crickets and the critters in the wild. Thankfully, there were no sounds of wolves or sick in the distance. We only had one enemy to worry about, but they had the upper hand, and I didn't know how we were going to manage to tip the scales. The candlelight in the windows flickered. I didn't see a shadow inside. "Maybe we should just stay in the SUV until morning," Whitney suggested. I shook my head. "But you did just give me an idea." "I did?" Whitney asked brightly. "Oh, it's not that good, but I think we should practice using our knives a bit more," I said. Whitney cocked her head to the side. "What do you mean?" "Let's get warmed up by sticking these things in their tires," I said. Whitney smiled. "That's a start." We stayed low to the ground as we crept around their vehicle. Whitney did the side away from the house, and I took care of the tires that were closer. Since no one came running out trying to kill me, I figured we hadn't been seen. I stayed behind the front of the SUV as I stared at the house. Still no movement, and no sound. I shook my head. "Maybe they're sleeping," Whitney said. "They aren't expecting company, and I'm sure Blake didn't tell them about us." "They're going to hear us breaking in," I said. "Even if we get inside and take out one of them, it's not going to matter. They're armed. We're outnumbered." I blinked several times, noticing the small windows at the bottom. There was a basement. I'd managed to get out of a basement, but now here I was, wondering if I could get inside. I chewed my lip for a long moment before turning to Whitney. "This probably isn't going to work. Follow me." We stayed low to the ground and as silent as possible as we approached the house. I lowered myself to the ground and peered into the window. My eyes instantly connected with Blake's blue eyes. They were like little stars blinking at me in the night. He smiled, and I smiled back. Chapter 25. Blake came to the window and stood on an old wooden chair. Neither of us could talk for fear of being heard, but still, it was good to see his face. I could barely hold in my emotions. "Are you okay?" I mouthed. Blake nodded. Through the dirt-coated window, I could see Maddie was behind him, with Jay at her side. She was looking up at me with tears streaming down her cheeks. Jay's eyes were filled with concern. "Are you okay?" he asked, looking back and forth between Whitney and me. Whitney placed her hand on the glass like a prisoner visiting with a loved one after months of not seeing each other. She bit her lip as she nodded wildly at him. "We're alive, hungry, thirsty," I said. "I assume you're locked in down there." Blake's head bobbed slowly. The windows looked large enough for them to wiggle out of, but there was probably a reason they were still down there. Blake would have obviously tried the windows. "Window?" I mouthed. "Stuck," Blake replied silently. "All of them." Whitney and I looked at one another. She exhaled her hopefulness. "How fast do you think they'll be out here if we break the window?" "Probably fast enough, or they would have tried that by now," I said. Blake looked confused as he watched us talk. If we didn't speak slow and mouth our words in his direction, he had no idea what we were saying. I turned back toward Blake. "What should we do?" He looked down and shook his head. I hit the ground with my palm. Thankfully, the dirt and grasses muffled the sound. I gripped my blade and shoved it between the window and the frame. I slid it all the way around, attempting to loosen the window from whatever was holding it in place. "What are you doing?" Whitney asked. "There has to be a reason it won't open, right?" I asked. "Maybe they sealed it with something. Or maybe it's just rusted in place." "If that were the case, wouldn't they seal it from the inside?" I shrugged. "We can try your idea, whatever it is, instead." I lightly tapped the window with the pad of my finger. Blake's eyes were wide. "Push," I mouthed. Blake gestured at Jay, and he climbed up on the chair next to him. Both men pushed with all their might. It shifted slightly. I wasn't sure if the knife trick had worked, or if it was just pure desperation that had made the window budge. Maddie said something from behind them, but I couldn't hear her voice. I would have killed to hear her voice. "Keep trying," I begged with wide eyes. "We are," Jay said, and the window moved again. There was enough room between the window and its frame to wedge the knife blade between. I pulled at the same time the guys pushed. It was more than an inch open when the blade snapped off of the handle. Both Blake and Jay moved back so the blade didn't slice through their shoes. Whitney and I could stick our fingers inside. The four of us summoned strength we didn't know we had. Maddie enthusiastically cheering us on from inside the basement helped motivate me. Whitney pulled her hands away. "My fingers are numb. I don't think it's going to move anymore." "Can you squeeze out of there?" I asked, but I was pretty sure I already knew the answer. "Maybe Maddie can," Blake said, gesturing for Maddie to step on the chair. He was going to help her out even though there was little chance of Blake and Jay getting out. I held up my hand. "Wait." I wanted Maddie out more than anything, but I also wanted Blake and Jay out too. "Move back," I said to Blake as I grabbed Whitney's hand. "Stand on this with me." We stood on the window and bounced up and down. I didn't think it was going to happen, but it did. The window snapped off, but of course, it was much louder than I thought it would be. Rather, I hadn't given it a lot of thought. I'd gotten desperate to get them out, and we were so close that I wasn't about to give up. "Damn it," I said, waving for them to hurry. Blake froze in place. "Did you hear something?" I asked quietly. He shook his head as he helped Maddie onto the chair. Blake gave her a boost, and Whitney and I helped pull her out of the basement. I wrapped my arms around her, and I didn't want to let go. I stepped back and cupped her face. "You're okay?" I asked. "Yeah, I'm okay," Maddie answered back almost silently. Jay was already halfway out the window when I turned back. Within seconds, he was getting to his feet next to me. "It's good to be out of there," Jay said, giving me a weak, nervous smile. "And if we hurry, maybe we can all actually get away from this place," I said. Blake pulled himself out and placed his hand on my back. "We need to hurry." "They have all our food," I said, even though I knew he already knew that. "Yeah," Blake said, "and our weapons, too." Whitney handed Blake her knife. "We have this, though." "This won't help us against guns," he said as he pressed the button to unlock the SUV. "Let's just be glad they weren't smart enough to take the keys away from me." Blake looked at the knife before setting it down on the dash in front of the clock. "This looks used." "We ran into some sick," I said. Blake stared at me, but there wasn't time to go into detail. We quickly climbed inside the SUV. It wasn't long after Blake started the car that I saw shadows moving inside the house. "They're coming," I said as the front door opened. "Shit," Blake said. "Don't worry, they won't get far," I said. He cocked his head to the side as he shifted into drive and drove on the grass to go around their vehicle. The SUV bounced around until he got back on the road. I watched the group as they filed out of the house and onto the front lawn. Their shouting was loud and coated with confusion.
"Shit," Blake said, glancing in the rearview mirror. "They're going to the truck."
"Like I said, they won't get far," I said, grinning at Whitney.
"What did you do?" Blake asked, smirking even though he had no idea why.
Whitney was beaming at him in the rearview mirror.
"Flat tires."
Blake started laughing, but it didn't last too long.
"Nice work," Blake said. "It's too bad they have all our shit. Those pails of food I took from my brother's house were mine. I really want those back," Jay said.
"Do we still have the medicine?" I asked, glancing over my shoulder at Whitney. She reached down and flicked her eyes upward.
"It's all still here."
"Can we stay alive eating pills?" Jay said sarcastically.
"Sorry," he said, before Whitney could frown at his comment. "I'm in a bit of a mood. Don't think we had anything to eat all day."
"We know what that's like,"
Whitney said, placing her hand on her stomach. "What were they going to do with you down there?" I asked. Jay shook his head.
"I don't even think they knew. They said we'd help with crops and cleaning," Blake said.
"But there were no crops," Jay said. "They didn't bother to feed you at all?" I asked. Blake glanced at me. He stared as if I somehow looked different to him. His eyes quickly settled back on the road.
"I think they were afraid of us," Blake said.
"So then you're all okay? Nothing happened?" I asked, trying not to let my concern for my daughter show.
"Nothing happened," Blake said, knowing exactly what I was asking. "We were all scared, but after they locked us up, they mostly ignored us. We could hear them talking through the floor. They were nervous about having us in their home. One of the women, was pissed off. She said it was a big mistake and they should have just let us go in the first place."
I chewed my cheek. "So why didn't they let you go?"
"Because they were afraid we'd tell other people about all the supplies," Blake said. "They were scared."
"Everyone is scared," Whitney said.
"I'm too hungry to be scared right now," I said, leaning back and closing my eyes.
Being inside the SUV was as close to feeling like I was at home as I would get. Not that my home with Freddie had ever felt that great, but it had definitely felt better than hiding in a bunch of trees.
"Well,"
Blake said, shooting a quick look into the side mirror and then the rearview mirror.
"No one is behind us, so that's what we'll do next."
"What's that?" Whitney asked, as she twisted so she could rest her head on the back of her seat. Blake exhaled. He didn't take his eyes off of the road. Blake blinked when the lightning ahead of us struck low to the ground and flickered several times.
"We'll find food."
Chapter 26. We kept driving, watching the lightning flicker and dance on the horizon. The storm was moving faster than we were traveling. It was almost morning when the gas station came into view. The clouds above had darkened, and it was sprinkling when we stepped out of the SUV. Each one of us was nervous about stopping, but we didn't have a lot of choices. We were all in desperate need of food and water.
"Looks like a storm is catching up to us,"
Blake said, looking to the west. Soft sounds of thunder rumbled in the distance. I tilted my face to the sky and let the tiny drops fall on my face.
"Let's go,"
Blake said, as he held out the knife in front of him. He pushed open the door, and a bell overhead rang as we entered. "Let everyone know we're here," Whitney said. The shelves were nearly empty, but there were a few things remaining, including bottles of water and soda. My body craved liquid more than anything else. It felt like my throat was starting to shrivel up. The liquid felt like it burned as I swallowed a small sip. I winced and handed the bottle to Maddie. "You need more," she said. "You need some too," I said. "We'll share." I watched her take down half the bottle with much less trouble. She handed it back with a shrug. Jay poured a small bag of crunchy, cheese-flavored twists into his mouth before he pulled the tab on a tall can of beer. He shrugged when he saw me watching.
Sorry, he said with a crooked grin. I held up my palm. No need to be sorry. Do what you need to, but make sure you drink some water, too. Yes, Mom, of course, Jay teased. He exhaled and looked down at the can in his hand. Just needed something to take the edge off. It's a bit stressful getting locked in a basement. I completely understand, I said, without going into detail. Let's pack up everything we can, Blake said, as he stuffed random items into a plastic bag. Use the bathroom. Do whatever you need to do. This is a quick 5-minute stop. I grabbed a plastic bag with a smiley face on it as I watched Whitney follow Blake around like a lost puppy dog. She wasn't ever going to leave his side again. I started to fill my bag with everything that was still left on the shelves. There were hand warmers, headache medicine, stain removal sticks, hand lotion, and while it wasn't as good as the one we had, a new first aid kit. I stared at the travel-sized bottle of shampoo on the shelf. Blake placed his hand on my shoulder as he passed behind me. Whitney wasn't too far behind him. You'll get to use it sometime, he said close to my ear. He pointed at the bag. Take it. I pressed my lips together into a tight smile and dropped into my sad bag of items. Freddie had always said I was terrible at shopping. It never hurt my feelings because I hated shopping. I was the person who would go to the store and buy 20 things, only to forget the one thing I had gone for in the first place. After a stop at the bathroom and a quick siphoning job from a nearby pickup truck still parked at the pump, we were back on the road. The storm had caught up to us. Giant raindrops smacked against the windshield and roof noisily, but it wasn't anywhere near enough to make us stop, although it did cause us to slow somewhat. After the sun went down, the storm worsened. The winds picked up. They were strong enough to move the SUV slightly with the big gusts. "Holy crap," Whitney said, grabbing her seat. "We're fine, it's fine," Blake said. "Just a thunderstorm." "Are you sure about that?" Whitney asked. Tiny frozen pebbles started hitting the SUV. I moved away from the window, leaning closer to Blake. Whitney scooted forward and rested her hand on the front of Blake's shoulder. "Maybe we should find somewhere to stop for the night, or even just pull over until the storm passes." "I'm not stopping. No more major stops until we get to the base," Blake said. "If we don't stop, there won't be problems." "You can't drive the whole way like this," Whitney said. Blake shrugged, and Whitney pulled her hand away. "Jay and I can take turns. Right, Jay?" "Sure," he said. "Want to switch now? Driving in this shit must be nerve-wracking." "Thanks. I'm good for now, though," Blake said. "I can take a turn, too," I said. "But I'm going to need some rest first." "We all need rest," Whitney said. "That's why I'm worried about him driving in this." Jay grabbed my seat as he pulled himself forward. "What we really need to do is find a gun store." Blake shook his head. "I feel naked without it," Jay said. "We have no protection. Nothing. What if something goes wrong again?" "Let me know if you see something, and we'll make a stop," Blake said. But it didn't sound like he was being completely serious. Things had been easier at home. But still, guys, I don't regret coming with you. At least now I feel like a part of something. Like I have a purpose," Jay said, tapping his finger on my seat. "I'm alive. Being at home, I sometimes forgot that." He hesitated for a long moment. "Still, we need weapons to keep ourselves safe." The inside of the SUV was quiet. All we could hear was the sounds of the wind and the raindrops slamming the window. "We'll find something," Blake said. "But not tonight. There isn't going to be anyone out here tonight, and I'm not going to be able to find anything anyway." Silence filled the SUV. When I opened my eyes again, Jay was driving and gray clouds coated the sky. I stretched my legs and sat up.
My eyes moved around the SUV as I covered a yawn. Blake was in the seat behind me with his arms crossed over his chest. His head was tipped back, and he was lightly snoring. Whitney was curled up next to him. I couldn't see Maddie, but I was certain she was lying on the back seat, still sleeping.
"Good morning," Jay whispered. "Can you believe it's still raining? So much rain. It's like it's following me. At least there is no flooding."
"Did you get any sleep?" I asked. Jay nodded.
"Not enough, but Blake needed a break."
"Do you need a break? I can drive," I offered.
"Blake made me promise I wouldn't let you. Sorry," he said.
Jay's eyes focused on something. I followed his eyes.
"Another one of those places."
My body stiffened. An outpost. Chapter 27. Jay stepped on the gas and turned away at the next intersection. My eyes were glued to the entire area. It was smaller than the outpost we'd been at, but I realized that once we found the base, stopping wasn't going to be easy. Maybe they were all corrupt. There was no way for us to know if the base would be any safer than James's outpost. Of course, if we were walking into another lion's den, at least we'd know what happened to Polly. A break wouldn't be terrible. I shook the thoughts from my head. Apparently, I hadn't gotten enough sleep. It wasn't like stopping would be worth the risk. We weren't that far from finding the truth. Blake groaned as he stretched his legs. He inhaled deeply.
"How long was I out for?" he asked. "A few hours," Jay said. "Go back to sleep." "It's hard to rest in here," Blake groaned sleepily. "We can't be more than a day or so away, give or take. That's just a guess, though, and we'll still have to try to find it. Not sure how easy that will be."
Could we really be that close? Was it possible that I might actually see Polly again so soon? We were going to make it to the base. I believed that. We'd gone through hell, but we were going to actually make it. Of course, I had to remind myself, even though I didn't want to, that Polly might not have made it to the base. There was a chance, and probably a good chance, that Polly wasn't even alive. Maybe there would still be a place for us at the base. Maybe there would be hope for a better future. Although, if James's outpost were just a glimpse of what we were walking into, well, that wouldn't be good. I had hoped that the base would be different. The base would be a real place for survivors to gather. It would be somewhere we could be safe. I'd be able to keep Maddie safe and away from the sick. There would be food, water, and a place for us to safely catch up on sleep. We'd be able to regain our strength. "I can't believe this is actually going to happen," I said.
"Yeah," Jay said, flicking me a quick smile. "I hope it all goes well. Not sure what I'll do. I still want my pails of food back." Blake and I both chuckled. "They will probably have buckets and buckets of food," Blake said. "Maybe even better buckets. They must have more than enough if they're supplying the outposts." Jay shrugged. "I just want mine back." "You're being ridiculous," Blake said. "It would be easier to go back to your brother's place and get more." "Probably," Jay said. "But those people don't deserve them. They stole from us." "Everyone has to fight for what they need," Blake said. "I'm not sure you can hold it against them."
Jay's eyebrows squeezed together.
"And yet, I do. They had more than enough. They didn't need our limited supplies." "Try to let it go," Blake said. "Whatever," Jay said. "We need to find guns. Should I try to find something?" Blake sighed. "Not now. We have light now," Jay said. "I just don't want to run into any more problems," Blake said. "It's not worth the risk. No more unnecessary stops." "This is necessary," Jay said. "No," Blake said sharply. Jay groaned. "Fine. Whatever."
Jay drove another hour before we stopped for a bathroom break. Blake and Jay switched seats, and in less than 10 minutes, we were back on the road. The tank of gas was just above the halfway mark, and we had enough food and water for the day. Probably enough until we found the base. The only other stops we'd have to make on the rest of the drive would be for more bathroom breaks. Late afternoon, the sky behind us was black as another storm approached. It was moving fast, and it wouldn't be long before it swallowed us whole. The wind picked up before the storm even reached us. Trees were nearly bent in half with the blustery winds. "Whoa," Blake said, adjusting his steering to keep us on the road. "See any funnels out there?" I looked out of every window to make sure I had a 360 view. "No, nothing." "I don't see anything either," Jay said. "Just really windy. Want to switch places?" Jay had napped on and off ever since Blake had taken the wheel again. He was probably much more alert than Blake was, considering Blake rarely slept. But Blake was stubborn. He waved his hand at Jay. "I'm good for now. It'll probably pass soon anyway." "Okay, well, just let me know if you want to switch," Jay said. Yeah, I will," Blake said. The rain came down in thick, heavy sheets. I couldn't see more than a few inches in front of the SUV, even with the headlights on. "Maybe we should pull over," I suggested. "I'll just go slow," Blake said, gripping the wheel tightly. His knuckles were as white as cotton balls. I couldn't even tell if we were still on the road, and I wasn't sure if he could either. The hairs on my arms were standing on end, not only from the frequent lightning, but because of the stressful situation as well. I glanced over at the dash and saw that Blake was only going about 20 miles per hour. Over my shoulder, I noticed everyone was staring out of their own window, watching the storm. They all wore the same frightened expression. "Let's pull over," I said. "It's not like anyone else is going to be out tonight, and even if they are, we'll just look like every other abandoned car out there." "There's no need to stop," Blake said. "Like I said, I'll just go slow. Better to make some progress than no progress, right?" He flicked me a half smile, but it quickly vanished as the SUV bounced upward. Blake had driven over something with the front passenger tire. "What was that?" Whitney said with a gasp. "Just something on the road," Blake said. "Do we have a flat tire?" she asked. Blake shook his head. "No, it's fine." He chuckled, but there was a tinge of nervousness behind it. "You all need to relax." The front end of the SUV slammed into something hard enough to cause the headlight to flicker. There was a brief tightness inside my chest. "Holy crap," I said, feeling like I couldn't take in a full breath. I'd seen what Blake had hit. My fingertips felt numb as I gripped my mask. We'd smacked right into one of the sick. And if there was one thing I knew about the sick, it was that they rarely traveled alone. "You saw that, right?" I said, keeping my voice down. I didn't want to send everyone into a panic. "I did," Blake said. Blake smacked into another, and then another. Sick were swarming us like millions of hungry mosquitoes. The front wheel drove over one of the sick, at the same time one stepped in front of the SUV. It felt like time started moving in slow motion as the car flipped onto its side. Chapter 28. I blinked several times. Lightning flashed, and my eyes focused on the broken bits of glass from my window sprinkled on the wet concrete at my side. The seatbelt was holding me in place, but still, I felt like I was going to fall out of my seat. I glanced over my shoulder as searing fear raced through my veins. Jay was wide-eyed, staring back at me, and Whitney's head was flopped to the side, hanging toward the ground at our right. Her eyes were closed. "Maddie?" Panic shook my voice. "Maddie, are you okay?" It felt like forever until she answered. "I'm fine," she called as she poked her head up. Blake groaned. There was a small cut near his eyebrow, and he was rubbing his shoulder. "Are you okay?" I asked.
"Shoulder is messed up, but yeah, I'm alive," he replied.
"Whitney's out," I said. Jay hadn't noticed until I'd said something. He started shaking her shoulder and repeating her name.
"I've never been in an accident before,"
Jay muttered as Whitney started to come to. "Ow," she said, grabbing the back of her head. "My neck is killing me."
"We need to get out of here," Blake said.
"Where are we going to go?" I asked, my words blending together like a fruit smoothie. Blake was still holding his shoulder.
"No idea, but we can't stay here."
"Didn't you see them out there?" I asked.
"Yes,"
Blake said, touching the cut by his eye. He held his fingers out in front of him and saw the blood. It only took a few seconds for the rain to wash it away.
"We're like fish in a barrel in here," Blake said. "My window is broken. Nothing will stop them if they find us. Put your masks on."
"How are we going to get out of here?" Whitney asked. "I'm kind of stuck here, I think. If I unhook myself, I'll crash down on Jay." Blake looked over his shoulder. He wasn't looking at Whitney.
"We can help you down. Then you'll go out the back. I'll climb out of my window and open it," Blake said. "Once we're all out, we're going to need to run."
The rain was still coming down as hard as it had been earlier. It was relentless. It was going to be hard to keep our eyes on each other, considering I couldn't see more than a few inches in front of myself. Maddie started to climb over the back seat toward the back hatch. Blake winced as he squeezed his shoulder.
"Everyone ready?"
he asked as he looked at each of us.
"Be ready to climb out."
"Should we really do this?" I asked, looking into Blake's eyes. I wanted to make sure he hadn't bumped his head, because this idea seemed dangerous. Then again, of course, staying didn't seem any better.
"We can't sit horizontally here forever. The sick could surround us, leaving us no way out, or maybe even climb inside," Blake said. "This could be our only chance before they swarm us."
Desperation filled my eyes. "We don't even know how many of them there are out there. You have hit all of them. Maybe there is no rush to escape."
"But we don't know that," Blake said. "I saw at least 10. My window is shattered. If it's just a few, we can maybe manage that. But if it's more, we need to get out of here, and fast."
"What if we're already surrounded?" Jay asked. Blake swallowed hard.
"Then it's already too late."
"Do you have the knife?" I asked. Blake felt his body, which was odd, considering the knife had been on the dash. He shook his head. "Jesus, that could have killed someone, just flying around in here," Whitney exclaimed.
"I wasn't driving that fast," Blake said.
I felt around on the ground around me. Maybe the blade had dropped as the SUV rolled. It was too dark, except for the occasional flashes of light, to see much of anything. My fingers touched something, and I instantly realized it was the handle of the knife. "I think I found it." It was lodged between the ground and part of the SUV. Sheer desperation allowed me to yank it free. Luck was the reason I didn't injure myself in the process. "Here," I said, handing it to Blake. "And be careful."
"All right. Are we all ready?"
Blake asked. I nodded, but I was still dreadfully nervous about the plan. I wasn't sure if any of us were ready, or if we ever would be. Was leaving the SUV the right choice? Maybe staying would be better? Neither option really sounded very good. We'd been so close to finally getting to Polly, and now we were without a vehicle. Maybe it was time to just call the whole thing off before someone else got killed or hurt. That was if we even managed to survive the sick and the storm, both raging outside the SUV. Blake pulled himself out of the window, but he struggled because of his shoulder. His hair was already plastered down over his forehead. He looked inside.
"Everyone, move fast."
Blake adjusted his mask and disappeared from sight. Seconds later, he was at the back, pulling at the hatch. It seemed as though it must have been stuck. Maddie kicked with both feet against the hatch.
"It's not opening,"
Maddie shouted. Somehow, the rain seemed to have gotten louder. I was pretty sure that I could hear the pleas for help from the sick. But hopefully, that was just my imagination. Jay climbed in the back with Maddie. He grunted as they pushed at the back door with both feet. It squeaked noisily as it started to open. Whitney grabbed my arm and helped me between the seats. I crouched awkwardly as I helped her down from her seat. Whitney didn't let go of me as we made our way to the back. It was like she needed to hold on to something for comfort and support. Or maybe I was more like a life preserver. Or maybe I was a shield. I'd already been wet from the rain that had poured in from Blake's broken window, but stepping out into the open was a whole different kind of wet. The rain hurt as it slammed into me, and my drenched clothes felt heavy on my body.
"Which way?"
Jay shouted.
"Hold on to one another,"
Blake shouted back.
"Don't let go."
The water on the ground was at least half an inch deep. Lightning crashed around us, and thunder rumbled the earth below our feet. It felt like any moment we were going to get swept away by all the rainwater. I grabbed Maddie's wet shirt and dug my fingertips into the fabric. There was no way I was going to let go of her.
"This way,"
Blake shouted. Blake held Whitney, and I held on to both her and Maddie. Jay was behind us, holding on to Maddie's other arm. She was like a rag doll between us, but it didn't seem as though she cared.
"Shit,"
Blake said. Whitney's other hand was suddenly empty. She was squeaking as she was frantically reaching out for him. Only he wasn't there any longer. One of the sick was standing where he'd once been. Its red eyes penetrated through the rain. Whitney screamed and attempted to punch the sick guy away from her, but she missed as he was pulled away. Blake had grabbed the sick man away from us and thrust the blade into the side of his skull. Another was behind him, reaching out for his shoulder. Its mouth was moving, but I couldn't make out what it was saying. Every other word was drowned out by the intense storm. Blake roared as he yanked the blade from the first and rammed it into the second. He was moving fast enough, though his right arm hung limp at his side.
"We gotta get out of here,"
Jay shouted as he ducked away from one of the sick. He pulled Maddie toward him as he moved, but I yanked her closer to me. Another reached out for Maddie, but she dodged its reach.
"Help us," the sick said.
"No," I said, kicking it in the hip, causing it to lose its balance. "There are too many of them." Whitney let go of me as she struggled with one of the sick. I kept my eyes on her and grabbed her back as Blake lunged toward the sick she was fighting with and knocked it away from her.
"It touched me!"
Whitney screamed, looking into my eyes. I wasn't sure if the wetness on her cheeks was from the rain or if it were tears. "You're okay," I said. "You have your mask on." Lightning lit the area around us in a short, blinking flash.
"Let's go this way,"
Jay said, pulling on Maddie, who pulled on me.
"It's clear."
"Blake!" I shouted. There was no way he'd hear Jay over the storm.
"This way!"
There was another flash from the lightning that lasted several seconds. I blinked the rain off of my eyelashes and was shocked by the sight. All I could see in front of us were sick. Hundreds and hundreds of the sick, gathering together as if they were standing around waiting for a rock concert. There were no sick behind Jay, at least not that I could see. But in front of us, they would just keep coming, one after the other.
"Blake!"
I screamed as my body tensed.
"We need to run this way!"
He caught my eyes and grabbed Whitney's hand. We turned and ran, only seeing the path ahead when lightning flashed. Chapter 29. Eventually, we found a small cabin next to a wooded area. The door pushed open, and we could only see that it was empty when the lightning flashed. There was a flimsy lock, but at least there was something. The scent of mildew and stale cigarette smoke filled the room. It appeared to have been used as a hunting cabin, but I was only basing that on the deer antlers hanging on the wall. "Do you think they followed us here?" Maddie asked as she took in quick breaths. Her hand was on her chest as she tried to maintain control of her breathing. She reached into her pocket and pulled out the inhaler Whitney had tracked down for her. "I don't know. It probably would have been hard for them to stay on us," Blake said honestly. He pointed at my hand. "You took those?" I looked down at the bag of medicine in my hand. I'd barely even remembered taking it. "I almost stepped on them when we were getting out of the SUV," I said. "I thought we might need them." "You're always thinking," Blake said. "I guess we can take off our masks now." "Wait," Whitney said, holding up her palm. "You can't. Not yet." Blake cocked his head to the side as Whitney walked over to him. She stayed back, but leaned forward so she could place her hand on his chest for a quick moment. "I'm really sorry," she said. "I shouldn't have even come back this far, but I was afraid you wouldn't keep running. Hopefully, it's contained within my mask." "What are you talking about?" I asked. Whitney lowered her gaze and stepped closer to the door. She shook her head. I can't stay here," Whitney said, swallowing hard. "Of course you can. We're fine now," I said, even though I wasn't exactly sure how safe we were. Whitney chuckled. Her eyes were still on Blake. "Really? I should have you shove that blade into me now, but I don't want to die. Not like that. Really, I don't want to die at all." "Why are you talking about dying?" Blake asked, with confusion narrowing his eyes. "I can tell I'm different already. Something is changing inside of me," Whitney said, pressing her hand over her mask. "That one you pulled away from me, it was too late. It's not your fault. It was mine. That thing pulled down my mask. I'm sick, and if I stay, you'll all get sick too." "You just need rest," Blake said. "You're tired and not thinking clearly." Whitney shook her head, and Blake sniffed hard. "I'm sorry. I wish that were all it was. I love you, Blake. Always have. Always will." She turned to me. "Find your sister, okay? Don't let anything stop you. You will. I know you will." Whitney flashed us a quick smile before she unlocked the door and slipped outside. Blake was stunned. He shuddered with the slamming door. "Whitney," he said as he dashed to the door and yanked it open. He stood there, staring out into the pouring rain. Something kept his feet glued to the floor as his hands balled up into the tight, nervously shaking fists. "Whitney!" he shouted. He waited for her to answer, but there was nothing. Before his feet could become unglued, Jay grabbed him and pulled him back into the room. Blake tried to fight him off as he shouted for Whitney to come back. Each time he called her name, it was softer and softer. The tears that streamed down my cheeks were surprisingly warm compared to the rain that fell on my face from my drenched hair. "Whitney!" Blake cried out again. "Come back! We can talk about this. We'll figure something out." Jay slammed the door and flicked the lock into place. He pressed Blake's shoulders against the wall and held him there. "Let go of me," Blake hissed. Jay kept his eyes on Blake. He didn't say anything. He just held him there, waiting for reality to set in. On any given day, Blake would have plowed Jay over, but the injury to his shoulder had probably slowed him. Or maybe he realized that we couldn't be around Whitney. We couldn't risk getting sick. I couldn't believe that she was actually gone. She always seemed too afraid of being alone. She'd left on her own so that we could still make it, so that we wouldn't get sick and had a chance at surviving this. I didn't know why, but it surprised and saddened me immensely that she had done that. It couldn't have been easy. There was no way I could ever repay her, nor a way to tell her thank you. Whitney was gone, and she wouldn't be back. As the hours passed, Jay stayed at the small window, watching for the sick. Blake sat on the floor with his back against the wall and his head buried in his arms. He hadn't spoken a word since Whitney ran off. He probably blamed me for everything that had happened. Hell, I blamed myself. We shouldn't have ever left Blake's house with them. Maddie and I should have found a way to go off on our own. We should have insisted on it. The storm continued to rage, and I hoped that it would for much longer. As long as it was storming, we had an excuse to stay inside the cabin. It was going to be harder to get to Polly now that we were in the middle of nowhere without food, water, or a vehicle. Maddie had fallen asleep, curled up on the small couch. My fingers tapped against the pills in my pocket. It was the only way I'd be able to get some sleep. I got to my feet. It was an odd feeling surging through me, because I hadn't even remembered when I had sat down on the wooden chair. "We should start thinking about what we're going to do," I said softly.
"What do you mean, exactly?" Jay asked.
"I mean, we should think about where we're going to stay and how we're going to go about gathering supplies," I said, looking down at my fingers as they twisted together. "Maybe we should think about going back to your brother's house." Blake looked up. He'd been in the same position for so long, I thought he had fallen asleep.
"Are you fucking kidding me?" Blake asked. "We've come this far. We're going to keep going. It's what Whitney would have wanted. It's what Dex would have wanted."
There was a sourness to his words that made me take a step back. I looked down at my wet shoes. "I don't want anything else to happen," I said softly.
"Shit is going to happen no matter where we are," Blake said. "We're going to make it to that base. If your sister is alive, we're going to find her. At that point, we can talk about what we're going to do."
Blake's sharp words silenced me. Even though it felt impossible and life-threatening, he was right. We didn't come this far just to give up. When the sun came up, the rain turned into a drizzle, and before noon, it stopped. We'd taken turns resting, but I didn't get more than an hour of sleep. The cabin was empty, and so were our stomachs. All we had was the knife and the warm sunlight. Blake stood in front of the door with his arms crossed. He looked at us, successfully hiding the sadness I knew he was feeling.
"It's not going to be fun walking out there, but we need to get a move on. We're going to need to find a vehicle, food, and water," Blake said. "It's important to stay together and keep your eyes peeled for sick."
I nodded and grabbed Maddie's hand. She didn't look away from Blake, but she squeezed my hand.
"We're going to do this,"
Blake said reassuringly. He hesitated for a long moment before turning to look out the window.
"Ready?"
"Ready," we all said in the same emotionless voice. Blake opened the door, and we stepped out onto the soggy ground. The sun warmed my chilled skin. There was a damp, minty scent in the air. The dark clouds were gone, and big, white, fluffy clouds drifted across the light blue sky. Walking away from the cabin was difficult. I couldn't shake the feeling that we were forgetting something behind. Blake had his blade, and I had the medicine, so I knew we didn't forget anything. The feeling was because we were leaving without Whitney. Losing her had only reminded me that we'd also lost Dax. Blake was right. We had to keep going. We had to do it for Dax and Whitney. I sucked in a breath and let it fill my lungs. We were going to make it to the base, no matter what. The option to fail didn't exist. It wouldn't be much longer. We would do it. We would get to that base. I couldn't let anything get in my way. Nothing was going to stop me. Nothing.
This concludes Infected by Kelly L. Green. Narrated by Patricia Santamasso. Copyright 2019 by Kelly L. Green. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Kelly L. Green and was produced in the year 2020 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks. Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents Evasion, a post-apocalyptic survival thriller by Kelly L. Green. Narrated by Patricia Santamasso.
Chapter 1. It wasn't a matter of if we'd die. It was a matter of when, and who would be next. I had wanted to throw in the towel, but Blake wouldn't allow it after everything we'd been through. He'd lost his brother and then Whitney to the virus. None of them should have followed me on my journey to find my sister. None of them. We'd hidden inside a hunting cabin until the storm had passed. There was no way for us to know how far we had to go, but that didn't stop us from traveling to the base by foot. The SUV had been destroyed when we'd plowed into a group of the sick, and the only things we had were the clothes on our backs, a bag of medicine, and a single knife that probably had seen sharper days. We'd walked for miles and miles without finding a replacement vehicle because we were in the middle of nowhere. Sometimes I worried we'd been walking in circles. The only reason I knew we were traveling in a straight line was because of the warm sun over our heads. The rich, musky scents of fall were thick in the chilled air. Luckily, the unappetizing smell was enough to keep my hunger at bay. When we saw an old hotel on the outskirts of a small city, we were too exhausted, hungry, and thirsty not to stop. The risks should have caused us to hesitate, but they didn't. It was a 2-story hotel that had been completely abandoned. We took room 110 as our own because we could see the parking lot out of the window, and it was close to the little store that was still stocked with food and drinks. The room didn't feel completely safe, but with the curtains closed and the deadbolt in place, it was probably better than the other locations out there. In the short time we'd been at the hotel, we hadn't seen anyone around, and we hadn't heard the cries of the sick. We couldn't be far from Polly, but now that we were on foot, it felt like we were a lifetime apart. If she was even at the base, our entire adventure could be for nothing. Blake hadn't been himself since losing Whitney. He didn't talk much, other than to tell us when he was going outside to work on the old car that was parked near the hotel entrance.
I should go see if he needs help, Jay muttered as he looked out of the window. He didn't get out of the chair at the window. Instead, he tossed a powdered cheese puff into his mouth and crunched down on it noisily as he let the curtain fall back into place. "You can if you want," I said. The bed squeaked as I shifted my weight. My head sank down into the thin, poorly stuffed pillow. "We'll be fine in here."
"He'd just yell at me to go back inside," Jay said, kicking his feet up onto the other chair at the window. "Besides, I know, nothing about cars." I sighed as I stared at the deep maroon fabric hanging over the window. There was a little strip of brightness that ran down the center where the curtains didn't quite touch. Why did he pick that one anyway? It's the worst-looking car out there, I asked. It was a faded, golden 4-door car that was rusting around the doors and the back bumper. There was a sporty 2-door car and a red SUV parked at the other side of the lot,
both of which seemed as though they would have been better choices.
It was the only one with the keys in it, Jay said, taking another peek out the window. He also said it had a full tank of gas when he got it started the first time.
When Blake first started the car, it rumbled to a start only to die after 20 seconds. No matter how many times he tried, it just wouldn't start again. It was almost as if the universe was working against us. Fixing the car had become somewhat of an obsession to Blake, or maybe it was just an excuse so he didn't have to be near me. Blake didn't need to say it out loud for me to know he blamed me for what happened to Whitney. It was my fault. The only thing Whitney didn't want to happen to her happened. I wouldn't ever get out of the bed if it hadn't been for Maddie. She was the only thing keeping me going. And of course, our desire to get to Polly. But placing one foot in front of the other was getting harder with each passing minute. Getting sleep was getting more difficult, too. My eyes would close, but then they wouldn't stay that way for long. I'd sleep for 20 minutes at a time, and just as I started to dream, I'd wake. I didn't feel rested, and it pissed me off. When would I get to sleep in a mostly comfortable bed in a locked room again? I needed to sleep, but I couldn't, no matter how hard I tried. Jay didn't have trouble sleeping, and he didn't have trouble snoring either. Maddie would toss and turn, but eventually would fall into a deep sleep. Blake didn't sleep long, but at least it was longer than me. His internal clock would wake him after a couple hours because he told himself he was our caretaker. He wouldn't let himself sleep for longer than he thought necessary. I turned on my other side and closed my eyes. I waited and waited, but of course, nothing happened. It was just me with my racing thoughts. Whitney's face just before she left us. Dax taking the bullets so we could get away. Maddie, when she'd been so sick, I wasn't sure if she'd make it. And me, putting the bullet in Freddie. I didn't know who I was anymore. And truthfully, I never knew who I'd been. Shit, I grumbled as I swung my legs out of the bed and pressed my feet into the rough, worn-down, stained carpet. I scrubbed my face with my hands as if they were covered in a soapy exfoliant. "You okay?" Jay asked. Maddie shifted a bit, but after a few seconds, she settled back into sleep. I exhaled as I let my arms fall heavily to my sides. "I'm fine," I said, getting to my feet. I combed my fingers through my snarled hair. The faucets didn't work. I needed a shower, a warm shower. I walked into the bathroom and stared into the mirror. The person looking back at me was familiar, but somehow different. I couldn't hold my own gaze. I stepped out and flicked a quick glance at Jay. "I'll be back in a minute," I said, taking a peek out of the peephole in the door just to make sure there weren't any sick wandering back and forth in the hallway. "Kit?" Jay said, kicking his feet off of the chair to stand. He meant to stop me. I held up my palm. "Just going to look for a hairbrush in the store. Be back in a minute." Jay crossed his arms but gave me a nod. "If you take longer than 5 minutes, I'll wake her and we'll come looking for you." 5 minutes, I agreed, and stepped out into the empty hallway. My fingers dragged across the bumpy wallpaper as I quickly walked down the hall toward the store. The hallway still smelled of chlorine from the pool and stale cigarette smoke. I hugged myself as I paced the small hotel store. There were razors, small sewing kits, toothpaste and toothbrushes, but there weren't any hairbrushes. I grabbed a toothbrush and the toothpaste, along with another bottle of water, before heading back to the room. Maybe I couldn't shower, but brushing my teeth might help me to feel more clean. Jay had locked the door after I left. It was one of Blake's rules, and one that we had all agreed to. I knocked 3 times and didn't have to wait long for the door to open.
"That's a little small to brush your hair with,"
Jay said, looking down at my hand as he let me into the room. He locked the door as I slipped into the room. "You're funny," I said, my eyes darting toward the bed I couldn't see behind the wall. "Is she still asleep?"
"Yes,"
Jay said.
"I think she's probably still recovering from her illness."
I swallowed hard. "You don't think I should worry, do you?"
"I don't,"
Jay said.
"She's stronger every day. It wasn't that long ago she was going through some kind of hell."
My lips pressed together tightly as I offered him a nod. "You're right. Let me brush my teeth really quick, and then you can get some sleep. I'll keep watch for a while."
"Are you sure?"
Jay asked, trying to hide his yawn. "I'm positive," I said, grabbing the bathroom door to pull it closed. I ripped open the plastic package and cut the side of my finger. Both the small toothbrush and a drop of blood fell into the sink. "Ow," I said, wincing as I pressed a piece of tissue against the small cut. I'd have to go back to the store to get myself a bandage if it didn't stop bleeding. I ignored the slight burning pain as I squeezed a dollop of striped toothpaste onto the bristles. The minty taste of the toothpaste was refreshing. My teeth felt smooth and slick inside my mouth. I took a gulp of the water and swished it around before spitting into the sink. My teeth felt clean, but I didn't feel any better. My hair was still a mess, and I still desperately needed a shower. My finger had stopped bleeding, but it still felt sore. I held a piece of tissue around it as I left the bathroom. Jay stood as I walked over to the window.
"You're sure about this?"
he asked, placing a hand on my shoulder.
"I could stay up a bit longer if I had to."
"It's fine," I said. "I'm not tired." Jay smiled, displaying his perfect set of teeth.
"I don't believe you."
"Go on," I said, lowering myself down onto the chair at the window. I rested my chin on my fist as I peeked out of the window. Blake still had his head down under the hood, his fingers covered in black grease. He reached his arm up and wiped his forehead with the back of his hand. I knew the air was cool outside, but apparently working on the car was keeping him warm. He would come inside soon. The light faded earlier each day, and he needed it to see what he was doing. Blake climbed into the front seat and turned the key. The car rumbled over and over, but it didn't start. I watched him slam the door and walk back to the front of the car. He stared at the engine for a long moment. There was something that caught my eye from beyond the car. Someone was out there. Chapter 2. The chair clunked as it tipped over behind me and crashed against the ground. I'd gotten to my feet fast so I could pound on the window to get Blake's attention. He was so focused on fixing the car that he must not have noticed the man. "Blake!" I shouted as I slammed the side of my fist into the glass. Jay pulled the curtain back and stared out of the window with narrowed eyes.
"What's going on?"
"There's someone out there," I said, stabbing the window with my finger. "Over there, by the dumpster."
"Mom?"
Maddie said, groaning from behind me. "Everything's okay, sweetie," I said. My words puddled together. Maddie stood, but she didn't come toward the window.
"Is Blake okay?"
Blake turned toward the window and shrugged, clearly not having a clue what the fuss was about. The person at the dumpster turned and looked in Blake's direction. "Behind you," I said, but Blake probably couldn't read my lips from where he was standing, and he most definitely couldn't hear me through the window.
"I'll go get him,"
Jay said, rushing to the door. The door opened and closed behind me before his words even registered in my mind. Maddie locked the door, but she didn't come to me. She stayed there, waiting.
"What's happening out there?"
Maddie asked. "Jay's out there now," I said, breathing as if I'd been the one that had run down the hall and out of the hotel. "They're looking at the man."
"They should come inside," Maddie said nervously. "Tell them to put on their masks."
My fingers shook as I brought them to the cold glass. They have them on, but they're not coming in. He's talking to them. He looks scared.
Why? Maddie asked. Why would they try talking to the sick?
My head moved side to side slowly. I swallowed hard, wincing at the lump that I felt sliding down my throat. He's not sick, I said. He looks like he's been through hell.
Haven't we all? Maddie asked, sounding like herself.
The man pulled up the sleeve of his tan jumpsuit. He was showing them something on the inside of his arm. From where I was standing, I couldn't see what it was, but I could see that he was just skin and bone. When I looked at his face again, I could see that the pale skin on his face was hanging slightly, and his cheeks were sunken in. The man was starving. He's hungry. He's probably asking them about food, I said.
Why aren't they leaving him and coming back inside?
Maddie asked. I shook my head. They're still talking to him.
Since when does Blake talk to people?
I don't know, I replied. I squinted as I tried to read the patches on his jumpsuit. The patch on the right side of his chest said Base 6, and the one on his left was a short sequence of numbers. Number 1362. He's from one of the bases, I said, unable to disguise my burst of excitement. I should go out there and talk to him.
No, Mom, you shouldn't, Maddie said, crossing her arms. It's not safe.
I walked over to the door and grabbed Maddie's shoulders. I peered into her eyes. He could know something, I said, desperation coating each word. What if he has the answers we need?
You sound crazy, Mom, Maddie said, glaring at me. You need more sleep.
I shook my head. I need to talk to him. Maddie was about to argue more when the knock at the door sealed her lips. It was a familiar knock. She turned and yanked open the door.
Thank God you guys are back,
Maddie said, turning to come back inside the room.
My mom was just about to go out there and start talking to that crazy person.
Her back was to them as they entered. She didn't see that Blake and Jay had brought the starving man back to the room.
Yeah, that would have been really awful, Jay said.
Maddie stopped before she reached the bed. She turned slowly, sensing something was off about Jay's response. Maddie froze when her eyes connected with the tall man staring at her. "Hello?" he said, giving her a small wave with his bony fingers.
"Jesus," she muttered. "Why is he in here?"
"Maddie!" I scolded. The man held up his palm.
"It's all right, ma'am."
Maddie's eyebrows popped up.
"What? We've been apprehensive about everyone we come across, but here they are bringing a stranger into our room? This is nuts. Stupid, even."
"I'm not going to do anything to any of you," the man said with a chuckle. "Look at me. I couldn't hurt anyone even if I wanted to, which of course I don't."
"Of course that's what you'd say," Maddie retorted.
The man smiled at her. If he hadn't been skin and bones, he would have been reasonably attractive. His eyes were a decadent chocolate brown, and his sandy hair waved at the top. He wore a bright smile that smirked slightly on one side.
"I suppose you're right," the man said. "But I have no desire to do wrong to any of you. Believe me or not, that's your choice, of course. But I hope that you do."
Maddie rolled her eyes and dropped down on the bed. I looked at the man and chewed my cheek for a second. "I'm sorry about that," I said, stretching out my hand but pulling it back, hoping he hadn't noticed. I crossed my arms and smiled. "Kit." "Dylan," the guy said, giving me a small nod without letting his grin fade. "Here," Blake said, handing him a bag of chips from our stash in the room. He opened a bottle of water and held it out to him. Dylan nodded his gratitude. He shakily brought the bottle to his lips and took a slow sip. He shivered, even though the water wasn't cold. I didn't think there was anyone good left in the world, Dylan said. You probably saved my life. Don't think I would have made it out there much longer.
Maddie pulled blankets over her head, but there was no doubt in my mind she was fully awake and listening to every word.
Dylan was at the base,
Blake said, gesturing toward his jumpsuit.
That's right,
Dylan said, pointing at the numbers on his chest.
I'd take this damn thing off, but I'm afraid that the shorts and t-shirt underneath aren't enough to keep me warm.
You were at the base in Maine? I asked. Dylan's head bobbed once before taking another drink. He sucked in a breath as if his need for oxygen was just as strong as his need for food and water.
I was, Dylan said, and I'm damn lucky to be out of there.
I cocked a brow. What do you mean by that?
It wasn't a good fit for me, Dylan said, and I'm putting it politely because of the young girl in the room.
What didn't you like about it? I asked, if you don't mind me asking.
Dylan shrugged. I don't mind, but you should put that place out of your mind. You should find somewhere else to go.
My sister is there, I said.
Oh, Dylan said. What's her name?
Polly, I replied instantly. Dylan scratched his chin before taking another slow drink.
Don't know her.
He noticed my frown.
Oh, don't take that to mean anything negative. There are a lot of people there, and we were all pretty much forced to keep to ourselves.
So she could be there? I asked.
Indeed, she could.
He devoured the snack Blake had given him in 20 seconds.
I could count the people I talked to on a daily basis on one hand. One of them was my wife. Or whatever she was.
The three of us stared at him. Dylan started to chuckle.
I caught her cheating with one of the camp leaders, Dylan explained. But that was only one of the reasons I didn't like it there. That's probably why they let me escape.
He laughed again, and the skin on his cheeks vibrated.
That's giving them too much credit. They didn't let me leave. I escaped. There is pretty much no way they'd let me leave. They followed me for miles. I was lucky to lose them.
Dylan's experience seemed quite similar to our experience leaving James's outpost. Maybe the places were run similarly, but that James had been willing to lie to get more supplies for his outpost. But I didn't want to think about James or the outpost. I wanted to hear more from Dylan. Is there anything else you can tell us about the base? I asked.
What do you want to know?
Dylan asked. How far is it? I questioned.
Dylan shrugged. Not far enough.
I exchanged a glance with Blake. How many people are there? I asked.
At least 1,000, Dylan said. That's just a guess, though. It's probably more. I stayed in my room until I was needed, like most everyone.
When were you needed? Jay queried with a raised brow. Dylan's eyes shifted over, as if he'd forgotten Jay was in the room.
If it was time for work, or an exam.
An exam? I asked.
Mostly, they'd just take blood work, Dylan said.
His answers were so short that I didn't feel like I was learning anything new about the base. I scratched the back of my neck. I opened my mouth to ask another question, but Dylan looked down at his feet as he covered a yawn. His eyes flicked upward cautiously.
I'm really drained, he said. This is all really hard to talk about. I hadn't really expected it. My life wasn't easy, even the time before the base.
Oh, I said. Maybe you'd like to get some rest.
I would, Dylan said.
Blake cleared his throat.
I can show you how to lock yourself in a room. Thanks, but I'm sure I can figure it out, Dylan said, gesturing at the car. Is that where you're going, then?
Blake nodded.
We're going to see if we can find Kit's sister.
I see, Dylan said, taking a step toward the door.
Well,
Thank you for the water and the snack. I should go. Good luck to you.
It seemed as if he couldn't wait to get away from us. Talking about the base made him nervous, uncomfortable, fearful. "Will you be around for a while?" I asked. Dylan stared at me. "In case I have any more questions?" I added.
I'm not sure," Dylan said, taking another step back. "You know, I don't really think I can be of any more help."
I took a step toward him. "Maybe you could give us directions, or show us where the base is?"
"Mom, we have the address, remember?" Maddie said. Of course, after everything, who even knew if that address was correct? "An address?" Dylan chuckled. "Good luck with that. I don't remember anything more. I just want to forget all about that place. I'd rather take my chances dealing with the sick. Thanks again."
Before I could think of anything to say that might convince him to give us more information, he was gone. Chapter 3. When the sun touched the horizon, Blake went outside of the hotel and began working on the car. It wasn't even an hour later, he knocked on the door. Maddie and Jay were still asleep when I opened the door. Blake was grinning ear to ear as he charged into the room.
"Pack your things,"
Blake said. It was nice to see him smile and talk to me in a sentence that was more than one word. "I wish I had things to pack," I said, unable to stop myself from smiling back at his contagious smile. "Does this mean you got the car started?"
"You bet I did,"
Blake said, as he shoved the bottles of water and snacks we had in the room into a pillowcase.
"It won't be long now."
"Aren't you worried?" I asked, biting hard on the inside of my cheek. Blake wouldn't meet my eyes.
"Worried about what?"
"About the things Dylan told us," I said. "He seemed so scared."
"He didn't tell us a damn thing. I mean, really, how was anything he said different from what we went through at the outpost?"
I shrugged. "I guess it's not, but couldn't you see how frightened he was? It just seemed, I don't know, worrisome." I lowered my voice. "It's not just me I have to worry about here." My eyes landed on Maddie in the bed.
"That guy looked like he would be afraid of a mosquito," Blake said.
He wasn't wrong. "That's only because he was starving to death and was just skin and bones," I said with a frown. "We don't know a damn thing about the guy, other than his wife cheated on him."
"I don't know," Blake said. "It's not like we came all this way for nothing. We're going to get your sister, one way or another."
"If she's alive," I said in a voice that was barely there. Blake sighed.
"Well, we're going to find out."
"Yeah, I know. It's just that—"
"Help me bring this stuff out to the car,"
Blake said as he shook Jay awake. Blake told him we'd be right back and to let us in when we knocked. Whether or not Jay would was another story. He flipped over on his other side and seemingly went back to sleep. We walked down the hallway in silence. Blake didn't even bother to tell me we were going to stop at the little store to take what we could. He handed me an empty pillowcase, and I just started filling it with whatever was left. My mind went to Dylan, and I suddenly stopped filling the bag.
"What's wrong?"
Blake asked, giving me a quick glance. "We should leave stuff for him," I said. Blake shook his head and snorted.
"No one would leave stuff for us."
"You don't know that," I said, even though he was probably right.
"Pack it all,"
Blake said, with a hard edge to his tone. If I didn't pack it, Blake would. I tossed everything into the pillowcase roughly. I wanted Blake to know that even though I was doing what he wanted, I wasn't doing it happily. The store was nearly empty by the time we walked out. The only things we'd left behind were the dry soups packaged in cardboard bowls. It just wasn't something that would be easy for us to prepare on the road. I followed Blake to the lobby and out of the hotel. My skin prickled at the brisk air. "Brr," I said, but still, I sucked in a deep breath, filling my lungs until they felt icy.
Put everything in the back seat,
Blake said, opening the back door. I forgot the medicine inside.
We'll get it when we go back in.
I nodded.
All right,
Blake said, closing the squeaky back door.
Let's get Maddie and Jay and be on our way.
A horde of angry butterflies started flapping inside my stomach. It was strange how I wanted nothing more than to find Polly, but after talking with Dylan, I was now fearful. I didn't want anything to happen to Maddie. Hell, I didn't want anything to happen to Blake or Jay either. It wasn't so much what Dylan had said that scared me. It had been how he'd acted, the condition his body had been in, and also how relieved he seemed to be now that he was away from the base. What if going to Polly was a colossal mistake? Of course, if she didn't know we were alive, she wouldn't try to venture out and find us.
Are you okay?
Blake asked. My arms were wrapped around my middle. Yeah, fine.
You look like you're going to be sick,
Blake said. Oh, I stammered as I forced a smile. I'm just worried about this. I know it was my idea to come here, but still, I have to think of Maddie, you know? What if what Dylan says is true? What if we can't leave? Blake looked out at the horizon. A gentle breeze blew his growing hair across his forehead.
Dylan escaped. We can escape,
Blake said, but his body had become very still. He turned to me as he exhaled.
We got away from the outpost. We can get away from the base.
We didn't get away without losing something very precious. That is something we can't risk again, I said, as the coldness that had been in my lungs found its way to my stomach. I shivered and looked down at my feet.
We'd be better prepared,
Blake said, taking a small step toward me.
We know what to expect.
This place won't hesitate to kill us the way James's had, I said, even though I didn't know anything about the base. It was a feeling deep in my gut, and I believed it with all my heart. They don't need to keep the numbers up for more supplies. They are the suppliers. Blake's eyes flicked away before connecting with mine. He was closer to me than he'd been in days, and it made the butterflies in my stomach flap harder.
We don't have to go,
Blake said.
She's your sister, and if you want to stop and come up with another plan, I'll support you.
I cocked my head to the side. Why? Why would you do that? You've been determined and, well, kind of a hard-ass about going to get her.
Because I don't want anything to happen to you or Maddie either, Blake said. I've grown quite fond of her.
He swallowed as he looked into my eyes. Blake cleared his throat and took 2 quick steps backward.
We're kind of a team, you know,
Blake said. Seriousness fell on his face.
I don't want to lose anyone else either.
Maddie won't let us back out of it now, I said, shaking my head as I crossed my arms in front of myself. I was placing them there as a barrier between Blake and I. My brain worked better when there was more space between us. Blake let out a light laugh.
She's not in charge. Besides, I'm sure she'd understand.
You don't know her, I said, my eyes bulging out of their sockets. I really don't think she would understand. She'd probably sneak away in the night and go herself. That would be far worse.
You're right,
Blake said. A hint of a smile was still on his face.
Well,
Blake said, swallowing hard.
It's an option.
I nodded, but I knew deep down it wasn't really an option. Even if we delayed things, I wouldn't ever be able to go on without knowing what happened to Polly. It's not an option, I said. I followed Blake back inside. Everything after our talk was a bit of a blur. I blinked several times, and the car came into focus. We were standing there, ready to leave. My fingers numb from squeezing the bag of medicine so tightly.
Ready? Blake asked. Ready, Maddie said. The dark circles that had been under her eyes were gone. She'd gotten a lot of rest, and hopefully she'd fought off the last of the illness. Let's go, Jay said, yanking open the rusted back door behind the passenger seat. Still can't believe this is the car you chose. Gas, Blake said. It's a piece of junk, Jay muttered with a smirk. Blake raised a brow. Sometimes those are the ones that last the longest. What times are those? Jay asked. I don't know. Shut up, Blake said, the entire car bouncing as he dropped down into the driver's seat. He turned the key, and the car grumbled several times before it started. Blake patted the dash as if he were petting an angry cat. He didn't mean it, baby, Blake cooed. You're not a piece of junk, are you? Oh my God, Maddie said, rolling her eyes. Jay and I both laughed. Blake shifted the car into reverse and backed out of the parking spot. He started to drive toward the road, but stepped on the brake as Dylan ran out from the hotel, waving both arms. What does he want? Blake muttered. Probably food, I huffed. Blake's eyes darted to mine for a second before gesturing at me to roll down the window. Everything okay? I asked when the window was down halfway. Terror filled Dylan's eyes, and he shook his head. Don't go. Please, don't go. Chapter 4. You don't realize what you're doing, Dylan said, sounding as if he were out of breath. You're making a terrible mistake. Jesus, Blake muttered under his breath. He hadn't intended for Dylan to hear him, but he had. Is there anything I can do to change your mind? Dylan asked. My fingers wrapped around the armrest, and I squeezed. Tell us why it's such a mistake. Dylan looked off at the horizon. He didn't say anything. Blake lightly pressed on the gas, and the car started rolling forward. Dylan grimaced. Wait, he begged. Blake braked. If you know what's good for you, you won't go, Dylan said. Is that some kind of threat? Blake asked. Definitely not, Dylan said. It's me trying to help you. You're going to have to give us more to go on than what you have, Blake said. Dylan clasped his bony fingers together. Come back inside, and we can talk about it. We can talk out here, Blake said. I prefer a location that is a bit safer, Dylan said, his eyes darting around. Blake looked at me, and then over his shoulder. It's up to you all. I'm just here for the ride, Jay said. I don't have a horse in this race. Maddie, I said, raising a brow. I don't know, Mom. It feels like we're really close to her, Maddie said with a shiver. Either the heater in the car didn't work, or it didn't work well. I blinked several times as I stared at the road ahead. My fingers twisted nervously together in my lap. I think we should hear what he has to say, I said. He should have said it yesterday, Maddie grumbled. I concur, Blake muttered. Dylan chuckled. I was weak. I've had some time to think about things. Somehow, he'd heard them even over the sounds of the noisy car. He pressed his palms together and squeezed his eyebrows together. Please, Dylan begged. It would be wrong of me to let you go without telling you what's going on there. Fine, I said. We'll come back inside and listen. But there is a chance, a good chance, it won't change our minds. That's all I ask, Dylan said. Blake parked the car, and we walked single file back into the hotel, carrying our supplies back inside. We could have locked them in the car, but Blake didn't want to take any risks with the few supplies we had. We went inside the room we'd been staying in, and Blake sat down in the chair by the window. His fingers drummed rapidly on the table. Dylan cleared his throat and then laughed. I used to lead meetings all the time. I worked in finance. I've never been as nervous as I am right now. There's nothing to be nervous about, I said. Just tell us what we need to know about the base. Where do I start? Dylan said. I smiled at him. The beginning?
The beginning wasn't that bad. I take that back. The beginning was horrible. But after we arrived at the base, we were all fooled into thinking we'd been saved. It wasn't until a week or two later that we realized we'd willingly entered what was essentially a prison.
A prison? Why would people be okay with that? I asked.
Because they're given a bed and food, Dylan said with a shrug. Or maybe they're all brainwashed and I'm not. My wife did see it differently.
I shot a glance at Blake to gauge his reaction to Dylan's ramblings. It was hard to believe that the thin man standing in front of us ever led a meeting of any kind.
Their plan is to recreate the world, but if how they are going about it is an indication of what it will be like, I don't want to be any part of it, and neither would you, Dylan said assuredly.
What is wrong with how they want things to be? I asked.
It's all work, sleeping, and being fed the bare minimum. I mean, look at me, Dylan said, holding out his arms. I used to have muscles. I weight trained 4 days a week.
Dylan drew in a breath as he closed his eyes. He was visibly trying to calm himself.
The place is large, but there are far too many people inside. It's hard to move around unless you're outside working. There is no freedom inside the building.
Dylan exhaled.
Some of the men and women are forced into groups and trained from sunup to sundown how to use weapons. They're taught how to eliminate the sick. It's like they're building an army to go out and wage war on those beyond the bases.
The answer to getting rid of the sick is to kill them one by one? Jay asked with a snort. Dylan's head bobbed up and down.
That's what I believe they are planning to do. As far as I know, they have not initiated that plan, but when they do, we could all very well be in trouble.
What do you mean? I asked, raising a brow.
I don't believe for a second that they'll bother to take the time to determine who is sick and who isn't. Just who is outside of their walls, Dylan said.
Blake crossed his arms as he leaned back slightly.
Then why would anyone want to escape to be out here? If that's true, you're in more danger out here. If they find me, yes, maybe, Dylan said. But they haven't declared war on the sick yet. I have some time. Maybe I can get underground, or somewhere they won't find me. And maybe I'm just paranoid.
There was a long silence in the room before he started speaking again.
The base also has several scientists inside working in a lab. They're tirelessly failing at developing a cure,
Dylan said, taking in a slow breath. He looked at each one of us as he began again.
They keep sick inside the lab. It's terrifying, and truthfully, I think it's only a matter of time before there is some kind of slip-up and everyone inside gets sick.
That's frightening, I said softly.
It is, Dylan agreed. History will repeat itself. After all, the people running this base are the same as the ones that were in charge of the facility that started this whole mess.
I blinked rapidly. You're sure about that?
Positive, Dylan said. It's a powerful virus with no cure. This isn't something to mess around with. Although, I guess it's kind of late to say that, isn't it? Really, we are so lucky to be alive.
I swallowed hard. If Polly was inside the base, she was in even more danger than I had initially thought.
Is there anything else you can tell us?
Blake asked.
Not really, Dylan said. My day consisted of sleeping in a cot 2 feet away from another, waking and getting a small amount of breakfast before I had to go outside and shovel dirt.
Shovel dirt? Jay asked.
Dylan nodded. Imagine a giant building, like a psychiatric hospital. It's fenced in, and there is a humongous yard. Well, a portion of that yard was being dug so that we could grow crops there come spring. I didn't complain about the job because I didn't want to be in the kitchen or a janitor, and I definitely didn't want to help in the lab.
I got to go outside and breathe fresh air. Of course, while I was out there, my wife was banging one of the leaders in his room. A room he had all to himself. I can't decide which pissed me off more. That he'd stolen my wife from under my nose, and there wasn't a damn thing I could do about it, or because he had a nice big room. "So, everyone is inside a building?" Blake asked. "No, not everyone at all times. The army trains outside, and the farmers are outside. Beyond that, everything else happens inside the main building," Dylan said, squinting as if he were trying to visualize the place. "I might be forgetting stuff. The lack of food and water and sleep has messed with my memory a bit." "It would be hard to escape from inside a building," Blake said, glancing at me. I bit down hard on my cheek. Dylan had gotten away because he was a farmer or whatever. What were the odds that Polly had a job where she'd be outside? I pressed my hand to my forehead and closed my eyes. I couldn't think straight. The only thing I knew for sure was that the clock to get to Polly was ticking even faster. Chapter 5. My thoughts were rushing through my brain like floodwaters down a sewer drain. I wanted to get to Polly, to get her out of that place. But what could I do about Maddie? If everything Dylan was saying were true, it didn't sound like it was a place I could bring Maddie. Maybe they wouldn't keep us together. I didn't want anything to happen to my daughter, and I definitely couldn't risk losing her. Maddie stood and started pacing. "Mom," she said, stopping to look straight into my eyes. "We have to get Polly out of that place. It sounds worse than that outpost with James." "I know," I said, looking away from her. How could I tell her there was no way in hell I was going to let her step foot into the base? I had to think of something. A way to get to Polly while still making sure Maddie was safe. "I don't think you understand what I'm saying," Dylan said, turning toward Maddie. She shot him a look that caused him to wince. "I don't think you understand that she's my aunt." "I get it. She's family, and there isn't anything I can say that will stop you," Dylan said, taking a step back. He didn't want her to stab him with her words again. "But can you really blame me for trying? You seem like nice people. You quite possibly saved my life. I wanted to do the same for you." "Yeah, well, we need to help my aunt, so we don't have a choice," Maddie said, straightening her spine. "We'll manage. We can take care of ourselves, but thanks for the information." "Best of luck," Dylan said. "But once you're inside, I don't think it's very likely you'll get back out." Maddie's mouth dropped wider. "Isn't there anyone you would go back there for?" "Definitely not my wife," Dylan said, forcing a tight-lipped smile. The smile quickly faded, and he looked down at his feet. "There was someone, but he got sick along with everyone else. So, yeah, there isn't a damn thing that could entice me to go back there." "I understand that you don't want to go back," I said, twisting my fingers together. "But maybe you'd be willing to show us where it is?" Dylan grimaced. "The only direction I want to go is away from the base." "It would be really helpful," I said. "You'd be a big help. Maybe there is something you know that could lead me to her." "I don't think I could," Dylan said. "Then I'd just have to walk and walk to get back here. Can you blame me for not wanting to start over from square one?" "We'll give you the car," I said without asking the others. Blake's jaw tensed, but he didn't say anything. I couldn't even believe I'd just offered the car. "Of course, if we don't stay, we'll just all leave together," I quickly added. "What do you mean, leave?" Maddie said sharply. "We're not leaving the base without Polly." There was a long hesitation before Dylan sighed. "I get the car?" "Yes, but not necessarily without us," I said. "So, potentially a car, and I don't have to be alone out here?" Dylan said. "Fine. I'll show you where it is, but I won't go back inside no matter what.
There isn't anything that will change my mind on that one."
"Are you sure about this?" Blake asked, not caring who heard him ask me the question.
I huffed. "I'm not sure about anything."
"Let's bring out the pillowcases and get back on the road," Blake said, getting to his feet. "I'm afraid if the car sits too long, it won't start again."
I could almost hear the sounds of the sad horns playing as we walked out of the hotel. It was like walking into a church for a funeral. I hadn't really planned what I would do if it ended up being impossible to get to Polly. Maybe that was because I never really imagined there would come a time when I'd see her again. We got into the car, and I closed the squeaky door behind me. The hinges were so rusted, I almost needed to use both hands to pull the door closed. Maddie grumpily squeezed between Jay and me in the back seat. Blake didn't seem any happier to be seated next to the guy we didn't really know. The shocks on the car were completely shot, and we bounced wildly with every bump on the road. They squeaked like springs inside of an old mattress. I stared out of the window at the beautiful green scenery passing quickly by. I wasn't sure how much time I had to come up with a way to get Polly without putting Maddie in danger. It might take seeing the base to know exactly what we should do. Maybe what I should do. And it wasn't just Maddie. I didn't want Blake or Jay to get themselves into any kind of predicament on account of me. Jay started to lean forward, but Maddie turned and looked down her nose at him. The look contorting her face reminded me of the way Whitney once looked at me. He slipped back, but he kept his hand on the passenger seat.
"I'd like to take this moment to reintroduce my idea of stopping to look for weapons," Jay said.
"Weapons?" Dylan said with a small chuckle. "Like swords and chainsaws?"
Jay blinked at the back of his head. "Like guns."
"Well," Blake said, flicking a glance in the rearview mirror, "maybe we should think about it. What do you think, Kit?" Jay looked over at me, pressing his palms down on his knees.
"After what we heard, it's probably for the best. We want to make it there, and we want to have the upper hand should an unfortunate situation arise."
"This is all an unfortunate situation," I grumbled. After a brief hesitation, a small breath seeped out between my parted lips. "I guess we should see if we can find something."
"As long as it looks safe to check," Blake added,
even though as far as I was concerned, it went without saying. Dylan cleared his throat. "You know, I know a place we could check." I stared at Dylan's profile, watching him as he kept his eyes on the road. The skin on his face was so papery thin that I wanted to offer him something to eat.
"It's not too far, but I can't promise there will be anything there," Dylan said.
"What's the place?" Blake asked. Even though I couldn't see Blake's face, I could tell he was still quite wary of Dylan. Of course, I didn't blame him. "It's a shooting range just out of a nearby town," Dylan said. "Not far off the main road."
"You're familiar with the area?"
Blake asked. "Yeah," Dylan said with a hint of a smile. "I grew up not too far from here." Blake chuckled as he glanced over at him briefly.
"I wouldn't have ever guessed. You seemed so lost."
"Starvation does some weird things to a person," Dylan said. "I'm pretty sure I had a lengthy conversation with a chipmunk one night. Nice woman." I smiled, although I wasn't sure it was completely a joke. Dylan must have sensed my smile because he looked at me over his shoulder and smiled back.
"Are you sure you know where you are now?"
Blake asked, and Dylan turned back toward the road. "Yeah," Dylan said. "I'm absolutely certain of where I am." There was a silence in the car before Blake tapped his fingertips on the steering wheel.
"All right, then. Tell us where this place is."
Chapter 6. Blake drove slowly as he approached the shooting range a solid 2 miles away from the little town Dylan had mentioned. On the corner, a quarter-mile back, there had been a bar that had probably been hopping not that long ago. My dad used to take me here when I was younger, Dylan said, looking around. Hasn't changed a bit.
You didn't live here? I asked.
No, I mean, I did when I was a kid, but then when I graduated high school, I moved off for college and never came back, Dylan said, except to see my mom on holidays.
My door squeaked noisily as I pushed it open. Dylan didn't move. He looked like he was lost in thought.
This might be the last place my dad took me before he killed himself, Dylan said. I was 11.
The silence was deafening.
Sorry, Dylan said, shifting around in his seat. I think I'll wait in the car.
That's terrible, I said, barely managing to get the words out. Blake took the keys out of the ignition.
Dark, huh? Dylan said with a chuckle. Anyway, there should be some stuff inside. Guns, ammo. I think there is a good chance no one came here. This place wasn't very well known. We'll be right back, Blake said, gesturing toward the building with a painted white wooden sign with faded blue lettering. There was only a single word on the sign: Bucks. It was hard to tell from the outside what the place was. Maybe that's one of the reasons Dylan thought no one would have come here. Driving by, I would have thought it was a rustic restaurant that was typically visited by locals and truck drivers that were passing through. We walked up to the front doors that were made of logs with large metal handles. Blake looked at Jay in surprise when he found the door open. Got the knife?
Jay asked in a soft voice.
Yeah,
Blake said as he adjusted his grip on the handle. He glanced over his shoulder at Maddie and me.
Stay behind me, okay?
Sure, I said, agreeing to his request because he was the one with the blade. We entered the lobby, which had far too many pictures hanging on the wall. They were positioned less than an inch apart, as if the photographs were wallpaper. Most of the pictures that I saw involved the same man or woman, and usually next to a dead animal, mostly deer. At the side wall near the window, there was a glass case filled with various-sized trophies, plaques, and medals. If I went closer, I'd probably quickly learn the man and woman's name. The smell of wood was so strong, it was as though I could close my eyes and convince myself that I was standing in the middle of a forest. There was a desk at the front, with nothing but a notebook and a pen sitting on top. It was open, with the pen on a diagonal across the page. The door to the back was wide open.
Looks like whoever was here left in a hurry, Jay said. Or maybe they didn't leave at all,
Maddie said. Shh, Blake said, flapping his hand behind him like the wing of a baby bird first learning to fly. Maddie's brow furrowed, but she didn't complain about being told what to do. We only made it about 6 steps down a long hallway before the door behind us opened. A cool breeze hit me before I could focus on the person walking toward us.
I got scared, Dylan said. Damn it, I hate to admit that. Did something happen? Blake asked.
Dylan shook his head.
No, my mind got the better of me.
Don't worry about it, I said, trying to sound comforting. But you scared the hell out of me.
Oh, sorry. Good thing for me that you haven't found the guns yet then, huh?
Dylan said with a nervous laugh. He didn't know how accurate his statement was. Or then again, maybe he did.
Nothing has changed about this place, Dylan said, walking much too close to me as we continued down the hall. The door at the back leads to the indoor shooting range. I had pretty good accuracy for a kid. Never touched a gun again after my dad's death, though.
Blake walked past a door on his left, and Dylan pushed his way past me. He muttered a quick, "Excuse me," before grabbing the doorknob.
Hold on,
Blake said, grabbing his arm and pulling it away.
I'll go first since I'm armed.
Dylan nodded.
Guess that's better than nothing.
He hesitated briefly.
This is where they kept the guns.
Blake opened the door as if he were expecting to walk into his own surprise party. He stood there, his head shifting jerkily in every direction. I think it's safe, buddy, Jay said, stepping around him. The walls were lined with tall blue lockers, all of which were closed. Jay pulled his flashlight out of his pocket and clicked it on before opening the first set on the right. Jay stared for a long moment before twisting to look at Dylan. Are these supposed to be empty? No, Dylan said, walking over to the next set. He opened the doors to another empty locker. Well, shit. One by one, we opened them, finding them all empty, except for the dust bunnies gathering at the bottom. I guess maybe the owners took everything, Dylan said. Or maybe someone else came here and took everything, Maddie said, rolling her eyes as she shook her head. Yeah, maybe, Dylan said. There's one more thing we can check. Blake cocked his head to the side. What's that? The office, Dylan said, gesturing toward the hallway. Blake drew in a breath and crossed the hall with all of us following him like baby ducklings following their mother across the street. He entered the room much more calmly than the last time. The office smelled of cigar smoke and donuts. It seemed strange there was a smell of donuts after all this time, but it made sense when I saw the large candle on the side of the messy desk. It was burned almost to the bottom, and the picture of the donut on the label made my stomach grumble. Dylan walked around the desk and opened one of the drawers. He clapped his hands together sharply. Aha, Dylan said, pulling out 2 metal cases, one after the other. I remember when they got these for their anniversary. Who were these people? Maddie asked. Dylan looked at her and then smiled. Huh, he said, turning the smile into a frown. They're locked. Jay flashed the light on the metal cases. Each was engraved with 3 initials. How romantic, Jay said. Dylan slammed down a box of ammo on the desk. He placed his hands on his hips and stared at the boxes. Maybe the keys are in one of the drawers, Blake suggested. Well, that wouldn't be a very smart place to put them, Dylan said. He pointed at Maddie. But you were probably right about the people who cleaned out this place. They weren't the owners. There is no way they would have left these behind. Jay started looking around the office. We need to figure out how to get these open. They look really sturdy, I said. You sure the keys aren't in the desk? Positive, Dylan said. Would you mind looking, though? I said. Dylan scratched the side of his neck. Sure. Could I get some light? Jay flashed the light at each desk drawer as Dylan sifted through the items inside. He held up both hands to show he hadn't found anything. Maybe a hammer and a screwdriver, Jay said, looking around. We could try to pry them open. There's a tool chest in the trunk of the car, Blake said. Awesome, Dylan said. I'd love to get back inside the car. At first, I thought he was being sarcastic, but when he took the first step toward the door, I realized he was actually anxious to get back outside and into the small beat-up car. When we got to the car, Jay and Blake went to the trunk while the rest of us waited inside. We didn't talk. We sat there in silence, listening as they pounded at the locked cases. At one point, it sounded as if they started to throw them at the ground. I was tempted to get out of the car and try to convince them to give up, but when I turned, Blake and Jay were standing outside my window, both wearing huge grins. Great, Dylan mumbled. Now we can get back on the road. His lack of excitement coated his words. He must have sensed that I was glaring at him. Sorry, he said. But I won't be happy until I'm driving in the opposite direction, so... Right, I muttered. I waved at Blake and Jay to get back inside. Let's go. Can you believe this? Jay asked, looking at the gun in his hand. We actually got them out of there. It wasn't easy, though. Dylan groaned. Ugh, put those things away. I hate those things. Can't even stand to see them. You'll be glad we have them when a pack of 6 sneaks up behind us, Blake said.
I didn't bother to mention that the gun didn't really help all that much when we'd been nearly surrounded by a pack of sick.
Maybe. But in my life, they've done no good. They took my dad away from me, and then held me hostage at the base. I just don't like them. They make me nervous.
Maybe he didn't realize it yet, and maybe he never would. But in this new world, guns were practically a necessity. They were almost as needed for survival as food and water. Blake drove back down the road, going faster than he had before. It seemed as though he was driving with more confidence. But it didn't last long. The car clunked and sputtered before coming to a slow stop. Blake sat there with his hands on the wheel for a long moment without moving. It was a solid 4 minutes before he slammed his palms on the dash repeatedly. Blake roared as he continued to beat the car.
Fuck!
Chapter 7. Dylan leaned to the side.
Are you out of gas? No, the gauge says full,
Blake said, hitting the steering wheel again. He drew in several quick breaths and turned the key. The car grumbled back at him repeatedly, but it didn't start.
Maybe the gauge is broken?
Dylan suggested. My eyes slowly scanned the area. We'd gone far from the town, and there wasn't anything around us except for abandoned fields. There was probably a farmhouse not too far down the road, but without the car, it definitely made things more complicated. It delayed us in getting to the base, and I worried that without the car, Dylan was going to back out of our deal.
I'm sorry, guys,
Blake said with his head down.
Guess we're walking.
We took our things and started walking down the side of the road. We could have walked down the middle because there wasn't traffic, and it was unlikely there would be any time soon. Blake led the way, and Dylan was only a couple feet behind him. He hadn't said anything, but he continued to stay with us. I touched Maddie on the shoulder before I quickened my pace to catch up with Blake. I was probably the last person he wanted to talk to, but I had to try. It was my fault that Blake didn't have anyone left. "Hey," I said, stepping up at his side. He didn't look at me. "I was just wondering if we have a plan of any kind." It felt like a long time before he spoke.
I don't know. Why ask me?
"I guess I just wondered if you had any ideas," I said, swallowing hard.
Do you have any ideas?
Blake asked. He was so cold, it felt like I was walking next to an ice sculpture. I didn't know what to say. "We could look for a new car," I suggested.
Great idea, Blake huffed. No way to siphon gas, and more than 90% of the cars we find don't have the keys. But out here in the middle of nowhere, we'll just find a car.
I sighed. Blake ran his fingers through his hair in one brisk movement.
Sorry. I'm just frustrated.
"Yeah," I said, feeling the inside of my mouth dry out. After several long moments, I cleared my throat. "I'm so sorry about what happened with Whitney. I never meant for any of this to happen. And Dax. It's all my fault that your brother and girlfriend are gone. It's completely my fault, and I'm so sorry. You have every reason to blame me, or hate me, or whatever."
Girlfriend?
Blake snorted. He looked at me out of the corners of his eyes.
First of all, she never was my girlfriend. And secondly, it's not your fault what happened to them.
I shook my head as I dared a look in his eyes. "I saw the two of you kissing." Blake's eyes moved down, but then back up at the road. He exhaled a long breath.
Yeah, we kissed, but I ended it shortly after it started,
Blake said.
She caught me a bit off guard because I'd just heard some news that shook me.
"Oh," I said. Was he referring to when I blurted out what had happened between Dax and me? Somehow, I knew that he was.
I shouldn't have let her on the way I did, but I hadn't been thinking clearly.
Blake said. I crossed my arms. Well, Whitney saw it differently. She thought it was the beginning of her dream come true.
Well, I guess I'm glad she thought that, considering, Blake said. I've always known how she felt, but I just didn't feel that way about her. She was like a sister to me.
Glad you didn't tell her that, I said. Blake chuckled.
I did, but that was back when we were teens.
Ouch.
Yeah, Blake said. I wasn't the wordsmith I am now.
I bit my lip so the laugh didn't bubble out. I was nearly positive he was trying to be funny, but he didn't crack even the smallest of smiles.
When I feel something for someone, there is just something there that I can't fight. It's just too powerful. Even if I try to pretend it's not there, it just creeps back up and there isn't a damn thing I can do about it,
Blake said, with a tinge of frustration to his words.
I've really only experienced the feeling a couple times in my life, but it never was there with Whitney.
If it's not there, it's not there, I said. But the words weren't insightful or comforting. I just hadn't known what else to say. Freddie used to tell me that I was trash, unlovable, a big, lazy screw-up. Oh, and let's not forget a disappointment to my family.
Freddie was an asshole, Blake said. You aren't any of those things.
I sighed and swallowed back a tear. He did his best to convince me of those things. For a long time, I believed him. Sometimes I still wonder if he was right. I mean, all I've done is screw up this whole adventure. An adventure we shouldn't even be on.
Nothing that happened is your fault,
Blake said, catching my eye. There was a warmth in there that tugged at my heart. I didn't understand what I was feeling.
Well, I think it was, I muttered. You need to stop blaming yourself, Blake said. I'm sorry for everything your idiotic husband put you through, but you need to see yourself how others see you, how Maddie sees you.
He swallowed and his jaw tensed.
How I see you.
My heart rate increased. Didn't he hate me? I slept with his brother, for Pete's sake. He should hate me. Blake took a step to the side. It felt like a cold breeze had pushed us apart.
How far away do you think we are from the base? Blake asked, glancing over his shoulder at Dylan.
Dylan's eyes shifted back and forth, from Blake to me, and then back again. I was pretty sure he'd heard every word we'd spoken.
Less than 100 miles, Dylan said. But that's just a guess. It could be less, could be more. I was bussed out to the base in the middle of nowhere, to a place I didn't even know existed. I wish I had a better answer, but things had been hectic, and I hadn't been paying attention. Don't blame you, Blake said. Was just curious. I'll know when we get close. I'll never forget the trees.
Dylan shivered.
They were so thick. Like they'd been purposefully planted to hide the place. So yeah, I'll know when we're almost there. No doubt about it.
Blake scratched the back of his neck.
Good, but we're not going to be able to walk 100 miles. At least not very quickly.
100 miles? Jay asked from behind. At least he hadn't heard the entire conversation like Dylan had.
We'll be lucky if we make it 5 miles.
Maybe 10 a day? I said, narrowing my eyes. And that was a best-case scenario.
That's not fast enough if she's in danger, Maddie chimed in.
Oh, she's definitely in danger,
Dylan added for good measure. Because why not add to the stress we were all already experiencing? If we had to walk the entire way, it would take us at least a week to get there. We didn't have a choice. We had to find another vehicle as soon as we possibly could. We continued down the road, mostly in silence. Everyone was deep in thought. Maddie was likely concerned about Polly, and I was concerned about Maddie. Blake was probably mourning the loss of Dax and Whitney. Dylan was nervous about going closer to the base, and Jay was probably thinking about all the food he'd left back at his brother's home. We had a few supplies, but we would need more. The food and water we had wouldn't last more than a couple days. I had more than enough medicine, although that wasn't helpful in any significant way. The sun was bright when the soft, fluffy clouds didn't block it out, but the air was chilly. It was good that the walking helped to keep us warm. Well, except for Dylan. His teeth chattered, but he mostly tried to hide it. Even though we were armed, it didn't help me to feel any less exposed. I shivered and wrapped my arms around myself.
"Oh, you have to be kidding me,"
Jay said.
"What is it?"
Blake said without turning.
"I think I just saw a flurry,"
Jay said, holding up his arm to look at it.
"Yeah, it melted, but it was definitely a snowflake."
I knew it had gotten cold, but I don't think I realized how cold until I saw the tiny white fluff float down in front of my eyes. Snow. It wasn't a lot, but still, it wasn't good. Chapter 8. "Mom?" Maddie called from behind me. Her voice crackled, sounding quiet and frail. I turned, and only at that moment had I noticed how bad things had gotten. Probably for all of us. But Maddie was skin and bones, nearly in as bad of shape as Dylan. Her eyelids were purple and sagged down over her eyes. She was dragging her feet like one of the sick. Even though we'd just been in a hotel room, it wasn't enough to help in any significant way. The life we'd been living wasn't something you could just sleep away in a short time and get right back to it. Maddie needed more. There were too many worries. No deep restorative sleep. The food wasn't good enough to keep us healthy. It was only sufficient in keeping us alive. It didn't matter if we were walking or riding in a car. This life was taking a toll on Maddie. It was slowly pecking away at all of us. There would come a point where sheer determination wouldn't be enough to keep us moving forward. We needed new clothing. We needed showers. We needed a fire to warm our bones before they turned to dust and refused to hold us together. "Did you need something?" I asked as I slowed my pace to walk next to her.
"Can we stop soon?"
Maddie asked.
"I think there is something wrong with my foot."
Maddie wasn't usually the one asking for a break. She was the one wanting to press forward.
"I think I see something ahead,"
Blake shouted over his shoulder. I wasn't sure if he'd heard her, or if he'd just happened to notice the place. Maybe he needed a break, too. We all probably did. "Think you can make it?" I asked.
"Yeah, of course,"
Maddie said, making sure she sounded tough. She didn't want me to see the weakness, but what she didn't know was that she couldn't hide things from me, at least not for long. I was her mother, and I knew her better than I knew myself. One of the benefits of traveling country roads was that we didn't see many of the sick, and if there were people around, we didn't see them either. But one of the negatives was that the houses were stretched miles apart. Blake spotted a pickup truck as we approached the small house. Behind it was a small barn with mold-coated walls and a roof that had collapsed. There was a thin cow grazing in the overgrown field not far from the house. It didn't seem as though it belonged to this particular farm, given the state of the barn. "Think that cow belongs to someone?" I asked.
"Probably not anymore,"
Jay said. He cupped his hands over his mouth.
"Be free, cow."
Its jaw kept moving in a circular motion as it continued to ignore us, and Jay's comment.
"Not even animals think I'm funny,"
Jay said, smiling at himself.
"It probably has something to do with the fact that you're not funny,"
Maddie said, sucking in her lips so she didn't smile.
"I'll get you to laugh one of these days," Jay said. "Just you wait."
I huffed. He didn't know just how stubborn Maddie could be. Blake led the way up the gravel driveway with his gun in hand. Jay was off to the side, studying our surroundings and keeping his eye on what was left of the barn.
It was almost as if he expected Sick to be hiding inside, or maybe he was thinking about his sick sister-in-law who'd been locked inside the barn at his brother's house. Blake opened the truck door and reached inside.
No keys?
Check inside? Jay asked.
We need warmer clothes and a break, I said.
Maybe some blankets, too, Jay suggested.
Dylan looked at the house suspiciously. What if there is someone inside? We'll check it first, Blake said, pointing his gun at the house. Dylan ducked. Damn it, I hate those things. Wait out here, Blake said. Keep an eye on each other.
Blake was looking at Dylan, but it felt like he was speaking to me. Dylan reminded me of a fragile baby bird, and I was pretty sure Blake noticed it too.
Want me to wait with them? Jay asked, shooting a nervous glance in our direction. Out of all of us, Jay appeared to be the healthiest. He hadn't been on the road nearly as long as the rest of us, which was probably why.
Yeah, that's a great idea, Blake said.
No, I said, shaking my head. You shouldn't go in there alone.
I think I can manage on my own, Blake said.
Jay caught my eye and jerked his head toward Blake. He was subtly trying to tell me to go with Blake. I'll join you, I said, taking a step next to Blake.
Not necessary, Blake said, holding up his palm.
Of course, it's not. But, just in case, I said. It's not like you'd let any of us go alone, so I guess you don't get to go alone either. Blake held my gaze.
Fine.
I followed him to the front door. The screen door wasn't quite closed, and neither was the front door.
Shit,
Blake said, stepping in front of me.
Stay behind me.
If someone were inside, they probably wouldn't keep the door open, I said, keeping my voice almost silent.
Unless they're in there right now,
Blake whispered back. Blake placed his hand on the door. The hinges squeaked, and the floorboards creaked as we stepped into the quaint, empty living room. The screen door smacked against the doorframe behind me, and I hopped forward, grabbing Blake's shirt. His eyes were wide as he turned to look at me.
Don't do that,
Blake said, flicking his eyes to the gun. Oh, sorry, I said. My nerves are shot.
Well, if anyone is here, I'm sure they've heard us, Blake said.
He looked around, lowering the gun slightly.
Hello? Anyone here?
I swallowed and let go of his shirt. That's bold. No one responded.
Hello?
Blake called again. We stared at one another as we listened in the silence for any kind of indication that anyone, sick or not, was inside the house. I walked close behind as Blake made his way through the first floor. There was a small kitchen, a bathroom, and a single bedroom. He checked the closets to make sure they were empty, too. We walked up the stairs. I kept looking over my shoulder, unable to shake the feeling that someone was walking behind me. This house is creepy, I said.
Yeah, Blake said.
It was like walking through a graveyard in the middle of the night, alone. The room was cold, and as I exhaled, I could see my breath. It almost seemed as though inside the home was even colder than it had been outside. There was another bathroom upstairs, and 2 small bedrooms that were minimally furnished. It seemed as though the house had perhaps belonged to a single person, and based on the coat and boots that had been next to the door, I would have guessed the owner had been male.
No one's home,
Blake said, tucking the gun into the back of his pants. Doesn't mean they won't be back, I said, raising a brow.
Didn't you just say no one would be inside since the door was open? Why would someone leave and keep their door open, especially when the sick could just wander inside?
Blake asked, allowing his lip to curl at one end. I bit the side of my lip. I guess they wouldn't. I looked down at Maddie from the upstairs window. She looked so small. Hey, Blake, I said, wrapping my arms around myself as I turned to him.
Yeah,
he said, studying the room.
There wasn't a single picture or piece of art hanging on the poorly wallpapered walls. I think we should probably spend the night here. He cocked his head to the side.
Are you sure about that? I thought we were in a hurry to get to your sister.
We are, but it'll be dark soon, and no one is going to want to ride in the back of the truck at night, I said, even if we can find the keys.
There was a set sitting on the table, Blake said.
I looked back out the window. I wonder if he got sick and just left.
Maybe he was taken with the others to the base, Blake said. It doesn't matter, though, does it?
No. It only matters if we have to worry about him coming back, I said.
We'll lock the doors. He can't get inside if we have his keys.
Blake flashed a wide grin. My eyes narrowed as I shook my head. He could have more than one set.
Well, I'll keep watch. We'll make sure Maddie gets enough rest, Blake said.
I'm worried about her, I said, taking a step toward the door. Blake didn't move. I thought he'd turn and go back downstairs, but he didn't. My body warmed just being close to his body.
I can tell,
Blake said in a voice that was like black silk.
I'm worried about both of you.
I'm fine, I said with a strange, uncomfortable laugh. No one besides my mom and Polly had ever worried about me. And after what happened to Dax and Whitney, I'd thought I'd be the last on Blake's list of people to worry about. Blake rested his hand on my shoulder. The look in his eyes made my knees feel weak. My mind went back to the night I'd first seen him. He'd come to the house, and he hadn't put up with Freddie's shit. I'd felt something the minute I'd looked into his eyes. What was it? My thoughts disintegrated when I heard the gunshot. Chapter 9. Blake bolted down the stairs. I was at his heels, but his thoughts weren't on me. They were on whatever was happening outside. Blake's shoulders were rising and falling as he stopped abruptly on the driveway. Jay was standing there with his gun aimed at the old barn. Maddie and Dylan stared at something on the ground. It took no more than a second to realize it was a body.
What happened? Are you okay?
Blake said as he looked Maddie over.
I'm fine,
Maddie said.
Yeah, I'm fine too,
Dylan said, trying to hide the fact that he was rolling his eyes. He knew Blake hadn't asked about his well-being, but he thought he'd offer it up nonetheless. Blake ignored him and started walking toward the body on the ground. Jay was a step or two behind.
Put your mask on, Jay warned. The man was sick.
Blake reached into his pocket and pressed the mask to his face. He didn't bother with the elastic. Blake only went close enough to verify that the man on the ground was in fact sick.
Shit, Blake said. We're going to have to... Yeah, I know, Jay said. Have to what?
Dylan asked, wrinkling his nose. The look of disgust made me think he already knew what would have to be done. Blake turned slowly.
We have to take care of the situation.
He turned his back to us and placed his hands on his hips.
Kit, take everyone inside. I'll handle this.
Okay, I said. Maddie and Dylan started to follow me toward the house, but Jay didn't move. He handed me the pillowcases and waved me toward the house. Jay didn't bother to ask Blake if he needed help, because he would have just sent him into the house. I was glad neither of them would be outside alone. Inside, Dylan flopped down on the couch, draping his forearm over his eyes. Maddie sat down at the kitchen table and rested her head down on her folded arms. You want something to eat? I asked.
I'd love something, Dylan said.
I wanted to tell him to get off his ass and help me search the cabinets, but rather than deal with him, I tossed him a bag of chips. He hadn't been prepared, and they smacked against his arm.
Ow,
Dylan said dramatically. Sorry, I said, biting back my smirk. Dylan exhaled as his eyelids fluttered. He knew I wasn't even a little sorry. I set down a small bottle of water and a breakfast bar in front of Maddie. Her eyes were focused on the window as she tore open the foil packaging.
"You should have something too," Maddie said.
"I will," I said. But instead of taking something from the bag, I started going through the cabinets. The cupboards were almost entirely bare. There was a can of tomato soup and 2 boxes of pasta, both of which were half gone. On the counter next to the sink was an opened can of mushroom soup with green and white mold growing up the sides. The smell reminded me of our basement. I grabbed the can and dropped it into the trash can next to the fridge. "I'm going to see what I can find for jackets," I said, tapping my fingers on the table to get Maddie's attention. She didn't take her eyes off the window, but she did offer me a nod. The closet near the front door had several thick flannel jackets and a brown winter coat. They looked like they'd even be a little big for Jay and Blake. I pulled them off their hangers and tossed them on the nearby recliner. I walked down the short hall and into the bedroom. There were more clothes in the closet, but nothing that would fit Maddie or me. There was a large faded blue comforter on the bed, but nothing else underneath. I left it on the bed in case someone wanted to take a nap, but I made a mental note to take it when it was time to leave. I walked back out into the kitchen as Jay and Blake entered, along with an icy breeze. My body jerked with the closing of the door.
"That's done,"
Jay said, brushing his hands together.
"Gets easier every time."
"It does?" I asked.
"No, not really," Jay said.
I showed Blake and Jay the jackets. Jay tried on one of the flannels.
"Dude was a lumberjack,"
Jay said. "At least you'll be warm," I said, tugging at the arms as if somehow I'd be able to make them shorter.
"Yeah, I won't complain,"
Jay said.
"I might,"
Blake said, frowning as he turned around. He was drowning in the tan jacket. I tried not to laugh, but I couldn't help it. Blake laughed too.
"You think this is funny, huh?"
"A little," I said. Blake wrapped his arm around my shoulder and pulled me closer.
"Maybe you should try it on." "You both could probably fit in there,"
Jay said, sliding down into one of the chairs with his jacket still on.
"This one is warm. I'm not mad."
"Does anyone mind if I take a nap?" Maddie asked, with her arms wrapped around her thin middle. I pulled away from Blake and walked toward her. "Of course not. Want me to come with you?"
"No, Mom,"
Maddie groaned.
"I can manage on my own, thanks."
"Right," I said softly. "Well, just let me know if you need anything." Her nod was so small that I would have missed it had I not been staring at her. We were all silent as she climbed up the stairs.
"Maybe I should get some rest too,"
Dylan said.
"I imagine you don't want me going upstairs. That would, make you uncomfortable or something, right?"
"Oh, yeah. I guess I really didn't think about it, but I'll share a room with Maddie," I said.
"Is there another up there?"
Jay asked. I nodded. 2 upstairs and 1 down here.
"I'm going to get stuck with the couch, aren't I?"
Dylan asked.
"I'll take the couch,"
Blake said.
"You can have the bedroom down here."
"Oh, perfect," Dylan said, clapping his hands. He got to his feet and stopped at the kitchen table, opening one of the pillowcases. Dylan took out 2 snacks and a bottle of water.
"Sorry,"
he whispered as he pointed at his middle.
"I'm obviously famished. Wake me when it's time to go."
We stood there in silence as he walked down the short hallway and closed the door behind him. Jay stretched his arms over his head and yawned.
"I should probably call it a night, too."
"It's not even night," I said, raising a brow.
"Does it matter?"
Jay asked.
"I can sleep almost anywhere, at any time."
"Must be nice," I said. Jay flashed a quick grin.
"I want to be well rested. Tomorrow could very well be the big day."
"My stomach is stuffed with butterflies," I said, worried about whether we'll find her or if things will be as bad as Dylan says.
"Understandable. But we'll figure it out," Jay said, forcing a smile. "We will definitely approach with caution."
Blake's head bobbed up and down.
It'll be okay. We'll go in prepared, with a plan. We know what to expect after having been at the outpost.
This place sounds worse than the outpost, I said. I just need to make sure nothing happens to anyone else. The room grew silent.
There is no way to know what will happen, Blake said. But we'll do everything we can.
Exactly, Jay said, trying to hide another yawn.
Sorry.
Go on, I said, jerking my chin toward the stairs. We can talk about it more in the morning. Jay stepped up to me, placing his hands on my shoulders. He looked into my eyes.
I know we don't know each other well, but if it wasn't for you guys, I'm pretty sure I'd be dead. So, maybe bad stuff happened, but try not to forget the good, Jay said. You saved me. Dylan would say the same. Try not to only focus on the bad stuff, even though there seems to be a lot of it right now. It'll get better. It really will.
Thanks, Jay, I said, giving him a quick hug. Jay's eyes widened as he glanced over at Blake.
A hug? It must be my lucky day.
Don't get used to it, I said. Jay leaned closer.
I will cherish it for the rest of my life.
Yeah, it's definitely the last one, I said. Jay turned and walked up the stairs, leaving Blake and me in silence. I stared at my feet for a long moment. I should go up. It sounded more like I was asking rather than making a statement.
You don't have to,
Blake said, pulling a chair closer to the window. He sat down, but after a second, he stood and adjusted the chair.
This isn't the best.
I cocked my head to the side.
Can't see very far in either direction, Blake explained. My view is blocked by trees, and this is just an awkward angle.
Oh, I said.
And it's going to get really cold in here,
Blake added. The bedrooms had blankets, but there wasn't anything except for the large jackets. I'll check upstairs for an extra blanket.
Oh, thanks, Blake said. But you don't have to do that. My legs work just fine. Besides, those coats are practically blankets anyway.
I laughed. Blake looked at me, and the small smile faded.
Want to sit with me?
Chapter 10. He brought over one of the chairs from the dining room table. Neither looked very comfortable, but he offered me a choice between the two. I took the wooden chair and wrapped one of the flannel jackets around my shoulders. He shot me a smile before leaning forward and peering out of the window. Perhaps Blake didn't hate me as much as I thought he had.
Might be better in a vehicle because we'd have a heater, Blake said.
His voice sounded loud in the silence. It feels like my bones are made out of ice, I said.
Too bad we hadn't found something with a fireplace,
Blake said. A smile curled onto my lips. You wouldn't have let us use it anyway.
You're right, he chuckled. I probably wouldn't. People could see the smoke.
There was a long moment of silence before I sighed. What if we're doing all this and she's not even there?
Can you even change your mind at this point and not find out? Blake asked. You have so much doubt, but I wonder how much of a choice you really have in the matter.
He was absolutely right. It was like I was trying to find an excuse, but there wasn't one that would be good enough. Good enough for me. I'm just so worried about her, I said, glancing toward the stairs. Every minute of every day, I'm putting her in harm's way. I should be done doing that to her. All my life, I made every stupid choice thrown my way. It's beyond time to stop doing that.
Do you really think you could have stopped her from coming here? If you hadn't gone with her, she'd be out here right now by herself, Blake said.
I looked down at my hands. You're probably right.
I'm definitely right.
Blake reached over and took my hands into his. They were so warm, and his touch was like a bolt of electricity jolting through my body.
Your sister must be something else. I don't think Dax would have done this for me.
You would have done it for him, I said, swallowing hard. Shadows of night started to cover his face. He huffed and looked down toward his feet.
I don't know if I would have, Blake said.
Polly has always been there for Maddie and I. There were plenty of times she let Maddie spend the night just so she didn't have to be in the same house as Freddie, I said.
Why did you marry that guy?
Blake asked. It looked like he wished he could take the words back the instant they'd left his lips. I shook my head. I was young and really stupid. We were just kids when we got married. He kept drinking. I got pregnant. Then I got scared. At that point, his disease had consumed him and our lives. It felt like I was stuck at the bottom of a pit, and I didn't know how to get out.
I wish I would have known, Blake said. I was right there, just across the street.
There wasn't anything you could have done, I said, looking over at him. But I appreciate the thought. And besides, I'm sure you had your own problems to deal with. I should have been the one to deal with my own.
Life gets overwhelming at times, Blake said.
I chuckled and turned back toward the window. Tell me about it. What's going on out there is the epitome of overwhelming.
Oh, it goes well beyond that, Blake said.
He hesitated for a long moment.
You know, that first night I came to your house?
Yeah.
It was the first time I really saw you, Blake said.
He looked down at our hands.
I think my heart stopped for a full second.
My mouth dried. I couldn't think of a single thing to say.
I felt it. Instantly, Blake said.
Felt what?
That thing I feel when I find someone,
Blake said.
I know it's stupid since we'd never talked and didn't even know anything about each other. But when I saw you, there was no doubt about what I felt.
I drew in a breath. It was just as overwhelming inside the house as the world outside was. Maybe even more. I felt like pulling my hand away, but I wasn't entirely sure why. The feel of his skin against mine was paralyzing.
I'm sorry,
Blake said in a soft, raspy voice.
With how you felt about my brother, I shouldn't have confessed that.
No, it's fine, I said. I couldn't deny that I felt something for him, too, no matter how hard I tried. Dax had been a distraction when things had been chaotic. Things with Dax had been easy. Blake was intense, and the feelings that came along with it wasn't something I wanted to feel, given the circumstances. The last thing I wanted or needed was another person to care deeply about. I couldn't risk losing someone I cared about. It was bad enough worrying about Maddie every second of every day. It wasn't that I hadn't cared about Dax, of course. I had. But with Blake, it was different. I'd been with Dax so I didn't have to deal with intense feelings. He made me laugh. Deep feelings weren't something I was good at, and probably had a lot to do with why I married Freddie. I could feel Blake's eyes on me. I turned and met his gaze. Maybe denying my feelings was pointless. Even if I told myself I didn't have them, I'd be just as devastated if something happened to him.
Kid,
he said, bringing his hand to my face. His thumb lightly stroked along the bottom of my jaw. Yes, I whispered breathlessly.
Can I kiss you?
Blake leaned closer. I swallowed and shivered gently at his touch. Please. The anticipation made the back of my neck hot. It felt like it took ages for his lips to brush against mine. Blake's lips were soft and gentle, but then he rolled out of his chair, crouching before me. There was a hunger that filled his kiss, which sparked each and every nerve ending in my body. As he cupped my face, It felt like I was floating to my feet. I wasn't entirely sure if everything was happening or if I was in an extremely blissful dream. Together as one, we moved backward, stopping abruptly when my back hit the wall behind me. Blake pulled back and smiled. "You can kiss me again," I said with a small smile as I stared at his lips. "I would love to," Blake said. I wrapped my arms around his neck as his lips danced with mine. The chill that had been stuck inside of my body seemed to be fading and was quickly being replaced with a blast of fiery heat. His hands slid down my arms, and he took each of my hands into his. I hadn't wanted him to stop, but he leaned back, his eyes still half closed. "I don't want to, but we should stop," Blake said. His eyes darted toward the staircase. Blake was absolutely right. "I haven't felt like this in ages," Blake said. "I'm not sure I've ever felt like this." The words softly escaped from between my lips. "That's a good thing, I hope," Blake said. "I'm not sure," I said, turning away from him. He cocked his head to the side, and the smile disappeared. "What do you mean?" "It's just that I'm not sure I'm capable of giving you what you need." "What do I need?" The warm air that had filled the room whooshed out and was replaced with the frigid, icy nighttime air. It blasted me several steps away from Blake, which caused him to frown. "A normal person," I said. "I'm already constantly worried about Maddie, and if I let myself, I would so easily fall for you. I don't think my heart can take it." "But your heart can take not letting it happen?" Blake questioned. "For me, it's already too late. I can't turn back. I started falling for you long before tonight." "What if something happens to you?" Blake snorted. "What if something happens to you?" "I don't think I could carry on," I said. "It's already been too much." "You would carry on because you'd need to for Maddie," Blake said. "I have no doubt in my mind you'd manage." "I don't want to have to manage," I said. Blake walked over and took my hand again. Warmness once again surrounded me, as though it was cradling me in a safe, comfortable blanket. "No one wants to, but we're all doing it right now. Every day we're out here, we are doing our best to manage everything," Blake said, giving me a quick smile. "I don't think I can continue on without knowing what's here between us." "It's too much," I said. "This is how it's supposed to feel," he said with a burst of excitement. "It's supposed to feel exciting and scary, and a bunch of other things too. But most of all, it's like air. At least to me it is. It's like this thing that you need so badly that you know deep down inside that you can't live without it." I exhaled slowly. "It's definitely scary." "Isn't the thought of not exploring this scary?" "Scary isn't the word I'd use," I said. "It's almost like, if I say we should do this, that the roof will collapse down on top of us." Blake blinked several times. "Is that really outside the realm of possibility?" "Look at the barn out back," I said, tossing my hand into the air. "The roof collapsed." "I guess the lumberjack must have been cursed too," Blake teased, and I frowned. "I'm kidding. You're definitely not cursed. Maybe you were dealt a shitty hand, but you can always fold and wait for the next hand to be dealt." "And what if it's shitty again?" Blake shrugged. "And what if it's not? Maybe this time you'll get the winning hand." "If I get the winning hand, then someone else will have a losing hand," I said. "Okay, maybe I shouldn't have used cards as my example," Blake said, squeezing his brows together. "What's a game everyone can win?" "There isn't one," I said, deadpan. Blake waved my words away. "Anyway, what I'm trying to say is that we should give this a shot?" "Yes," he said, pointing at me. Exactly that. So, he said, tapping his foot impatiently. You in? I want to, but no buts. Blake looked into my eyes. Come on, kid. Take a risk. Every day is a risk, I said. Then what's one more? Blake frowned. I don't think I should have to be talking you into this. I squeezed his hand. I know. I'm sorry. And you're not talking me into anything. It's just, I don't understand all these feelings. All my life, it was like there was a shield around me. But now, something was changing. There was a crack in the shield, and it was starting to crumble down around me. And I wasn't entirely sure I liked how it felt. But there was one thing that Blake was right about. I wanted to find out what was there. I looked down at my feet before meeting his gaze. A smile curled the corners of my lips. Fine, I said. Fine what? Blake asked, peering at me through the darkness. I bit my lip. Let's see what this is. He pulled me into his arm and squeezed me. I smiled as I rested my head on his chest and squeezed him back. Chapter 11. The light coming in through the downstairs window was bright enough, though it didn't have the yellowness of sunlight. Instead, it was a cold grayness coating the living room. I swung my legs over the side of the couch as I shot a glance toward Blake at the window. He was slouched down in the chair, with his head tilted to the side. I stretched my arms over my head and sucked in a breath. Dylan was sitting at the dining room table, watching me. I got sick of lying in bed, he said, holding up a package of cheese-filled crackers. You do know that's not all for you, right? I said, with frustration slathered over my words. Coffee. I so desperately needed coffee. Yeah, I know, Dylan said. I'm rationing. This is all I had so far today. There is plenty left. See for yourself. I got to my feet and walked over to the table. We never really had what I would call plenty, I said, as I sifted through what remained inside the pillowcases. He seemed to be telling the truth, although I hadn't counted everything that had been packed into the pillowcases. I pulled out a small package of cashews and tore it open. It was quite tempting to pour the entire bag into my mouth, but I managed to fight off the temptation. I hadn't realized how hungry I'd been until the saltiness touched my tongue. Did you sleep well? Dylan asked. Best I've slept in weeks, I said. Maybe months. I couldn't tell him why. Hell, I wasn't even sure why, but I knew it had something to do with what had happened between Blake and me. The bed was super comfortable, Dylan said, but even with the blankets on, it got chilly. Make sure you take a flannel with us when you leave, I said, gesturing toward the chair. And maybe a blanket, too. How exactly do you think we're all going to fit inside that truck? Dylan asked. I looked away from him and shrugged. I didn't want to see his judging eyes on me, even though I could still feel them. Guess some will have to ride in the back, I said. Dylan chuckled for a brief second. You know I'm not going to ride in the back, right? Maybe we'll have to take turns. Oh, right, Dylan said. Like your boyfriend will allow you or your daughter to go in the back. I shook my head. He's not my boyfriend. It shouldn't be that far of a drive, should it? Blake said from behind me. I jumped slightly, not having heard him approach. He wrapped his arm around my waist and planted a kiss on my cheek. Good morning. Morning, I said stiffly. Sleep okay? Blake whispered into my ear. I nodded. Did you? Like a baby, he said. In a chair, though? I asked skeptically. Blake grinned. I could have slept upside down. Since when do you sleep well, anyway? I asked. Since last night, Blake said, as Maddie descended the stairs. She yawned as she eyed Blake and I. There were still dark circles under her eyes.
"About time you two hooked up,"
Maddie said. I swallowed hard and tried to step away from Blake, but he tightened his grip. It was like he was marking his territory. "We didn't hook up," I said defensively.
"I mean, like, got together,"
Maddie said. I opened my mouth even though I wasn't entirely sure what I was going to say, but I snapped it shut when Blake opened his.
"Thanks, Maddie,"
Blake said, squeezing me tighter.
"Can I get you some breakfast?"
"I'm not 6, Blake," Maddie said.
"I can dig out my own breakfast from the pillowcase."
"Maddie," I whispered sharply. She held up her palm.
"I'm sorry, Blake. I didn't sleep well."
"That's not an excuse," I scolded.
"I know,"
Maddie said.
"I wasn't being rude because you guys are together, though. It's seriously that I'm just exhausted. If we weren't so close to Polly, I'd go back to bed."
Blake gave Maddie a quick nod.
"Don't worry about it. All is forgiven." "When are we leaving?"
Maddie asked, biting into a granola bar.
"As soon as everyone is ready,"
Blake said.
"Okay, but what are the riding arrangements going to be like?"
Dylan asked.
"I'm driving, and you'll be providing me the directions,"
Blake said. Dylan blinked several times.
"I'm not sitting in the back. I'll freeze to death."
"I'll ride in the back, and you and Maddie sit up front," I said.
"I'm not sure that's a good idea,"
Blake said. "Ha!" Dylan said, twisting his neck to look at me.
"Preference given to the girlfriend. I knew it."
I glared at Dylan. "I'll be fine in the back. We'll bring blankets, and I'll wear a flannel." The room was silent. I could almost hear the internal grumble of annoyance inside Blake. "Seriously, it'll be fine," I said, throwing up my arms. "I've been in much worse places."
"Oh, please, tell us more,"
Dylan said, leaning forward. I was starting to understand why his wife moved on without letting him know. Not that he had seemed to care all that much. "Maybe another time," I said. I started backing up toward the chair where I'd put the flannel jackets. "I'm going to get the blankets and pack up the back of the truck." "Want help?" Maddie asked. "That's not necessary. Eat, rest up," I said. It wasn't long before the others joined me at the back of the truck. I was spreading out blankets, trying to make the back more comfortable with every blanket and pillow from the house I could find. "We're ready?" I asked. "Yep," Maddie said with a small hop. "Do we have our supplies?" I asked. Jay held up the pillowcases and tossed them into the back. "Got everything."
"So, I get the truck after I deliver you to the base, right?"
Dylan asked, as he pointed at the truck.
"Yeah, sure,"
Blake said.
"Because that was the deal, was it not?"
Dylan asked. I pressed my lips together and sighed. "You get the truck, or you leave with us. That was the deal."
"Acceptable,"
Dylan said.
"Just wanted to double check."
I still had the medicine packets in my pocket, and I was sure the bag was stuffed somewhere in one of the pillowcases. We were all set. I had to stuff my hands into my pockets so that no one would see them shake. There wasn't anything about the journey ahead that I wasn't nervous about. In a way, it was good that I was in the back, because if I had been next to Dylan, I would have sensed his nerves, and it would have only made things worse. The ride in the back of the truck was much bumpier than I had anticipated. It hadn't taken long for my butt to go numb. Jay sat for the first 15 minutes of the drive, but the further we went, the lower he slouched down in the back and into the blankets. I sat there with a flannel on and a blanket wrapped around my shoulders. The icy air stung my cheeks. I buried my face in the blanket. The truck slowed, and I looked up at the same moment Jay pulled himself into a seated position. "What's going on?" he asked. "I'm not sure," I said, twisting at the waist to look at the road ahead.
Oh, this isn't good."
The blankets fell from Jay as he yanked out his gun.
"Oh, shit."
Chapter 12. There were 2 people running toward us, panic streaking their faces. They waved their arms as they shouted for help. The interesting thing was that they weren't alone. It was a man and a woman, each wearing a jumpsuit just like the one Dylan wore. Neither of them were sick, but they were being chased by a small group of those that were. Their eyes were wide and slick with panic as they waved at us. Tears streaked the woman's cheeks, and both of them were desperately screaming for help. Blake slowed down the truck. I could hear Dylan inside the cab loudly complaining. I tapped a knuckle on the back window and Maddie slid it open. Her jaw was tensed, and her shoulders were bouncing rapidly with each breath. "Why are we slowing?" I asked. "It'll just take a second to save them, Mom," Maddie said. "We can help them." Blake glanced at me over his shoulder. My guess was that he was slowing against his will. Maddie could be very persuasive. If she hadn't been, we probably wouldn't have even been on the road in the first place. "It's a mistake," Dylan said. "But your boyfriend won't listen to me. Oh, dear God. Could this seriously get any worse?" "What is it?" Blake asked, his words blending together into one. "I know that woman. We should leave, and quickly. Just let them die," Dylan said. Maddie clicked her tongue. Her eyebrows formed a line across her forehead as she turned to him. "You are so dramatic." "I'm not being dramatic. I'm being smart," Dylan said. "It would be better for everyone if we just kept going and let them get sick." "It seems like there is something you're not telling us about the whole thing," I said. "Okay. Well, it's just that, and I don't know this for sure, but I think they're out here looking for me," Dylan said. "Paranoid much?" Maddie asked. Dylan's face lost all tension. "I'm not paranoid." He twisted and slouched down in his seat, but it seemed like he wanted to slide down further. It seemed like he wanted to slither all the way to the dirt-coated floor. "If they see me, they'll take me back," Dylan said. "I knew I shouldn't have come with you. They've probably already contacted the base that they've found me." "It doesn't really look like that's what they're thinking about right now," Maddie said, narrowing her eyes at him. "They probably don't need to worry about me when there is a big group on the way to bring me back to that dreadful place," Dylan said. I stared at him, my eyes blinking rapidly. "You should do something to stop your boyfriend. If we all end up at that place, we're going to be in major trouble." I shook my head. "You already know our plan is to go there and find my sister." "My plan was never to go back there. I never want to see that place again," Dylan said. "It might be time to hand over the truck." "Wait," Blake said, holding up his hand. "It looks like we may not need to do anything." A woman stepped out of a nearby house and shouted something at them. She too was wearing a matching jumpsuit. "Oh, dear God, get me out of this place," Dylan said, slinking down a bit further. The two people ran across the street, right in front of our truck. They ran up a driveway and dashed inside the house. The sick didn't seem to notice us as they followed the pair to the house. They were continuously begging for help, even after the door was closed. The sick walked up the porch, looking into the windows and pounding on the front door. "They're going to hear the truck," Jay said. "They'll come this way." "Or they'll just see us and walk over here," I said. "It's not like we're even a bit hidden." "I don't feel very safe back here," Jay said. Blake looked at him in the rearview mirror. "Relax, you're armed." "Right," Jay said. "Just get out of here," Dylan said. "They're safe inside now. We don't have to do anything." Blake reached over as a loud pop cracked through the air. He laid down on top of Maddie, using his body as a shield. "Get down," he shouted. I peeked over the side of the truck bed and watched one of the sick fall to the ground. My breath got stuck in my throat. Seconds later, the truck started to move. Blake pressed his foot down, flooring the gas pedal. "Hang on," Blake said through the back window. I stared at the house, waiting for someone to hop in a vehicle and chase us down. The folks from the outpost had relentlessly followed us for miles and miles, Surely the people from the base wouldn't be any different. I didn't look away from the house, even when it became a dot on the horizon. No one was coming after us. At least, not yet. Every 2 minutes, Dylan looked over his shoulder. He was so nervous that we were being followed, he hadn't stopped shaking since we'd seen them run across the road. "Stop looking for them," I said. My anxiety was rising each time I met his darting eyes. "I'll let you know if they're after us."
"Maybe we should turn off,"
Blake said.
"I don't think we can do that," Dylan said. "This is the way to get there, unless you've wisely changed your mind about going."
Dylan looked out the side window for less than 5 seconds before turning again. His eyes were glassy. "Dylan," I said.
"I can't stop," he said. "I just know that no matter what, I'll never be free of them. I shouldn't have tried. And guess what else?" I shrugged. "When they find me, and it seems highly likely they will, they're probably going to kill me, because I'm not loyal to them. I ran away from them. Or maybe, if I'm not even a little lucky, they'll put me in the lab and do tests on me."
Dylan sharply sniffed back a tear.
"Can't you see I'm terrified? The only reason I agreed to this is because I was afraid to be alone. I never thought we'd actually even come this far. I wanted to stop you. I wanted you to realize this is a terrible idea, but you're so stubborn. Or maybe you're all just really stupid."
"Maybe you're stupid," Maddie shot back. I swallowed hard, hoping to moisten my drying throat. I looked over at Jay, but his eyes were still down. Still, there was no doubt in my mind he'd been listening to every word that came out of Dylan's mouth. "You'll have the truck," I reminded him. "You can go anywhere you want." Dylan snorted. His voice was raspy.
"How will that help me exactly? I've been thinking this over, and I'm all alone out here. I don't even know how to get gas in this thing, so really, how far will I get? I barely survived the way it was. It won't be long before they catch me. Not long at all."
"I don't have a choice in the matter," I said.
"I don't feel like I do either," Dylan said.
The entire truck bounced upward. Jay reached over and grabbed my arm, as if he was afraid I was going to flop out of the back of the truck. "What was that?" I asked quickly. The truck was slowing and rolling awkwardly toward the side of the road. Blake's knuckles were white on the steering wheel. He exhaled loudly.
"A flat."
Chapter 13. We stood there, staring at the tires. The two on the passenger side couldn't have been any flatter. Blake paced near the back with his hands on his hips, his eyes occasionally flicking up toward the truck, as if he didn't believe what had happened.
4 flat tires? Maddie asked. "That's unusual, isn't it?" "We must have hit something back there," Jay said, before walking down the road in the direction we'd just come from.
"Yeah," he called as he bent down and studied something on the ground.
"We hit something all right. A strip of spikes."
"Something put there intentionally," Blake muttered.
Dylan shook his shoulders as if spiders were crawling up his back. He grimaced before biting his lip.
"I can't decide if this is a good thing or a bad thing," Dylan said,
looking around as if he were trying to see in every direction at once. His head abruptly stopped moving, and he started to back away from us.
Oh God. It's bad. It's a really bad thing. They're coming. They're coming."
4 people in jumpsuits were walking down a side street, making their way toward us. I grabbed Dylan's arm before he could get away from us.
"Let go of me," he hissed.
"Pull it together," I said. "We're armed, remember? You're safer with us than running off on your own. Blake will protect you."
"Ha!"
Dylan spat.
"Blake will protect you. He doesn't care what happens to me."
I held on to him even tighter. It was as though I felt deep inside that if I let go, I'd never find Polly. We could have had the best directions in the world, but still, it felt as though Dylan was my link to Polly. He was the key that would let me in the door. After all, he'd been there with her. He'd been in that place, taking in the same air Polly had. They could have passed each other in the hallways. Dylan helped me to feel closer to her, which I knew was ridiculous, but I couldn't help it. Blake and Jay both raised their gun, aiming them at the group of 4 that was approaching slowly. This group of people was different from those we'd seen being chased by the sick, but they still wore jumpsuits. It seemed as though the closer we got, the more of them there were. "Why are there so many of them out here?" I asked in a soft voice.
"They're out here looking for more fools to join them," Dylan said. "Always looking for more idiots. And they find them, too. Every day they were bringing new people."
The group was far enough away that we could talk freely without the risk of being heard, but they were close enough that there wasn't anything we could do. It wasn't like we could run away. We were stuck.
"At least we know who's responsible for our flat tires,
Dylan said, attempting to jerk his arm away from me. He failed, thanks to him being in such a weakened state.
Not that there had been any doubt in my mind. "Stop," Blake shouted. "That's close enough."
They were a solid 20 feet away. Still, it seemed much too close for Dylan. Every so often, he twitched, ready to run if I loosened my grip.
"We're here to help you," one of them called out. "Seeing you're having some trouble with your automobile." "Automobile," Dylan mumbled. "Who says that?"
The second person brought their hand up to their brow, even though there was no sunlight that could be in their eyes. "We've got a place nearby. We can help you get some new tires."
"It's a trick, a trap. They just want to bring you to the base. Don't fall for it, Blake,"
Dylan said in a high-pitched, squeaky voice.
"Not another step,"
Blake said in a deep voice that rumbled my stomach like thunder would shake the earth.
"Stand your ground, or we'll shoot."
2 of them exchanged a look before a broad-shouldered man with a long beard said something to his pal with a narrow chin.
"Don't shoot," the bearded man called as he raised his hand slightly. "We don't want any trouble." "Then just turn around and go back to where you came from," Blake warned. "We're just passing through and we'll be gone soon." "You won't be passing through any time soon with 4 flat tires," the narrowed-chinned man said.
There was movement in a wooded area across the street and approximately a quarter-mile off the road. 10 people were running toward us. 4 of those 10 were carrying bows.
"What's going on?" I said.
"No idea," Dylan said, shaking his head. The expression on the faces of the group in jumpsuits swiftly altered. 2 of them turned and walked away, but the narrow-chinned man and the one with the beard backed away slower. It looked as though they were discussing something.
"Come with us,"
the bearded man said. An arrow landed 3 feet away from him. He cursed and gave us one last look before leaving the area.
"Get behind the truck,"
Blake said. There was no way to protect us from flying arrows. The truck was the only thing we could use for a shield.
"Shoot them," Dylan ordered. "I don't just shoot people for fun," Blake said. "They're shooting at us," Dylan said. "Defend us."
Blake was looking at them over the hood.
"I don't think so. They were shooting at them. They haven't launched another arrow since they left."
"Hello?" a woman called as she waved. She wore a bright smile that displayed her perfectly white teeth. "We come in peace."
"Does she think she's funny?" Dylan asked. "Don't shoot," Blake said. "We're armed, and we'll defend ourselves if necessary."
"Understood," the woman said. "You are not our enemies. We have no intentions to shoot." I peeked over the side of the truck. A short young woman leaned closer to the woman and whispered something before going back into her original position. "At least, we don't think you are. There is one with you, the one in the uniform. We're not sure about him," the woman said. "May we approach so that we can talk further without having to shout to one another?"
"I'd rather you didn't,"
Blake said. How about just me then? The woman asked. Blake looked at me and I shrugged. It wasn't like we had a lot of options. No place to hide, and a vehicle that wasn't going to take us down the empty road stretched out before us.
Just you,
Blake agreed. The woman said something to her group. She shoved her hands into her pockets and approached with caution. They'll protect me if you try anything, she said.
Of course.
Blake crossed his arms loosely in front of himself, displaying the gun he was holding. His head jerked to the side.
And I'll protect them if I need to.
Seems like we're on the same page then, the woman said. I'm Twyla. Who are you? I'm particularly curious about him. Twyla pointed at Dylan. He took a quick step behind me.
He's our traveling companion,
Blake said. I can see that, she said, grinning. But he's wearing something we see a lot of out in this area. It's peculiar he's with you and not the other way around.
Is it?
Blake asked. Twyla nodded, locking eyes with Dylan. Are you a recruiter?
No, Dylan said. I'm an escapee.
Blake groaned, likely annoyed that Dylan was giving information away so freely. It wasn't like we knew the first thing about this woman standing in front of us. She looked normal, with her straight, shoulder-length hair and slim build. But of course, that didn't mean a single thing. Her hair was dark as the night sky, and her eyes nearly matched. That's hard to believe, Twyla said. Nearly impossible.
Dylan shrugged before crossing his arms. Well, it's true, and I have no intention of going back.
Then it's odd you're going down this road, isn't it? Twyla asked.
It is,
Dylan said. He snapped his mouth shut when Blake shot him a dark look. Twyla caught the interaction and cleared her throat. I'm sorry about your vehicle. I have a confession to make. Blake cocked his head to the side. His shoulders rose with a deep inhale. We stop cars traveling up this road, Twyla said. There's a place, and we feel it's our job to stop people from going there. Isn't that right, Mr. Jumpsuit?
Absolutely, Dylan said almost instantly. I've been trying to tell them that.
So you're purposefully headed there? Twyla asked.
If you don't mind, Blake said, his muscles tensing. Our business is our own.
Twyla's nose wrinkled, as if she'd suddenly smelled a skunk. We can fix your truck, but in exchange, I want your time.
We don't have a lot of time to spare, Blake said.
It won't take much, Twyla said.
What's this all about?
Blake asked. Twyla raised her brows. I'd like to make a case for why you should not continue forward. It's my job to attempt to stop you from making a huge mistake.
I told you, Dylan said.
Just give me some of your time. Listen to what I have to say, and after that, you can be on your way. If you choose to continue on, then so be it. But I at least need to try, Twyla explained. Blake didn't take his eyes off of the woman. His voice was soft.
What should we do?
Are you asking me? Dylan said. He sucked in a breath.
Oh, of course not. You're asking your girlfriend.
He said the word like it was the punchline of a joke. If I hadn't needed him, I would have sent him on his way. Do we have a lot of options here? I asked. We have no truck, and those guys in jumpsuits are just around the corner. I don't think we'll get very far, at least not without using those guns.
We can find another vehicle up the road, Maddie said. We just have to run. With all those recruiters around? No thanks, Dylan said.
I looked back down the road where the small group of people in jumpsuits had just been. It had seemed as though they'd been afraid of Twyla's group. Perhaps we should have been too, but for some reason, I wasn't. I guess we go with them, I said.
Mom, are we ever going to go to Polly? Maddie asked with a groan.
Yes, I said. But we need the truck to get there. We don't have time to find another, and it's probably not even safe around here to do so. Blake met my eyes for a quick second and nodded. He turned back to Twyla. You'll fix the truck, and then we're free to leave? My friends will fix it while we talk. 4 new tires just for your time, Twyla said. And then you're free to go. Or maybe you'll want to stay. Blake sighed. All right then, let's go have a talk. Chapter 14. We walked across the field and through a thick patch of trees before stopping at an old, run-down church. Twyla smiled proudly. This is us, she said. Interesting, Dylan said. It gets better, Twyla said. Blake eyed her. What do you mean? You'll see, she said, waving over a man with a round beach ball belly and a red rag sticking out of his back pocket. Another? He chuckled as he walked up to us. How many this time? Twyla bit her lip as she grimaced slightly. All 4? Well, darn it, Twyla, he said. Can you manage it? Twyla asked. The man wiped his brow with the back of his greasy hand. Yeah, I can. Give me an hour or 2. Perfect, Twyla said, gesturing toward the church. Join me inside? I guess so, Blake said. Good, Twyla said. By the way, that was Waylon. He'll be fixing your tires. We followed Twyla across the dirt parking lot toward the tall, ornate front doors of the church. My eyes stopped on all of the vehicles parked at the back of the lot. Are all those vehicles out there yours? I asked. Sort of, Twyla said with a smile. People we've convinced to stay. That's a lot, I commented. Twyla nodded. There have been others that haven't been traveling by car, but we have run into a small problem. Oh? Jay asked. What kind of problem? We're running out of space, Twyla said. Her honesty, or what I assumed was honesty, was rather shocking. It made her seem strong and confident, nothing I'd ever felt in my life. She wasn't even the least bit worried about having us in her territory. I looked around, assuming there must be someone hiding around the corner with an arrow aimed at my heart. It's fine, though. I've got someone on it, Twyla said. I wasn't exactly sure what she'd meant, but I could sense that we weren't going to find out any more. At least, not at the moment. Inside the church, my stomach turned at the strong scent of mold and mothballs. I clenched my fists as I looked around at the empty pew-lined room. Based on the wide-eyed expression Blake was wearing, he was equally concerned about the lack of other people. Is this some kind of trick? Blake asked. What do you mean? Twyla asked, squinting at him. Where is everyone? You told us you saved countless people from wandering to the base, Blake said. A smile grew on her mouth, and she flapped a hand at him. No one stays up here. Much safer in the basement. But don't be surprised at the number of people down there, because there are a few people working on arrangements for our move. We followed her down the creaky stairs and into a small area with jackets hanging on hangers. The doors straight across from us were held open with door stoppers. On the other side was a long underground cafeteria. People were sitting at many of the tables. Some of them were eating. Others were having what looked like deep, meaningful conversation. Some hadn't looked up when we'd entered, but a small group of 4 younger folks had. They were playing a board game at a table close to the kitchen and took a quick second break to give Maddie a quick once-over. I tried to count how many people were around, but everyone kept moving around. My best guess was that there were at least 50 people moving about the basement. We've got beds set up in the other closet, and some set up along the wall over there, Twyla said, pointing across the way. The tables fold up so we can squeeze more when it's time to get some sleep. A rigid schedule? Dylan asked. Not at all, but when it gets dark, there isn't a whole lot to do. The candles don't provide enough light that we can do anything all that important, Twyla said. She gestured toward an empty table. We'll talk there. We sat down, and I noticed a solid, muscular man leaning back against the wall. He was close to the open closet we'd walked through to enter the cafeteria, but I didn't think he'd been there the whole time. I would have felt his powerful gaze. His piercing green eyes were focused on us, or rather, they were focused on Twyla. "Is he your bodyguard?" I asked, letting my head fall to the side to indicate the man. "Maybe I'm his bodyguard," Twyla said, raising a brow. She hesitated for a long moment, wearing a half-smile. "That's my husband. We look out for each other. He's a bit more paranoid about strangers coming into our space than I am." Blake crossed his arms. "Sounds smart to me." "Why is that? Do I need to worry about you?" Twyla's eyes moved around, stopping at each one of us. "Any of you?"
"No," Blake said, "but I'm apprehensive. There are a lot of people that can't be trusted, which is why it was probably stupid for us to come down here."
"I know it won't do any good saying so, but you can trust us," Twyla said. "It's those at the base you can't trust." I placed my palm down on the table, as if pressing a giant pause button. "Let me just stop you. There isn't anything that will change my mind about going to the base. My sister is there." Twyla stared at me for an uncomfortably long time. I swallowed hard in the silence, and I was almost positive my gulp could have been heard by everyone at the table. "That does complicate things, doesn't it?" Twyla said. "Terribly so," I replied. "You've actually stunned me," Twyla chuckled. "I'm not exactly sure what to say." She shot a quick glance over at her husband. Twyla folded her hands together and set them down on the table. "Well, I hate to say this, but it might be best to just forget about her," Twyla said, quickly holding up her hand when she saw the scrunched-up look that flooded my face. "I know, it's an awful thought, but honestly, she's probably as good as dead inside there."
"That's what I've been trying to tell her," Dylan said. I turned sharply to face him. "You escaped?"
"He's the first person I've met that has," Twyla said, looking at Dylan skeptically. "I don't blame you for wanting to get your sister out of that place, but to go in there, well, you'd have to be crazy."
"What do you know about it?" I asked, with an edge to my voice.
"Just what I've heard," Twyla said, looking directly into my eyes. "It sounds like he's already talked to you about it. If you go in there, your chances of escaping are less than 1%.
Maddie crossed her arms. "Better than 0.
"We can help you here," Twyla said. "If you go there, you'll be a brainwashed pawn. Isn't that right?"
Dylan nodded before she'd even finished her sentence. "You're absolutely right." "He didn't get brainwashed," I said. "Neither will I."
"Let's say that's true. What about him?" she said, pointing at Jay. Then she pointed at Maddie. "Or her?"
Twyla smacked the table with both hands before I could respond.
"Look, we have gathered up enough supplies to last us, all of us, 20 years. I'm not going to force you to do anything against your will. I won't make you join an army to kill the sick. I won't prick your finger over and over and run tests on you."
"What do you want from us?" I said. It was my turn to be skeptical. "It's not like you'll help us out of the kindness of your heart. You want something." Twyla smirked.
"I do, but it's not that sinister. I want our numbers to grow. Eventually, I want to make sure that when humanity rebuilds, they do it right."
"And you want to be in charge of it all," I said.
"Yes, but with the help of other intelligent people," Twyla said. "The way they're going about it in the base and the outposts is not creating any kind of future I want to be a part of. It's not the future we'll want for our children."
The back of my neck was hot.
even though the temperature in the basement was on the cool side. Twyla made a lot of excellent points, but what she didn't have was the answer about what we should really do about Polly. Forgetting all about her was not an option. "Is this your daughter?" Twyla asked. "Yes," I responded. "I can see the resemblance," she said. Her chin rose to indicate a young blonde girl. She was playing the board game with the others, giggling and smiling. Something Maddie should have been doing. "Can we have a moment, just you and I, mother to mother?" My eyes darted over to Blake. His jaw stiffened, but he didn't say anything. Jay shifted uncomfortably. "I guess so," I said. Twyla stood and gestured toward the kitchen. "Shall we?" My throat dried, but I followed her. I could feel Blake's eyes on me, but it didn't help me feel much better about being away from the only people I knew. "It'll be better for your daughter to stay with us," Twyla said. "We can protect her, keep her safe." "Why would I trust you over them?" I asked. "Because we're normal people," Twyla said. "I was a professional illustrator before all this. Brock and I were married at a young age, and soon after had Lily. Brock painted houses. Lily went to school. She was a normal, happy young woman. There was a time when I thought I'd lost them. I won't let that happen again." I swallowed hard. I can't lose her. But I can't give up on my sister either. Maddie, my daughter, won't let me. It's just as important to her as it is to me. "I wish there was a way for me to prove to you that this is the place you want to be. We are the people you want to be with," Twyla said. "Usually, it isn't that hard to convince people. They usually agree when we tell them about our supplies." "There are supplies still out there," I said. "But they're diminishing, faster each and every day. It's not like I didn't see the pillowcases your guy is carrying. They're light." Twyla's expression was unreadable. "You have a daughter to take care of." I sighed. "Stop talking to me like I'm stupid. I don't want her to go to the base. The only reason we're out here this far is because of how desperate she is to get to her aunt. Family is important to us. Polly is important to me." Twyla pressed her hand to her mouth. "I understand. I don't mean to sound so callous and bossy. It's just that I'm positive you'll regret it if you bring her there." "I've been thinking for a while now that I wouldn't bring her there," I said. Twyla's eyes narrowed. "What do you mean?" "I've been trying to think of a way that it would just be me going inside there. With the info from Dylan, I can get inside and I can get out again." My stomach felt like it was filled with a balloon that was expanding. "The thing is, it'll be easier if it's just me." The words that had left my mouth had surprised me, but I didn't let it show. I'd known for some time it would be a mistake to bring Maddie to the base, but it wasn't until now I knew how I'd manage to go without her. My eyes landed on Maddie. I exhaled and looked away from her. "Can she stay here?" Chapter 15. Twyla scratched the hair near her temple. "It would just be your daughter staying here?" "No," I said firmly as I shook my head. "All of them." "Good, because I don't want to be responsible for her. I'm quite busy here most of the time, and I'd worry I couldn't keep an eye on her. What if you can't find your sister?" "I'll come back," I said firmly. "Either way, no matter what, I'll come back. I wouldn't ever leave Maddie forever." Twyla inhaled, and her eyebrows squeezed together. "You might not have a choice in the matter. What if you can't escape the base, like your friend supposedly did? You're just going to risk losing your daughter forever for all of this?" "I'll get out," I said. "Nothing will stop me from getting back to her. But if we stay here with you, without trying to get my sister back, I'll lose Maddie forever. She wouldn't ever forgive me for giving up and abandoning my sister." I think it's risky and utterly foolish, but I'm not entirely sure I can blame you, Twyla said. I was an only child, so I don't understand exactly, but if it were Brock out there, or Lily, nothing would stop me from getting to them. Exactly, I said. Nothing will stop me from getting back to Maddie. Twyla's shoulders straightened. There could be one thing that stops you. What's that? If you don't get back to us before we leave this place, you'll be out there alone, Twyla said. I can give you directions to where we're headed, but I won't wait here for you when I have all these other people I need to worry about. I understand, and I didn't ask you to wait. I wouldn't ask that of you, I said. How long before you leave here? Twyla looked around as if our surroundings would give her the answers. At least a week yet, Twyla exhaled. What's she going to do when she finds out you've left her here? My spine rolled forward. Freak out, but Blake will be able to manage it. How far away from here is the base? 6 miles, give or take, Twyla said. You were so close. The reason we initially planted ourselves here was because of all the people heading north. Lucky they didn't find you, I said. We're pretty well hidden back here, and we're rather efficient at defending ourselves. Twyla grinned with a raised, proud eyebrow. I nodded. The people in the jumpsuits seemed rather afraid of you. It's taken us a bit to get to this point, but this is how we like it, Twyla said. There was a long pause before she spoke again. She looked around at the people gathered in the cafeteria. So, what exactly are you planning to do? I'm not entirely sure, I said, swallowing down a sour taste at the back of my throat. I think I'll just tell them we're staying. Maddie will throw a fit, and tonight, after she falls asleep, I'll leave. Twyla studied me. You're sure about this? No, but I have to do it. I don't feel like I have a choice. All right. Let me tell you how to get to the new place before you break the news to your friends, Twyla said, reaching into her pocket. She pulled out a detailed, hand-drawn map. Blake stared nervously at us from across the room. His eyes narrowed as Twyla told me the directions at least 6 times, even though it felt like a lot more. She could tell I was struggling to memorize them. Twyla was unwilling to give me my own map, considering where I was going. The last thing she wanted was for the people at the base to confiscate my map and discover where they would be located. Honestly, I didn't blame her. Then again, I wouldn't have given the directions to a complete stranger either. Do you think you can remember all that? Twyla asked. Her questioning expression seemed to indicate that she didn't think I knew them, at least not well enough. I don't know, but I sure as hell hope so, I said. Repeat everything back to me, Twyla said, tilting the map away from me. It was time to be tested. I never liked tests. I quickly recited them back, only making one mistake, which was kind of impressive, although Twyla frowned. I'd said to take a left when the correct choice was making a right. Damn it, I said, clenching my fist. Are you really sure about this? Twyla asked. Yes, I said, crossing my arms. It's just a lot to remember right now. Everything in my brain is kind of a mess. It's a large place 100 miles away, Twyla said. The bad news is the place we're going is underground, so it'll be easy to miss if you don't know where to look. You have to know these directions like the back of your hand. Maybe even better than the back of your hand. I looked down at my hand. Maybe I should get it all tattooed on my arm. No, Twyla replied. At first, I thought she was joking, but there was nothing but seriousness in her eyes. They'll look there. They'll look where? I asked, stretching out each word. Everywhere. How do you know so much about the place? You said no one had escaped, but yet you seem to have information. Twyla looked around as if making sure no one was nearby. My father worked for the company that built the place. He called me the day everything went down.
Twyla exhaled a long breath between her lips.
And then he blew his brains out, while I was still on the phone.
Oh, my God. I am so sorry, I said. Twyla forced a smile that barely curled at the ends.
It's okay. He always struggled with depression. In a way, I was surprised it hadn't happened sooner. Also, I'm pretty sure he thought he'd hung up. Anyway, I promised him I'd do what I could to stop people from going there.
I twisted my fingers as I looked over at Blake and Maddie. They both were wearing the same annoyed expression, likely wondering what we were talking about this whole time.
Looks like you're having second thoughts, Twyla said.
No, I lied. What is going to happen to me there?
They'll take everything from you, put you through decontamination, give you a hideous jumpsuit that will be quite uncomfortable, and then they'll start to brainwash you along with the others.
Twyla crossed her arms and widened her stance.
They'll try to break you down and make you feel like they're all you need. If you don't have them, you'll die. Just keep your daughter in your mind. Ha! Maybe you should get her name tattooed on your arm. There's a guy here that would do that for you.
I looked down at my arm. Yet again, I wasn't sure if she was serious. Is there anything else I should know about the base?
Probably tons of things. But the problem is, my father didn't have a lot of time to get into the details, Twyla said with a sigh. Just enough to convince me to do what I could to help people.
I said, scratching my elbow. My shoulders had softened, and my body felt weak. I should probably go and break the news. Well, the part about us staying here. She's not going to take it well. Is there any chance you can convince your mechanic to slow down on the repairs so I can have something to blame it on?
Sure, Twyla said. And if you want, I can get someone to drive you a bit closer so you don't have to walk the whole way. You'll still have to walk, but he can get you a little closer.
I exhaled. Thank you. I appreciate that.
You're welcome,
Twyla said, stretching out her hand. I took it, and we shook as though we just made a deal.
I hope we meet again, Kit.
I wanted to give her a smile, but I couldn't. Me too, Twyla. Me too. Chapter 16. Maddie looked like her head was going to pop right off of her neck. Her face was red, and I was pretty sure there was actual steam coming out of her ears.
This can't happen. It's a trap, isn't it?
Maddie asked, turning to Blake.
Why aren't you freaking out?
Because I'm not worried here, I said. It was mostly the truth. Out of all the places out there, it couldn't be that bad here with Twyla and her people. Blake's eyes narrowed. Could he tell there was more to it? Or maybe he could tell I was lying. I was always a terrible liar. I'd come up with a terrible plan. Blake wouldn't ever be on board. He wouldn't let me go while staying behind to take care of Maddie. I couldn't tell him. I would just have to sneak away. Maybe I could have Twyla tell them when they woke in the morning. Yeah, that's what I'd do. I guess it's just going to take him a little longer than he initially thought to fix the tires, I said.
He's probably not even fixing them,
Maddie said, puffing out her lower lip. It's just one more night, I said, my voice not feeling quite like my own. It felt like Blake was watching my every movement. If he knew I was lying, he needed to not question me in front of Maddie. Twyla said we can make ourselves at home, I said.
Awesome, Dylan said. Seems okay here, but it feels much too close to that place.
I think she said it was 6 miles, I said. Or maybe 16, I can't remember. Blake cocked his head to the side.
What else did she say? You two had a long talk.
Yeah, it was. Not much really. She just asked some questions about us, which I didn't say much.
She's skeptical of Dylan. Stupid jumpsuit, Dylan said, pulling it away from his skin. Do they have any spare clothes? I'll ask, I said. Maddie shifted her weight as she looked around. Where are we supposed to sleep? I'm not sure. I'll ask that too, I said. I took a step back to head back over to Twyla, who was having an intense conversation with Brock. Blake grabbed my hand and I stopped abruptly. My eyes widened against my will. Would you like me to come with you? Blake asked. I stammered, trying to think of a reason he couldn't. Would you rather I talk with her? He asked. I shook my head. That's not necessary. I can handle it. We seem to have a lot in common. Maddie's mouth dropped. She definitely didn't believe my last comment. I can't see you running a place like this, Maddie said. Nor would I want to, I quickly said. I just meant that she's a mom, and I'm a mom, and, stuff like that. I waved my hand. I'll take care of this. Just relax, okay? I wasn't even a little relaxed as I walked away from them. My muscles felt like rubber bands stretched to their limits. My conversation with Twyla was a blur. I'd remembered shaking Brock's hand, but before I knew it, I was walking back toward Maddie with an answer about the sleeping arrangements I knew she wasn't going to like. Shit, I'd forgotten to ask about the extra clothes. It was okay, though. Dylan would be annoyed, but it would give me an excuse to get away from everyone. Maybe I would need it as a reason to get away. We were to find a place to hang out, and they'll bring out the cots and blankets before it got dark. Dinner would be early, and even though we had our stuff in our pillowcases, we were encouraged to eat what they had. A good, nutritious meal would do us good, Twyla had said. It felt more like she was trying to mother me, make sure my belly was full before I set off on my adventure, or maybe she was providing me my last dinner. The rest of the day passed as if on fast forward. Everything was blurred and jerky. I couldn't remember most of it, except for the directions to the underground bunker. Every time there was a second of silence, I started to repeat the directions to myself. There was a point that Blake had asked if I was all right. He'd said I seemed distracted. It was hard not to tell him. But if I would have, I knew he would try to stop me. Kit, Blake said, shaking me. I looked up and noticed the candles burning on a few of the tables. It was night, and soon I would be gone. I should have spent my last few hours with Maddie, talking with her, telling her how much I loved her. But if I would have done that, she would have suspected something was up. Can I talk to you? He asked. Sure, I said, hugging my knees to my chest. We were grouped together on the floor. Maddie and Jay were to my left, and Blake and Dylan to my right. Twyla's daughter, Lily, had brought over a few old magazines for Maddie. They'd only talked for a minute or two. It had been awkward, and if I had to guess, I'd wager Twyla had sent her over to make Maddie feel more welcomed. Come with me, Blake said, getting to his feet and stretching out his hand to help me up. Where are we going? I said, taking his hand. Upstairs. His eyes connected with Maddie's. We won't be long. I glanced at Jay, and our eyes locked. I sent a telepathic message to him to keep an eye on Maddie. He offered me a nod, as if he'd gotten the message. Maddie's head bobbed to acknowledge that she'd heard him, but it seemed as though she hadn't cared. Maybe she would be okay with Twyla and her people. Maybe I was doing the right thing. We walked through the open closet and up the stairs. There was a small group whispering to one another near the front doors, but we continued past them and into the church. A man was lying on one of the pews, snoring loudly. I tried to keep my steps quiet, but there wasn't anything I could do about the creaky floorboards. "Where are we going?" I asked in a paper-thin whisper. At the front of the church, We took a right and exited out of a side door into a small hallway. I squeezed his hand. There was only a small window, and the light coming from it grew dimmer and dimmer with each step. "Blake," I said, planting my feet firmly on the ground. "Where are we going?"
"I just wanted to make sure we wouldn't be heard," he said.
"Heard? Why does that matter? And where are we?" Blake was close to me. Even though I couldn't make out a single detail of his face because of the darkness, I knew the expression he was wearing was filled with concern.
"There was a small schoolhouse. I saw it when we were coming up to the place,"
Blake explained. "Are there more people in there?"
"I don't know," Blake said. "I was just trying to find us some privacy."
I wrapped my arms around my middle. It was cold in the strange, narrow hallway. "What's up? Why do we need to talk in private?"
"Because I want to know what's on your mind. Did Twyla say something to you? It's like you've been on another planet since you and her talked," Blake said.
"I guess I'm just distracted by everything. I still can't believe we're even here. Honestly, I worried about going to this place and losing Maddie," I said, biting the side of my cheek hard. I needed to be careful with my words.
He nodded. "Me too. But I'm not going to let anything happen to either of you."
"I'm not sure how much you'll be able to control once we're inside," I said.
"Have you changed your mind?" Blake asked. "Maybe we can come up with something else."
"No," I said, shaking my head vigorously. "I didn't change my mind. I'm just worried about her." Blake touched my chin and tilted my face, forcing me to look up at him. His eyes sparkled in the darkness. My body instantly warmed. I couldn't put him in danger either. Being with him only confirmed that I was making the right choice.
"I'll take care of both of you," Blake said. "I would do anything for you."
His hand glided around my neck, and my knees weakened. I closed my eyes to forget my surroundings and everything that was going on.
"I can't wait until all of this is over, and we can find a place for us all to stay,"
Blake whispered in my ear. His breath on my neck caused a shiver to run up and down my spine. Blake's movement had been so quick, it had taken me by surprise. In one swift movement, my back was against the wall, and his lips were moving down the side of my neck. His voice was soft.
"I need you."
It was crazy, absolutely insane. But I needed him too. Chapter 17. His hand moved down my body roughly. The hard, quick movement took me by surprise. It felt like I was under some kind of spell, dazed. I couldn't hear anything but the sounds of our frantic, desperate breaths. I was pretty sure that never in my entire life had I wanted someone as badly as I wanted Blake. He held some kind of power over me that I didn't understand. The way I felt with his arms around me wasn't something I could put into words. It was like I couldn't breathe, and that there was too much oxygen coming into my lungs both at the same time. My blood raced through my veins, and my body was warm. No, my body was hot. So freaking hot. Blake kissed me as if I were the last drink of water, and he was dying of thirst. I held on to him, as if I was afraid he'd be pulled away into the darkness down the hall forever. "Blake," I whispered, as his hand slid up my shirt. My body tensed at his touch. "What if someone comes this way?"
"No one will come this way,"
Blake said. "How can you know that?" I asked, smiling even though his lips were over mine. Blake's lips moved across my jaw toward my ear. His hand cupped my breast, and I swallowed hard as I fell deeper into a pit of desire.
"There is no light this way," Blake said. "If someone comes, they'll have to have a light. We'll see them coming."
"And they'll see two naked people," I said.
"Naked, huh?"
He leaned back, grinning at me.
Don't I wish? You want this too, kid. Let's not fight it. I know this isn't the best place, nothing at all like I imagined, but we deserve this, don't you think?
My throat dried, and I couldn't utter a word. I wanted to tell him that we absolutely deserved it, but that at the same time, I was afraid to go there. I was afraid of what it would mean for us.
We might not get another chance like this, kid. I want you.
He gazed deeply into my eyes.
I need you.
I needed him, too. Desperately so. In a few short hours, he didn't know it, but I'd be gone. Being with Blake was almost a necessity. I need you, too, I said. My hands slid up his shirt. His skin was silky and warm. I could feel every muscle, and it sent a pleasurable tingle through me. I wanted to rip his shirt off and see his impossibly perfect body. Time was limited, and the hallway was cold. Our clothes weren't coming off any more than they would need to. Even though I would have loved for a time to slow down, we didn't have that luxury. We had to enjoy everything and fast forward. My breath hitched as he grabbed my hips. I slid my hand down to the button of his pants and popped it open. Blake groaned as his hand moved, slipping down the front of my pants. I shivered at his touch. My spine straightened as if it had been zipped to the wall. The sound of my pants hitting the floor was a sharp whoosh that made my heart skip a beat. I could feel the cool air against my bare legs, but still, I didn't feel cold. There was too much heat between us for me to feel the chill. My hands started to shake. I was anxious, desperate to feel him, to be with him. Blake was everything I needed. He looked deep into my eyes as he raised my leg. I tried to hold his gaze, but my eyes closed at the feel of him between my legs. "Oh, God," I whispered, as I dug my fingertips into his back through his shirt. Every roll of his hips pressed me harder into the wall. I wrapped my arms around him as our bodies became one. I couldn't believe how perfect the moment felt. It was crazy, but I instantly knew that Blake was the only man for me. He was the only guy I ever wanted to be with for the rest of my life.
I love you, kid, he whispered.
I wrapped my arms around him and let my pleasure release from my body. It was like we were rocketing into the sky like a firework about to explode on the 4th of July. "Blake," I said, biting my lip as an intoxicated bliss surrounded me. I sucked in a deep breath and let my body relax along with his. "I love you too." As my breathing returned to normal, I remembered where we were, and I quickly got dressed. Instead of going back inside my shell, I wrapped my arms around his neck and kissed him. Blake smiled and exhaled as he leaned back.
I really do love you. I knew it all along. My only regret is that I didn't cross the street and talk to you sooner.
"I wish you would have," I said softly. "But maybe it just wasn't our time. Or maybe Freddie would have killed you. That person I was, that life, it doesn't even seem real to me anymore."
I know exactly what you mean,
Blake said, squeezing me tight against his body. He kissed my cheek, and we turned slowly, heading back down the hallway toward the church.
We're in this together. You know that, right?
"Yeah, of course," I replied quickly. Blake let out a breath.
I'm so glad you finally saw me. For a while there, I thought maybe I was invisible.
"I saw you when I opened the door," I said. "It just took me a bit to come around. Things like this don't really happen to me. And, truthfully, it still feels super scary with everything going on around us. I just hope we aren't making a mistake." Blake stopped and turned me to face him.
Does this feel like a mistake to you?
No, I said, looking away from him. I just don't want anything to happen to you.
And I don't want anything to happen to you, Blake said. We're in this together. All we have to do is stick together and we'll be okay.
I wish it were that simple, I said. Blake shook his head. I hated that I was frustrating him, but I couldn't help it. I couldn't help but feel negative. How could he even blame me? It was a shitty world before, and it was even shittier now, even though I had him. One good thing didn't make all the other awful things disappear.
I love you, kid, okay? I love you. I will do anything for you. And for Maddie, too. Anything,
Blake said, and kissed my forehead. I heard his words, but I wasn't sure I understood them. The love I was feeling was strong. It was scary. And what was I going to do only hours after us being together? Leave him behind with my daughter. On the bright side, there wasn't anyone else I could have left her with. At least I knew she'd be taken care of with him. He was the only one I could fully trust. When we got back to the cafeteria, almost everyone was settled. There were a few people pacing about as if they were keeping watch. Twyla and her husband were two of them. I need to talk to Twyla really quick, I said. Blake nodded. Hurry back. I will. I flashed him a smile. He looked back at me, wearing a devastatingly handsome smile. After a quick moment, it faded ever so slightly. It was almost as if he knew something was up. I asked Twyla if she had any extra clothes that might fit Dylan. It took her a second, but she realized why I was asking. I think I can find something for him. Are you going to be able to pull off the switch without giving yourself away? I hope so, I said. Wait here, Twyla said. I'll be right back. It didn't take her long to come back with something I knew Dylan wouldn't like. The outfit was definitely not his style, but hopefully it wouldn't matter that much. At least he could get out of the jumpsuit he hated. I tucked the clothes into the front of my pants and pulled my shirt down over my suddenly thicker stomach. My arms wrapped around my middle in an attempt to keep the extra bulk hidden, even though it was probably dark enough that no one would notice. It took forever for everyone to fall asleep. My heart raced as I carefully crept over toward Dylan. I tapped his shoulder at least 10 times before his eyes popped open. Shh, I said with wide eyes as I covered his mouth. I pointed toward the kitchen. My voice was almost completely silent. Follow me. Chapter 18. I didn't put the jumpsuit on. It would have to wait until I was closer to the base. Everyone was asleep except for Twyla, a man I hadn't seen before, and myself. I assumed the man standing next to Twyla was my driver. I reached over and lightly touched Maddie's hair. I wanted to kiss her cheek, but I couldn't risk waking her. Blake was a lighter sleeper, and it was somewhat surprising he was asleep at all. It felt like I was betraying him, considering I was tasked with keeping watch for a few hours. I hoped they would forgive me. I hoped that they'd understand why I'd left. A quick final look before I tiptoed away from the only people I knew. The people who risked their lives to get me here. Ready? Twyla asked as I soundlessly approached her near the exit. No, but yes, I said. This is Beau. He'll get you as close as he can, Twyla said. I swallowed hard and attempted to give him a smile, but I couldn't make it appear. Thank you. Beau was on the tall side, and his shoulders were uneven. In the dim lighting, I could see his unkempt beard was sprinkled with gray hairs. You're welcome, Twyla said, shaking my hand. Until we meet again. I nodded and fought the urge to look over my shoulder. If I saw them again, there was a chance I'd back out and I couldn't do that. I couldn't put the people I loved in danger. "Let's do this," I said, pressing the jumpsuit tighter to my body. I followed Beau up the stairs and out of the church. He didn't say a word to me, but he opened the passenger door of his small, beat-up pickup truck for me. My body shuddered when he closed the door with a gentle snap. My nose wrinkled at the strange mix of pine from the scented tree hanging from the rearview mirror and old cigarettes. The ashtray was stuffed with smashed butts. The driver's side door whistled as he pulled it open and clunked at the halfway point when he swung it closed. He inserted the key and the truck bounced to a start. He shifted into drive and turned down a dirt road. The headlights eerily lit the road ahead of us. I felt the coldness in a brand new way. It was like my bones were made of ice. The silence was intense, but it wasn't like I wanted to talk to Beau, or anyone for that matter. I was afraid that if I opened my mouth, I'd beg him to take me back to Maddie, to Blake. And he would. He so definitely would. The drive felt like it took forever. There was a part of me that hoped we wouldn't stop moving. I was scared, and I didn't know exactly what I was going to do once I got to the base. Gravel crunched under the tires, and Beau rolled the truck to a stop. He shifted into park and turned to me.
"You'll have to walk another 1.5 miles north,"
Beau said in a deep, raspy voice with a bit of a twang. He pointed out of the front window.
"There'll be a thick patch of trees. You'll need this to get through them."
He rolled a flashlight that had been on the seat toward me. I stared at it with a dry mouth.
"Take it,"
Beau said. In just the 2 words, I could sense he was anxious to get back to Twyla's church. My fingers wrapped around the plastic handle of the flashlight. The batteries shifted around inside.
"It'll get you there,"
Beau said. "Okay," I said, opening the door. I stepped out onto the squishy ground. I exhaled as I watched Beau turn the truck around and drive away. My eyes stayed glued to the red brake lights until I couldn't see them anymore. There wasn't very much light coming from the sliver of moon in the sky. It was just me, the junky plastic flashlight, and the jumpsuit tucked into the front of my pants. I pulled out the jumpsuit and kicked off one of my shoes, balancing on one leg as I slid the other into the rough fabric. There was a rustling sound behind me, and I quickly pulled up the rest of the jumpsuit. I spun on my heel, holding the flashlight like it was a weapon. A shadow of a person held up their hands. My heart was pounding. I needed to run.
"Kit, don't. What is that?"
A man. He knew my name? I narrowed my eyes and clicked the button on the side of the flashlight. The beam flickered several times before lighting up Jay's face. "What are you doing here?" I squawked.
"No,"
Jay said, crossing his arms.
"What are you doing here?"
"Go back," I said, pointing in the direction Beau had just driven off in. Jay shook his head.
"Not until you explain. And even then, I'm probably not going back."
"Really? You need me to tell you what I'm doing out here?"
"I don't need you to. I can put 1 and 1 together, but I guess maybe if you say it out loud, you'll realize how incredibly ridiculous and careless you're being," Jay said. "And then we can walk back to the church before the sun comes up."
"I'm not going back until I find out what happened to Polly," I said stubbornly. "I need to do this for Maddie. And for me, too. We came all this way." Jay shrugged.
"All right. Well, then I'm coming with you. Someone needs to watch your back. Might as well be me."
"I'm not letting anyone go with me," I said.
"You can't stop me," Jay said. "Besides, if I go back there without you, Blake will kill me. And we don't want that, do we?"
Apparently, I didn't answer him quick enough.
"Do we, Kit? Do we want that?"
I adjusted the jumpsuit. "I guess we don't."
"It's a bit big on you," Jay said. "It would fit me better."
Too bad you don't know what Polly looks like, I said, because I don't know how I'm going to do this. I quickly held up my palm. Don't try to talk me out of it, though. I am going to do it. We'll do it together, Jay said, stepping closer and putting his arm around my shoulders. I'll be the distraction you need to get inside. A tear welled up in my eye. No, you can't. I won't let you. It's too dangerous. Oh, kid, you're never going to be able to convince me to go back without you, Jay said, smiling in the darkness. I owe this to you. It's because of you I'm even alive. That I'm here. You don't owe me anything, I said, quickly wiping away the tear that leaked out of the corner of my eye. Go back. Help Blake take care of Maddie. He shook his head. Blake can handle Maddie. That leaves me free to help you. Is there anything I can say to convince you to go back? Not a single thing. You're sure? Jay planted his feet in a wide stance. I'm positive. Chapter 19. We spied the base before we exited the thick patch of trees that surrounded the entire area. It was hard to believe the base had existed before the sickness had spread. It was a massive building with a fence that surrounded the grounds. There were a few lights along the fence, but for the most part, the place was quite dark. Sneaking in over the fence wouldn't be impossible, thanks to the lack of lighting. It would, however, still be a challenge to make it all the way to the building. Although, once I made it there, I still had no idea what I'd do. The guards walked in pairs up and down the fence, stopping at about halfway when they met with a second pair. They'd pass each other and keep going until they got to the corner where they stopped once again. I counted the time from when their backs were turned until they got to the corner. I'd have about 3 minutes to get over the fence and across the lawn to where the light from the fence didn't touch. But once I got closer to the building, they'd see me. I'd probably get caught and dragged inside. What's our plan? Jay asked. If only I could think of a way to ditch him. I, at least, had the jumpsuit. Maybe I could pretend I got lost. But with Jay, he was obviously an outsider, and not just any outsider. He'd be one sneaking inside when he wouldn't need to. It would be suspicious. We go when they turn, I said, pointing at the shadows. They cross in the middle and then turn their backs. That's our chance. Okay, Jay said, rubbing his hands together. Maybe you should just wait here, I said. Jay chuckled. I'll assume that's a joke. It's not. I mean, I have a jumpsuit. I can blend in. But look at you. I'll say I lost mine. Funny. I stopped paying attention to Jay and focused on the shadows. I was going to have to run fast. Could I even run fast with this giant jumpsuit on? I guess I'd find out. Silence surrounded me like a soft, fluffy blanket, but it didn't comfort me, and it most definitely didn't warm me. Instead, it stuffed itself into my ears and made them ring. I set the flashlight down by the tree, doing my best to make a mental note of where I'd placed it. Maybe I'd need it again. I counted in my head and dug my foot into the ground behind me. I'd push off and run like an Olympian after the gunshot. 3, 2, 1, I said, and I pushed away from the trees. My arms swung at my sides. I was pretty sure it was the first time in at least 15 years that I'd ran, and unfortunately, it only took me about 20 feet to realize exactly how out of shape I was. My breaths were sharp, and they squeezed my lungs painfully. Each time I took in air, there was a small, squeak-like gasp. Maddie wouldn't have ever been able to do this. Did she even have an inhaler anymore? I should have checked before I left. My thoughts were all over the place. It was like my life was flashing before my eyes, but none of the interesting parts were included in the slideshow. I slowed my pace as I approached the fence. The guards were at the far ends, still walking away. My fingers gripped the chain-linked metal, and I tried to pull myself upward, but my legs were shaking. "Help me," I said between my quick breaths. Jay grabbed my hips and raised me up as high as he could. I was halfway up when I couldn't feel him helping any longer. I'd have to make it the rest of the way myself. At the top, I wanted to turn around and cheer, but I couldn't. The guards were turning, and Jay was standing on the ground as if he had been afraid he'd have to catch me when I fell. "Jay," I said in a sharp whisper, "you have to go back." "I can't leave you," he said. "There's no time," I said, lowering myself to the ground. "I'll see you soon, okay?" Jay looked to the left and then to the right. He slammed his fist into his thigh. "Fuck. Go!" "I won't be far, okay?" Jay said. "Be safe. Be smart." He turned and ran before I could say anything. It didn't take long for him to disappear into the shadows. I wouldn't have much time either. I took several steps away from the fence and toward the building. I lowered myself to the ground and laid down flat and waited for the guards to cross paths again. Once they turned away, I'd run the rest of the way to the building. What would happen then? I didn't know. I'd get inside, and if Polly was here, I'd find her. My breathing was almost back to normal when the guards turned their backs. I sucked in a breath and got to my feet. Again, I was running, but not as fast. That, however, didn't make my breathing any less frantic. I was here. I was at the base. Chapter 20. A guard at the door stood. Our eyes locked for a long, uncomfortable moment. "Hey," he finally said, breaking the silence. His voice was calmer than I had anticipated it would be. "You're not supposed to be out here." "I think I was sleepwalking," I replied quickly. It was quite possibly the first lie I ever actually pulled off telling with a decent amount of believability. "Oh," the guard said. "Well, this is a new one for me." I pressed my lips together. "First time it's happened to me here." "My brother used to have night terrors when we were kids. Scared the shit out of my parents. Well, and to be honest, me too," the guard said with a half-smile. "We should get you back to your room before someone sees you out here, though. Most people aren't as nice as I am." Was that a joke? Something told me it wasn't. "Yes," I said. "I'm really sorry about this." "You should probably have a chat with the doc tomorrow. Maybe she can give you something so this doesn't happen again," the guard said. I nodded. "Thank you. I will do that." He jerked his head to the side. "Let's go." The guard pulled out a set of keys from his pocket and opened the left side of the double glass doors. There was a dim light just above the door that provided just enough light that I could see his face. There were wrinkles at the corners of his eyes, and there was a kindness buried deep within them. His lips were thin lines that curled upward at the ends. He had wrinkles at the corners of his mouth, as if at one point in his life he had smiled a lot. His jumpsuit didn't have a name, just a number. I was more likely to remember his face than I was the number on his patch. The kind guard gestured for me to enter. I stepped inside and cringed, as if I were waiting for a booby trap of some kind to drop from the ceiling and crush me into a thin sheet of skin and blood. Nothing happened. "Which way?" the guard asked. We were in a small lobby with chairs and a tall desk just off to the left. There wasn't anyone in the room besides us. Based on the lack of sounds, I figured the entire building must have been asleep. I had no idea which way I was supposed to go, and it was taking me far too long to answer. It seemed as though the guard was starting to get suspicious. "Damn it," he said. "Can you manage to get back on your own? I really shouldn't leave my post again." I let out a soft breath of relief, which I quickly turned into a cough. "Oh yeah, no problem. We don't want you to get in any kind of trouble." "Thanks," he said, grinning at me. "Are you sure you're okay? How do I know you're not still asleep?" "I'm fine, Thanks, I said. I couldn't be any more awake than I am right now. That was the truth. You're so polite, the guard said. A breath of fresh air. You're nothing like the others here. Everyone is so quiet. I mean, I guess that's how it's supposed to be, but it's nice to get to actually talk to someone for once. I nodded and kept my mouth closed. The last thing I wanted to do was stick out. I needed to blend in, especially until I found Polly. It's hard sometimes because I love talking. I always have. My parents, God rest their souls, said that when I was a kid, I never shut up, the guard said, smiling slightly at the memory. It quickly fell from his face, and everything hardened. Guess I'm not supposed to talk about that. Anyway, time to get back to your room. I turned away from him and picked a direction. Hopefully, Dylan's room had been straight down the hallway, but that would just be too easy. It wasn't like I would know Dylan's room anyway, unless his name was on the door like a freshman starting college might do to decorate their dorm room door. The hallway was empty. Every closed door was made of the same colored fake wood, with a sign stuck to the wall next to it with a number on it. The layout reminded me of a hospital, only there weren't any gurneys, doctors, and nurses speedily flowing this way and that. There was no brain-numbing smell, and instead of beeping sounds coming from every direction, it was absolutely silent. At least it seemed as though escaping wouldn't be impossible. The hallways were empty, and there had only been one guard at the entrance. When it was time to leave, I'd just do the same thing in reverse. Maybe this place wasn't as awful as everyone thought. The guard at the door had been friendly enough, although he had made a comment about how everyone was supposed to be quiet. "Hey," a woman with thin, wire-framed glasses said as she turned a corner. "What are you doing out here?" She wore a long white coat with a number patch over the pocket on her left breast. The woman eyed me for a long moment before her eyes darted off and then right, as if she thought it was some kind of trick or a trap. Maybe a test? "I was sleepwalking," I said. "I think I'm a little turned around." She narrowed her eyes at the number on my jumpsuit. Her nose wrinkled. "You're a long way from home, aren't you?" "Yeah," I said, feeling a bit disoriented. She said, tapping her chin with her finger with chipped red polish. Her eyes shifted down toward my feet. I looked down and noticed the mud caked around the edges. "Were you outside?" I swallowed hard. "I work the farms. My shoes are always dirty." "Why don't you have boots?" The woman shook her head. "How did you even get out of your room?" She reached down to her waist and unhooked a small black radio. Her knuckles were white as she brought the radio up to her mouth. "I'm going to call for assistance," she said. "That's not necessary. I just need to get back to my room," I said. It felt like the walls were starting to close around me. I was lucky to have made it this far without having gotten caught. The woman looked around. Her eyes landed eventually on her radio, and her hand relaxed as her eyes swiftly shifted to me. She exhaled and clipped the radio back onto her pants. "Technically, I'm not supposed to be out here either. Do you need to see the doctor?" "No, I'm fine. Just a bit disoriented from waking up outside and not knowing how I got there," I said. I forced a smile. "It's always like this when I wake up outside of my bed." "Have you been losing weight?" she asked, cocking her head to the side. My eyebrows squeezed together. At first, I didn't understand, but then I did. The oversized jumpsuit. "Oh, a little, I guess," I replied. "Okay," she said. Her voice was soft, but emotionless. "I'll help you back to your room, but you should probably have a talk with the doctor so this doesn't happen again." She gave my jumpsuit another glance. Her eyes had gone to the number patch before she gestured for me to follow. I should have made the connection between the numbers on my jumpsuit and those stuck to the wall. In this place, I was a number, not a name. I should have asked Dylan more questions. He'd been a closed book because of his fear. It was almost as if he'd been too traumatized by it all to remember enough details. Or maybe some of the brainwashing he'd endured had worked, but not enough for him to want to stay inside. We walked down several short hallways. I'd made so many left and right turns that I'd gotten confused. I wasn't sure I would be able to remember the way out. My heart started to race, and I felt trapped. Coming to the base had been a mistake. A really big mistake.
"Here you go," the woman said, pulling out a set of keys from her pocket. She unlocked the door and pushed it open, holding it for me. I gave her a nod and stepped into the room. She closed the door behind me, and I was enveloped by blackness. I couldn't see a damn thing. There was a click at the door, and without testing the knob, I knew I'd been locked inside the room. The woman would tell someone I'd gotten out. I was sure I hadn't heard the last about my sleepwalking adventure. A shaky breath escaped from between my lips as I reached my hands out around me to feel for something. Damn it. An extremely dim light clicked on, and a man on a cot sat up slightly. His eyes were more than half closed as he looked at me through the darkness.
"Dylan?" he said. "Is that you?"
Oh God, oh God, oh God. I was absolutely screwed.
Chapter 21.
I could pretend to be Dylan, but when morning came, it would be obvious that I was not him. Maybe there was another way. I could tell him that Dylan had been removed and they sent me to take his place. Would that work? Would he ask someone about me and ruin everything? What choice did I really have? "No," I said.
"Oh,"
the guy said, resting his head back down on the pillow.
"That's right. He's gone."
"I didn't mean to wake you," I said. The guy pointed at a cot 2 feet away from his.
"I guess that's your bed now."
Was this guy the only one in the room? Dylan had made it sound like everyone was packed in like sardines. Or maybe that was just the way I had envisioned it when I listened to him tell us about this place.
"What are you waiting for?" the guy asked. "Sleep while you can."
"Sorry," I said, carefully walking across the room as if I were afraid to trip over something. I lowered myself down onto the squeaky, uncomfortable cot. My new roommate turned off the light, and the darkness returned. A light across the room clicked on, and I jumped at least 6 inches off the cot. There was a thin woman gripping the sides of her cot as she stared at me.
"Ignore him," she said. "He's a rule follower."
The light was so dim it barely lit her face. I nodded as if I knew what she was talking about.
"I'm Lorna," she said. "That's Ned, but I wouldn't waste time trying to talk to him."
Ned's bed creaked, but he continued to pretend he was asleep.
"This is Courtney," she said, jerking a thumb to her left.
I could barely see the young woman peeking at me from over the edge of her blanket. Lorna hugged her knees to her body.
"What's your name?" she asked.
"Kit," I replied instantly, wishing I would have come up with a fake name.
"Well, Kit, welcome to hell," Lorna said. "My suggestion is to get in good with the guards or the higher-level folks. It'll make your stay here a bit more tolerable."
The girl in bed next to her, Courtney, snickered. "By that, she means sleep with them."
"She knows what I mean," Lorna said.
Sadly, I had known exactly what she meant. I couldn't help but wonder if the woman I was looking at was Dylan's wife. Or maybe sleeping around was just something all the women did. It suddenly felt like there was a rock in my stomach. What if women didn't have a choice? What had I gotten myself into?
"Are you going to be sick?"
Lorna asked, squinting at me through the darkness. "No," I said unconvincingly.
"Why did they drop you off in the middle of the night?"
she asked. I shrugged.
"It doesn't matter," Lorna said, lying back down. "Try to get some sleep. God only knows what they'll have you do in the morning.
She flicked off the light, and once again, complete darkness swallowed me. I felt like a child again, afraid of the dark and what lurked within it. I didn't sleep the entire night. There was a point when my imagination was getting the better of me that I considered reaching into my pocket to pop out one of the pills I'd carried with me. But I couldn't. I needed to be alert and prepared. I knew when morning came because a light came on in the ceiling. It wasn't bright, and the illumination it gave off seemed to waver. "Wind power," Lorna said when she saw me staring at it. Or was it solar panels? I can't remember. "Is there a bathroom?" I asked. "It's like they didn't tell you anything," she said, pointing at a door that wasn't very wide. "Bet you thought it was a closet." I nodded and walked over the bathroom with my arms wrapped around myself. Lorna smirked at me as she shook her head. "We're not the ones you need to be worried about," Lorna said. "That's not entirely true," Courtney said in a shaky voice. Her eyes landed on Ned, who was sitting on his bed with his hands folded. He appeared to be waiting. Lorna flapped her hands at the bathroom door. "Hurry, it'll be time to go soon." "Go?" I asked. "To work," she replied, saying each word slowly, her suspicions about me growing with each passing second. I exhaled and forced a smile. "Oh, right. I didn't sleep well." "What's it like out there?" Lorna asked as I reached out for the doorknob. "Shh," Ned hissed sharply. "You know you're not allowed to ask that. I will not hesitate to report you." "I will not hesitate to report you," Lorna mocked in a nasally voice. Lorna turned away and sat down on the edge of her bed. She lowered her head and folded her hands in the same way Ned was. Courtney hurriedly did the same. I closed myself into the bathroom and sucked in a deep breath. My eyes fluttered, mostly from exhaustion. I need to hold on to something, but the only thing in the room was a metal toilet without any water inside. Plumbing? Something told me I didn't want to know how it worked exactly. I stretched my arms out to each side and pressed my palms against the cold, painted gray wall. My head tilted back, and the dim light above me seemed bright in the tiny room. What if someone was overweight, or even claustrophobic? The bathroom was like a casket standing on end. The only difference was the toilet inside of it. There was no mirror, no sink. I could feel the blood rushing through my body. It made the back of my neck hot. There hadn't been a window. Maybe escaping this place once I found Polly wasn't going to be as easy as I initially thought. I closed my eyes and tried to visualize Maddie. She was probably screaming at Blake, shouting that they needed to come for me. And she probably also asked him why I had done something so incredibly stupid. Then there was Jay to wonder about. Where had he gone? Was he still waiting in the forest? Or had he gone back to the church to tell Blake and Maddie what had happened? I hoped he'd gone back. I hoped he hadn't tried to get inside. I hoped he hadn't gotten lost or found by one of the sick, or worse, discovered by one of the people from the base. What would I do if I saw him inside? I'd made such a big mess of everything, and I wasn't sure if I'd be able to clean it up. If I was stuck inside the base forever, at least I knew that Maddie would be in good hands. Blake would take better care of her than I had for most of her life. I exhaled slowly and quickly used the bathroom. My legs felt wobbly as I exited the coffin-like room and made my way toward my cot. I needed to sit down before my knees gave out and I crashed to the tiled floor. Once I was on the bed, I could hear movement in the hallway. The doors were thin. Was that a good thing? "Look down," Lorna advised only seconds before the door opened with a buzz. No one entered, but the voice from the hallway was deep and harsh. "Exit." Chapter 22. Lorna, Courtney, and Ned all stood at nearly the exact same moment. I copied them, but I was a few seconds behind. They walked out of the room single file, and I trailed behind. In the hallway, I was afraid to look up. I dared a quick glance without moving my head. The hallway was lined with people from their rooms with their backs against the wall. I did everything the same as Ned. I leaned back, keeping my shoulders straight, and I kept my head down with my hands folded in front of my body. I could hear the guards moving about, but for the most part, they didn't say anything. Black Boots moved across the floor in front of me and stopped in front of Lorna. He whispered something to her. "Yes, sir," she said in a voice that was softer than the one she'd used in the room. In fact, for a second, I hadn't even been sure it was her because the voice had been so much different. It was like the strength and confidence she'd had in the room had been left inside. "Move!" the guard at the far end of the hall shouted. Everyone turned sharply to their left. I mimicked the movement and prayed no one noticed how out of sync I was. Something jabbed into my back, and I tried to ignore it. The more I ignored it, the deeper it dug in between my shoulder blades. I turned and looked at the man behind me. His mustache curled ever so slightly at the ends. It was like he belonged at the circus. "Looks like someone needs to return to training," he said, pushing the stick harder before releasing it. He slapped the baton into his other hand and smirked. I looked back down at my feet. "Sorry." "You're new," he said. It wasn't a question. It was a statement. "Yes," I said, pausing only a quick second before remembering to add the "sir." He stepped forward and looked at the front of my jumpsuit. At first, I thought he was checking me out, thanks to what Lorna had said in the room, but after he looked away, I realized he was only looking at the number patch. "Farm, huh?" he said, before walking over to someone else. We got to a place where the hallway split into different directions. Some of the people started going one way, other a second way, and some continued straight. I started to follow Ned, but a baton dropped down in front of me. It was the circus ringleader again. "Where do you think you're going?" he asked. "Sorry, sir," I said, and continued straight, which was the direction he indicated. "Distracted today?" he asked. I watched Lorna, Courtney, and Ned as they turned off in different directions. I hadn't known them really, but at least I hadn't felt completely alone, like I did with Mr. Curly Mustache. "Yes, sir," I said. "How come?" he asked. "Didn't sleep well," I replied. He smirked and raised a brow. "I can help with that. When I'm done with a woman, she sleeps very soundly, and with a smile on her face." "Dirk," a deep voice from behind called out. "Sir?" Mr. Curly Mustache said. There was a small hesitation. "Shut up." "Yes, sir," he said with a tinge of an attitude. Mr. Curly Mustache brushed his arm against mine, and I pressed my lips together, trying to hide the fact that I was cringing. I would have liked to push him away from me, but I was afraid of what would happen to me if I did. He continued to stay at my side through the hallway. I kept my head down and my hands folded, only daring to flick a glance upward when I noticed the change in lighting. There was a set of glass doors that were being held open as the line of farmers exited the building. My palms started to sweat. I had no idea what I was supposed to do. I wasn't even sure how I was managing to blend in thus far. My jumpsuit was too big. My shoes were different. The guards led us over to a big field. There were several people already out there wearing large hats with round brims. "See you later, beautiful," Mr. Curly Mustache said, before turning and following the other guards back to the large building. There were 6 people in hats, and they started walking toward us at the same time. The others were standing there in the same position. "We're just going to continue to work on this field," a man with a hat said. "So grab a shovel and get to work." I followed the others toward the sizable yellow shed. A woman stepped into the doorway and started handing shovels to each person. She said something, and they walked off. When it was my turn, she gave me the shovel and pointed to the edge of the field. "Work on that area over there." I nodded and walked off, following the person who had been in line ahead of me. The dirt under my steps was soft and somehow crunchy. As far as I could tell, there wasn't anything planted in the field. There were at least 50 of us spread out in the area, all quietly working without having anything to eat or drink. Had they just been working the ground the whole time they've been at the base? Was this just something to keep them busy? Maybe they couldn't plant with the cold temperatures and winter not that far off. Perhaps they were simply preparing for when they could. At least, that was my best guess. The others were digging up the ground and then stirring the dirt around like a bowl of thick stew. I did the same. It didn't take long for the muscles in my shoulders and arms to begin to complain and beg me to stop. "Hey," the guy near me said, carefully looking around to see if he were being watched. "Who are you?" "I'm new," I answered quickly. "I can see that," he replied. "I've been working out here since nearly the beginning. We started over there, and now we're here." I gave him a small nod before looking back down at the ground. A million questions were floating around in my head, but I couldn't ask any of them. "That's not your jumpsuit, is it?" he asked, stepping closer. "It's mine," I said harshly. He shook his head. "I know that number. Dylan was a friend of mine." I turned my back. Mr. Talkative already knew too much. "Is he okay? Did you do something to him?" he asked. I bit my cheek and refused to answer. "Did you kill him?" he asked. I turned abruptly. "No, I didn't kill him." I quickly calmed myself and looked back down at the ground. Me and my big mouth. "He got away, didn't he?" he asked. I nodded, and he smiled. His shoulders relaxed slightly as he stopped digging the earth. "Then there is hope for all of us. What's your name?" I pointed to my number patch. He laughed. "I'm Ross." "Kit," I said, looking him up and down before returning to my digging. "Things out there aren't easy." "Are there still sick people?" "Yes," I said. Ross looked at me out of the corner of his eyes. "Why did you come in here?" "I'm looking for someone," I said, wondering what the hell was wrong with me. It wasn't like I could trust this random guy, yet here I was, telling him everything. Ross quickly turned away. A thin man with a hat walked between us. He studied Ross for a long moment before turning to me. "Dig a bit deeper," he said, taking the shovel from me. "Put all your weight into it, like this." "Yes, sir," I said after he finished. I would have much preferred to roll my eyes at him for explaining how to use a shovel. "Now show me," he said, crossing his arms. I threw the shovel into the dirt the same way he had, stomping on it to get it down deeper. My triceps tightened as I yanked the shovel out and rotated the dirt. "Good," the thin man said, walking away with his hands stuffed into his pockets. Once he was far enough away, Ross caught my eye. He kept his voice low. "That guy's an ass." A small smile curled at the corners of my lips, but I quickly pushed it away. It was about midday when I stabbed the shovel into the dirt and stretched my arms over my head. The muscles were weak and shaky, and my stomach was grumbling. I looked out toward the trees from when I'd come into the base and thought I saw something move. I blinked several times, trying to focus, but there wasn't anything there. It had probably been an animal of some sort. "Get back to work," the thin man shouted at me. "Yes, sir," I said, quickly grabbing the shovel and looking back down at the ground. I could sense he was coming closer. He slithered up next to me like a snake. "We don't stop, not even for a second," he said. "You know that by now, don't you?" "Yes, sir," I said. "I wouldn't want to use the whip," he said.
Not with everyone watching like this. That would be embarrassing for you, wouldn't it?
I nodded. My palms started to sweat, and I was sure they were staining the wood with their dampness.
I'm going to let it go this time,
he said, only seconds before a bell rang from a distance.
Go. Eat. See you again in 20.
I joined the others in line with my hands folded in front of me and my head down. Dylan was right. I hadn't even been at the base for 24 hours, but already I knew I was in some kind of hell. I told myself I'd give it 2 days. 2 days to find out what happened to Polly and plan my escape. That would give me enough time to get back to the church and be with Maddie and Blake again. 2 days. The good news was, I wasn't going to need it. As we walked down the hallway, I saw her. Chapter 23. Polly was standing at the front of a room, dressed just like everyone else in the building. The line kept moving, but my feet started to drag. I hadn't gotten a good look, but there was no doubt in my mind that it had been Polly. Her hair had been pulled back into a tight ponytail. She'd looked thinner, but healthy enough. The room she was in had been lined with small desks, each filled with a small child, maybe 5 or 6 years old, each wearing their own tiny jumpsuit. Polly hadn't seen me. She hadn't even looked up as we passed by the classroom. My heart leaped into my throat, but I couldn't stop walking. I couldn't even talk to her or tell her I was there. They wouldn't allow it. I had to keep moving my feet. Or did I? I tripped myself and fell into the person in front of me. I fell to the ground and slid myself backward with my hand up in an apology. "Sorry," I said. Ross looked back at me with a mix of anger and fear in his eyes. The guard stopped the line, and the fear increased. Ross turned away and put his head back down. Not a single person offered me their hand to help me up, but I didn't care. It gave me more time to look into the room. The commotion caused the children to look out into the hallway. Polly's eyes followed and met mine. "Children," she said. I closed my eyes for a second at the familiar sound of her voice. I couldn't keep them closed because I didn't want to stop looking at her. If I did, maybe she'd vanish. I hadn't noticed at first, but at the front of the room there was a guard. Mr. Curly Mustache had his eyes glued to Polly. "Polly," I mouthed carefully. Absolutely no sound came out. She was looking right into my eyes. There was no expression on her face, and not even a twinkle of recognition. Had she been brainwashed? She walked between the desks toward the door. Her jaw was tense, and she looked annoyed. I couldn't look away from her, even when someone grabbed me by the back of my jumpsuit and lifted me to my feet. It felt like my heart stopped when Polly shut the classroom door. I wanted to burst into tears. My heart was ripping apart into pieces. She was right there, only a few feet from me, and there wasn't anything I could do about it. It had taken me too long to get to her. It was too late.
"Walk,"
the guard said, jabbing the baton between my shoulder blade. "Ouch," I complained. He grabbed the front of my jumpsuit and threw me across the hallway. My back slammed into the wall so hard I thought I heard it crack. I tried to keep my balance, but my body was too weak, and I couldn't stay upright. I fell to the ground. My cheek was pressed against the cold tile floor. I stared at the door Polly had closed only moments ago. It was like when we were young and she'd been mad at me for borrowing something without asking. She'd closed the door, shut me out of her life to teach me a lesson. I wanted to call for her, but I couldn't. Not only because it would have been a mistake, but because I couldn't find my voice. The surrounding walls turned black and white. Everything became grainy, like dust was falling from the sky in thick sheets. Then, everything turned to black. Chapter 24. My eyes popped open, and I tried to sit up, but my arms wouldn't move. I was stuck. Panic overwhelmed me, and I jerked my arms vigorously. My head tilted, and I saw I'd been tied to the rails of the bed. "Calm down," a woman said, stepping into view. "You're okay." "I'm tied up," I snarled. "Watch your tone, please. I can sedate you if I feel threatened," she said. The woman was beautiful, and I was fairly certain she was wearing makeup. Her chocolate eyes were warm, but the long white coat made her seem cold. "I heard you had a fall," she said, looking down at me. "Yes," I said, stopping myself before I called her a sir. "Eating okay?" I nodded. "Up until today." "How have you been sleeping?" "Not well." That was the truth. And I hadn't been sleeping well before arriving at the base, too. "Is there any chance you can untie me?" "It's really for my protection," she said. I shook my head. "Your protection? I'm not going to do anything to you." "You'd be surprised what people will do," she said with a frown. I exhaled loudly. It looked like she was about to say something before the door opened. A guard walked in and stomped over to the doctor. He handed her a file, and my pulse quickened. "Here's the file you requested on that one patient," he said, holding it out to her. "Took you long enough," she said. "I requested this shortly after 8. He shrugged. "It was buried. Someone had filed it incorrectly." "The office people aren't trained well. I'll let the trainer know," she said, slapping the folder before setting it down on the counter. "Anything else, Doc?" the guard asked. "That is all. Thank you," she said. My body relaxed, but only by a small percentage. If she'd asked for the file earlier, then it wouldn't be a file that matched the number on my jumpsuit. A file that would alert her to the fact that I was someone else. "I'm feeling much better," I said in a sugary sweet voice. I needed to get out of the leather ties. She walked over to the bed and looked down at me. "Since you missed mealtime, I requested food to be brought here for you." "I really appreciate that," I said with a smile. "I think you should rest for a bit more," she said. "Everything seems fine, but you really seem worn down. Has there been any new stress in your life recently?" Was she for real? "Nothing new," I replied. The door opened again, and the doctor rolled her eyes. "Constant interruptions," she mumbled. A large woman waddled in, pushing a cart. She folded her hands together and lowered her head before leaving the room. "Ah," the doctor said, clapping her hands softly. "This should help you." I tried to move my hands, rattling the bars in the process. She turned and pulled a syringe from her breast pocket. "This is if you try anything stupid," she said. "Understand?" "Perfectly." The doctor untied me before rolling the cart over the bed. She uncovered the plate and revealed a pile of white mush. There was a white plastic spoon on a thin paper napkin. I scooped up the slop and tried not to wince. It was cold, but that wasn't the worst part. The texture of the instant mashed potatoes was recognizable. I'd served it to Freddie on occasion, when I hadn't felt like making them from scratch. He never even seemed to notice the difference, which didn't say much for my mashed potato recipe. There was a golden oil drizzled over the top, but that wasn't what gave it the awful powdery taste. It was as though vanilla protein powder had been blended into the mixture. "Everything okay?" the doctor asked. "Yes," I said, keeping my eyes down, mostly so she didn't see how difficult it was for me to eat the mush. I didn't want the doctor to know I wasn't used to the peculiar mixture. It could concern her enough to keep me in the room, or maybe even have the guard pull my file. All I wanted was to get out of the room without vomiting and/or drawing any more attention to myself. I had to start thinking of how I was going to get to Polly before they locked the doors at bedtime. I finished eating, somehow managing to clean the plate. The doctor rolled the tray away and brought a small flashlight to each eye. She took my pulse and crossed her arms. "Well, I guess if you think you're ready to get back to work, I can discharge you," she said. "Thank you," I said, swinging my legs over the side of the bed. I folded my hands in my lap and kept my head down. She clicked her tongue. "You don't have to do that in here. This is the one place you can be yourself and speak freely. I can't help if you aren't honest with me." Did she know something? She must have seen me choking down every bite of the mush. Or maybe the jumpsuit gave me away. Maybe she already had my file. She'd gotten it before I'd woken up. "All right," she said, grabbing my elbow and helping me to my feet. "Do you need me to call for a guard?" "No, thank you," I said, giving her another look. She smiled and handed me a pink piece of paper. "Take this. Hope I don't see you again anytime soon." I narrowed my eyes. "That just means I wish you in good health," she said, waving her hand. "I'm sorry. I tried to lighten the mood, but I'm just so not funny." "Oh," I said, giving her a smile. I walked to the door and opened it slowly. I looked over my shoulder, but she already had her face buried in the file the guard had brought to her. It felt weird to be released on my own, like I was breaking a law of some kind, and if I was spotted, I'd be in some kind of terrible trouble. But it gave me an opportunity that I had to take advantage of. Surely I was supposed to head back out to work and provide them with the slip of paper, but instead, I was going to go back down the hallway where I'd seen Polly. My feet moved quickly as my eyes darted around. The halls were mostly empty, but when anyone was near, I put my head down and clasped my hands together tightly with the piece of paper sticking out of the top. I headed toward the corner. A door opened, and a hand covered my mouth. Before I could do anything, I was pulled inside, and the door closed. Chapter 25. My breaths came at me quickly. "I'll scream!" It was dark in the room, but I imagined the man with the curly mustache peering at me. I pressed my hand to the wall behind me, searching for the doorknob. "Stop it!" Polly hissed, grabbing my hand off the back wall. The slip of paper had fallen out of my hand at some point. "What are you doing here?" "Looking for you." She squeezed my hand into hers. "Well, that was silly, wasn't it? Now we're both stuck in here." I dropped her hand and wrapped my arms around her. I inhaled deeply and fought back the tears that were threatening to pour out of my eyes. "I didn't think I'd ever see you again," I whispered. "Me either," she said, hugging me back just as hard. She pulled back. "I'm afraid to ask, but is Maddie okay?" I nodded, but quickly realized she probably couldn't see me in the darkness. The words scratched my throat. "Yes, she's fine," I said. "Oh, God," Polly's voice lowered. "She's not here too, is she?" My head was moving side to side. "No." "Then where is she? With Freddie?" "Freddie didn't make it," I said. "She's with Blake." "Who the hell is Blake? And why is my niece with him?" I exhaled a quick breath. "Is there time to explain now?" "I suppose not. I'd like to say if you trust him, then I do. But, well, Freddie." "I didn't trust Freddie," I said with a sigh. "Anyway, we need to get out of this place." "No shit, Sherlock," Polly said. I could imagine her crossing her arms and her eyes rolling. "Sorry, but if there were a way out of this place, I'd be gone." "Well, maybe not. There has been a small complication." "What kind of complication?" I asked. She ignored my question. "Do you know what happened to Hoyt?" I couldn't answer. He was probably still alive, but I couldn't get into the details, at least not until I figured out exactly how I wanted to break the news to her. She'd loved Hoyt with everything she was. He should be the one to confess. Why did I have to be the bad guy? Does Hoyt have something to do with the complication? I asked carefully. Perhaps. What's going on, Polly? I said, looking over my shoulder at where the door would be. Not that I could see it in the pitch-black darkness. She let out a breath. I'm pregnant. There are doctors here. The baby is Hoyt's? Yes, she replied. It had been one word, but I could sense it had been filled with various emotions. There was a long pause before I spoke. How long have you known? I found out a few days after arriving in New York with Mom, Polly said. Why didn't you tell me? I am telling you, she said. You're the first person I'm telling. It's still early. There could be complications. I took her hand. There are people out there. We're with them. They can probably help you. In a few days, they're traveling to a place that will be completely safe. We can go with them. How do I know they are any better than this group? How can they not be better? We've only been with them a short time, but they seem like good people. Normal people, I said. What if they're not, and you left your daughter there with them? I bit my cheek hard. I couldn't bring her here. You didn't answer me, Polly said. About what? About Hoyt. I let go of her hand and grabbed her shoulders, shaking her gently. We need to focus on getting out of here. You know something. Even in the darkness, Polly could tell I was hiding something. And you still haven't told me about this Blake person, or how you got in here. Seriously, Polly, I groaned. Once we're out of here, I'll have all the time in the world to answer all your questions. We'll never get out of here. And once we leave this room, I'll never be able to talk to you again, Polly said. You'll never even get to meet your niece or nephew if this pregnancy even works out. At night, we can hide and climb over the fence, I said, the words rolling off my tongue. There are places to hide in the darkness, and a forest not far off where I've stashed a flashlight. It's a bit of a walk back to the others, but we'll make it. The only part I haven't figured out is how to get out of the building. Polly sighed. I haven't been outside the building in quite some time. I don't even remember what it's like out there. For a long time, I was jealous of those who were chosen to work in the fields. Don't be, I said, rubbing the back of my arm. It's hard work. You've been outside? I'm a farmer, I said, just like the owner of this jumpsuit. How did you even get that thing? Polly asked. I snorted. From a guy who escaped? This is possible, Polly. I can get you out of here. I can't leave the building, Polly said. The guards will stop me. Only if they see you, I said. Polly huffed. It's not easy to be sneaky in this place. I held out my arms. But yet, here you are, in a closet. They're probably already looking for me. We can't go until night, I said. Too bad we'll be locked in our rooms, Polly said. I tapped my finger to my chin. Do they provide dinner? Yes, Polly said. Same pile of crap they provide for lunch. Did you know that the guards and higher-level folks get to eat normal food? I did not know that, I said. The woman in my room basically told me to sleep with the guards, though. While I've managed to avoid it, I can't say life here wouldn't be easier if I gave in, Polly said. What if we meet back here after dinner? I asked. Polly released a squeaky breath. It'll never work. Immediately after the meal, they'll usher us back to our rooms. We'll only have about an hour before lights go out. An hour of sitting there and not talking? I asked, remembering how reluctant Ned and Courtney had seemed to talk to me. It's reflection time. You're supposed to sit quietly and think about how you can be better tomorrow. I chewed my lip. How long do we have before they lock the doors? As soon as everyone on the block is in their room.
Would they know if someone wasn't in their room? I asked. Dylan must have sneaked away somehow before the doors locked. It took Polly at least a minute to answer.
I don't know. They don't do like a roll call or anything like that.
I've been here like 24 hours and no one really asked me who I was. Well, except for the people I share a room with, and the guy who knew the owner of my jumpsuit.
But you're new. I've been here for much longer. A bit more recognizable, Polly said. Someone might speak up if they notice I'm not where I should be, like they probably already have. Then again, a lot of people are too afraid to say anything.
I dropped to my knees and started searching the floor for the small piece of pink paper I'd been given. What are the pink slips for?
They excuse you for not being where you're supposed to be, Polly said. Why do you ask?
I have one. Rather, I had one. I dropped it when I thought Mr. Curly Mustache was pulling me in here for a good time. A good time for him, that is, I added. It most definitely wouldn't be a good time for me.
Mr. Curly Mustache?
She said with a muffled laugh. I looked upward, but I couldn't see her. Help me, would you?
I'm not sure why we're wasting time on this, she said,
but I could hear the whoosh of her fabric rubbing together as she lowered herself to the floor. My finger touched something, and I slid it closer. Unfortunately, I had no idea if it was the pink slip of paper or not, but it felt like it was the same size. I had to assume it was the right thing. What if I tear it in half? You hold half, and I hold the other half, I said.
Then what? Just walk outside like we have business out there? Polly asked.
Yeah, hide in that shed by the field until dark, I said, feeling a small smile curl onto my mouth. It wasn't a terrible idea. At least, I didn't think so. Polly groaned. I thought she was going to start telling me the numerous reasons my idea wasn't going to work.
I don't know, Kit, she said meekly.
Do you have a better idea? Or any other idea at all? Because if you do, I'm all ears. Polly sighed.
I don't. You know, if we get caught, it's not going to be pretty. There is a prison here.
You mean this isn't the prison? I asked rhetorically. One way or another, I'm going to get out of here and back to Maddie and Blake. There isn't anything that can stop me.
You don't sound anything like yourself, she said.
I hoped that was a compliment.
Tell me again about this stranger you left Maddie with.
I clutched the piece of paper and got to my feet. My heart swelled at the thought of him. You're not going to believe this, I said.
Try me,
she said, and somehow I knew she was crossing her arms. Shouldn't we attempt to get outside first? I asked, feeling warmth creeping up to the back of my neck. Just the mere thought of Blake was enough to make the blood in my veins pump quicker.
No, Polly answered instantaneously. I should know about the people I'll be joining, shouldn't I?
I snorted. Like, you know, all the people here?
Whatever,
Polly said dismissively. Remember my neighbor across the street? I asked with an exhale.
No?
I took in a quick breath of the dusty closet air. Well, that's Blake. He helped us after everyone got sick. We're alive because of him.
Okay, well, anyone that saves my sister and favorite niece has to be something special, Polly said. I look forward to meeting him. Although Hoyt should have been there for you. I think we all knew Freddie would be useless. I tried so many times to reach Hoyt, but he was impossible to reach. Things were falling apart rapidly where I was, but in your part of the country, everything was probably business as usual. Hoyt was no doubt at work, slaving away at his desk, and to think it was all for nothing.
Sadly, part of what she thought was correct. He had been in his office, at his desk, but he hadn't been working, at least not in the way Polly had imagined. I would tell her everything about Hoyt once we were safe at the church. Or maybe, with the news she'd given me about the baby,
I should just tell her that he was dead. It wasn't like we'd ever cross his path again. "Polly," I said in the quiet of the room. "Yes?" "Blake's a good guy. Like, a really good guy." I hesitated. "I'm so in love with him." It was weird to admit it, but there hadn't been much I hadn't been able to tell my sister. She placed her hand on my shoulder. "I'm glad, kid. You deserve someone good," she said. "You really do. Mom would be so happy." She'd be happy about anyone other than Freddie. Polly covered her laugh to mute it. "That's so true." I folded the piece of paper in half as best as I could in the dark. The ripping sound was loud in the small closet. I handed Polly half of the pink slip of paper. "Ready?" Chapter 26. Polly stuck her head out of the closet and looked out in each direction. She stepped out into the hallway, pulling me along with her. The lights, even though dim, still managed to sting my eyes as they adjusted to the abrupt change in lighting. I clutched the piece of paper in my hands as I folded them together and put my head down. Polly did the same. "Which way?" I whispered. "Right," she said. "Then mostly straight." We turned the corner, and my eyes flicked upward, even though I had tried to keep them down. Mr. Curly Mustache was walking side by side with another guard I hadn't seen before. The other guard had sandy blonde hair that was naturally curly. His cloudy blue eyes felt as though they were piercing through my skin. "Hey, beautiful," Mr. Curly Mustache said. My eyes flicked upward, and our eyes connected. He bit his knuckle as they continued walking by. "Head down, girl," the other guy said, before smacking Mr. Curly Mustache on the back of the head. He mumbled something to him that included the word desperate. "Wait." Polly and I stopped walking at the same time. My heart was pounding like a drummer in a marching band. "No escort?" the guard asked. I flashed him the piece of paper. He muttered. It felt like a long time passed before he spoke again. "Carry on." "See you later," Mr. Curly Mustache called out. The other guard cracked him on the side of his upper arm. "Ow!" Their boots smacked the flooring, getting softer as they continued away from us. Polly's pace increased. "I almost threw up," she whispered. "But you didn't," I said, "and it worked. We can do this." We continued down the hall, passing only a few more people. None of them even stopped us. Perhaps they saw the pink pieces of paper, or perhaps they just didn't care. At the main door, there was a guard on the outside of the door. He stood and stared at us as he unlocked the door. "State your—" "Hey!" The guard's tone instantly changed. "Do I look different during the day?" I dared a glance upward. The guard was looking around, but when our eyes met, he smiled at me. It was the guard from last night. "Did you see the duck?" he asked. I waved the piece of paper. "I did. All is good." "That's good news," he said, stepping to the side to allow Polly and me outside. "Headed back to work?" "That's right," I said. "Well, sorry to say you just missed them," the guard said. "They headed in early. Storm brewing." On the horizon, there were frequent flashes of light. The rumbles of thunder weren't quite as long as the rumbles inside my stomach, but they rattled my nerves. "Oh, darn," I said. "We just need to get a few things from the shed, and then we'll head right back in." He looked confused, probably because he knew we didn't have any things. "I suppose that'll be all right," he said. "Dennis is still out there, so talk to him, okay? He can escort you back in." "That was the plan," I said, swallowing hard. I drew in a breath and lowered my head again. It was my way of signaling to him that I was done being friendly and that I needed to follow the rules. The guard stepped to the side, and a gust of wind smacked our faces and prickled my cheeks. Polly drew in a breath so deeply She released a pleasant little whimper. "What do you plan to do about this Dennis guy?" Polly asked. "I haven't figured that part out yet," I said. I looked up toward the shed. The shovels, rakes, and other tools were lined up against the building, and he was bringing them inside one by one. "Dylan, the owner of this jumpsuit, told me that they keep the sick inside of the building," I said. "It's true," Polly said. "They're locked up inside the lab. I mean, I guess it could just be a rumor they spread to scare people into staying away from the lab. I've never actually seen one inside." All I could do was shake my head at their stupidity. They brought the sickness into the world, and their way of eradicating it was to keep it hanging around in the hope of trying to develop a cure. The damage had already been done as far as I was concerned. Even if they were able to create something that would cure the sick, how would they administer it to everyone out in the world? They were better off continuing to build their army to wage war against the sick, although I didn't think that would work either. We kept our heads down, following the rules as we approached the shed. The man the guard had called Dennis stopped to look up at us. "What are you doing out here?" he asked. I held up my pink slip. "I'm supposed to show this to you." "Everyone went inside. You shouldn't be out here. Who let you out?" "I'm going to have to report him," Dennis said. I stepped up next to him, pointing toward the base. "It was that guy, at that door." Dennis narrowed his eyes, and I reached behind me, grabbing the handle of the nearest tool. "That fool," Dennis said. "I'm not finished, but I'll have to escort you inside. There's a—" The back of the shovel put a stop to his sentence. Dennis stared at me blankly. After a second, his eyes rolled back, and he dropped to the ground. "Kit," Polly said, spinning like a music box doll as she looked in every direction. "What are you doing?" "Help me get him inside the shed," I said. "Oh, dear God," she muttered as she grabbed his feet. "You could have told me you've become a murderer. Prepared me somehow." I snorted. "I'm not a murderer. He's not dead. At least, I don't think he is." We got him inside the shed and closed the door. Polly put her hands on her hips. "What about all the tools?" she asked. "If someone sees them out there, it'll be suspicious. They'll probably come looking for poor Dennis." "Poor Dennis," I huffed. I looked around the shed and found several long pieces of rope. I didn't even want to know what they'd been used for. Probably something similar to what I was about to use them for, only for a less good reason. "Help me tie him up first," I said. "Now we're tying people up?" she said with wide eyes. "Maybe I should leave you in here," I said, unable to hide my frustration. "I'm not sure you'll survive out there." Sadness washed over her face. "Is it terrible?" "It's worse here," I said, tying Dennis's hands behind his back. "You'll be fine." "Who are you?" Polly asked as she stared at me, not helping me tie up Dennis at all. Her words had hit me hard, like someone taking a baseball bat to the back of my head. At some point, I became the person I was supposed to be all along. I was the person who would do anything for her family, even if it was dangerous or scary. It was something I should have realized a long time ago. The idea of leaving Freddie had been so frightening, it had paralyzed me. But staying had made my life hell. If I would have been the person I was now, well, things would have been a hell of a lot different. There was no point in dwelling on the past. I couldn't change it. I had to focus on the future, and to get there, I needed to get Polly and myself away from the base. I brought the tools inside the shed, while Polly kept an eye on our new friend Dennis. It was at least 20 minutes before his eyelids started to flutter. He looked back and forth between Polly and I. "Stupid bitches," he said, slurring his words as if he'd had a drink too many. "You won't get away with this." "Stop talking," I said, as if I were suddenly one of the guards. He snorted. "Or what?" "Or I'll hit you over the head again," I said.
Do it, he said. I can't wait to visit you every day in your cell.
Dennis spat on the ground toward my feet. I was tempted to hit him over the head again, but that would have been going too far. He wasn't a danger at the moment. He was just annoying. "Now what?" Polly asked, joining me at the small window that faced the base. The storm was behind us, and even though we couldn't see it, we could hear it. I exhaled, and we locked eyes. Now, we wait. Chapter 27. Night fell quicker, thanks to the storm. I wasn't sure how much longer I was going to be able to stay in the shed with Dennis and his constant ramblings and curses. Apparently, he didn't like being held hostage, which was kind of funny, considering his job. It wasn't fun when the tables were turned. "I bet they're looking for me," Polly said, pacing back and forth across the dirt-covered floor.
"Of course they are,"
Dennis howled. He calmed himself and looked at her with wide eyes.
"If you let me go, I'll tell them it wasn't your fault, that she did this to us. They'll go easy on you."
"Shut up already," Polly hissed. She turned to me. "How long do we wait before making a run for it?" My head moved slightly side to side.
"I'm not sure."
"Do you think they're eating yet?" "Maybe," Polly said. "It's still not dark enough," I said. "I came in the middle of the night, and it was pitch black. Lots of shadows to hide in. Now, though, not so much." Dennis laughed.
"You idiots didn't think this through. You might think they aren't looking for you, but they will start looking for me."
"He's right," Polly said. Dennis laughed harder.
"Dumb, dumb, 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 dumb."
"Maybe," I said with a half shrug. "They haven't started looking for him yet." "How do you know?" Polly asked softly. "Because. Where do you think the first place they'd go to look for a farmer?" Polly smirked. "Maybe they've forgotten all about you."
"They'll come,"
Dennis said, trying to sound confident, but his questioning tone gave away that he wasn't. "I'm sure they will, but hopefully it won't be until tomorrow morning," I said. For a long while, it seemed as though I was right. They weren't coming for Dennis. But when 4 guards came out of the base, I knew I'd been wrong. "Shit," I said, looking around the shed. I grabbed a shovel, even though it was big and bulky, and I knew the guards were armed. I turned to Polly, doing my best to remain calm. "Take something." "For what?" she asked. "For a weapon," I said. Polly started shaking her head. "I can't. I couldn't." "You might have to," I said, looking down at her stomach. "It's not just for you." "Okay," she said, grabbing a shovel. I held up my hand like a stop sign as I looked out of the small window. Dennis started laughing.
"They're coming for you," he shouted. "I'm in here! I'm in here! Help me!"
I took 3 quick steps toward him. My fingertips were numb from gripping the shovel tightly. "Want another hit to the back of your head?" I said between my clenched teeth. Bits of spit shot out and speckled his face. "Shut up, or you might not wake up from the next one." Dennis pressed his lips together. The anger that had been in his eyes turned into dread. I wouldn't have killed him, but he didn't need to know that. Well, if it were life or death, I didn't want to think about what I was capable of. It was easier not to. "They split into 2, Polly reported. "They're walking around the building. They're definitely looking for someone." Polly exhaled and aggressively rubbed her shoulder. It was like her shoulder had a magic lamp inside, and she was hoping a genie would pop out so it could grant her 3 wishes. "It's not dark enough," I said. "But we don't have a choice. We're going to have to make a run for it." "Are you sure about this, kid?" she asked, breathing as if she'd already run a mile. "No," I said. "But this could be our only chance, and I'm taking it." She swallowed hard. "Okay. What are we going to do?" I stepped up to the window and pointed out toward the trees. My eyes narrowed to slits as I peered out at the fence. "We're going to run that way," I said. "When the guards cross in the middle, that's when we need to climb the fence. They won't turn back, and even if they do, we'll hopefully already be over the fence. The trees aren't far, and once we get to them, they won't be able to shoot." "Shoot?" Polly repeated with a frown. "We'll be okay," I said. "I didn't come all this way for nothing." She nodded, but the uncertainty brought shadows to her eyes. I gave her hand a reassuring squeeze. "Are you ready for this?" I asked. "No, but like you said, this could be our only chance," Polly said. "Good. As long as I time this right," I said, first looking at the guards circling the building before shifting my gaze to the ones at the fence. "As long as I time it right, this will work." The guards started to go around the sides of the building. None of them headed toward the shed yet. They were probably looking for Polly, or maybe even me. If they were looking for Dennis, they would have come toward the shed first, a fact I would have loved to rub in his face. The guards near the fence were walking toward one another. As long as they didn't see us, we'd make it. "Let's go," I said, turning the wobbly doorknob. I pulled open the door just enough for us to slip out. I turned to Polly. "Run!" I sucked in a deep breath, filled my lungs with the oxygen they'd need to make it the distance. Polly's breaths next to me were rapid. I couldn't remember the last time I'd seen Polly run. Running with the shovel was slowing me down, and it was likely doing the same to Polly. "Drop it," I said. "Are you sure?" she asked. "Yes," I said, dropping my shovel to the left so she didn't trip over it. My feet were moving fast, but they could have gone faster. I couldn't increase my speed because I knew Polly was already struggling to keep up. "I can't," Polly said, gasping between words. "You can," I said encouragingly. "We're almost there." I'd stretched the truth. Polly could see just as well as I could that we were only about halfway to the fence. The sky darkened rapidly as the storm clouds rolled overhead. The sun was at the horizon, giving up the battle to keep everything lit for the day. Voices shouted from behind us. I didn't dare to look, but they were at a distance. At the base, if I had to guess. "Keep going," I said. My feet felt numb, and my calves felt like they were on fire. Rain poured out of the sky almost instantly, making the ground slick. "Kid," Polly called out. I turned back and saw her stumble and fall to the ground. My feet slid and my arms waved around in an attempt to maintain my balance as I tried to stop. I ran back to her and picked her up. We moved again, but it wasn't as fast. It was hard to get our legs going at the same speed. "My baby," she said, placing her hands on her stomach. "We have to keep going," I said. Beads of water dripped down her forehead and down her cheeks. The guards at the fence were oblivious, but there were more behind us. I could hear their voices through the rain. "Stop at once!" It sounded like the command had come through a megaphone. "Don't stop," I said. "Whatever you do, don't stop." The guards at the fence had reached the far corners. We had time to get over the fence as long as the people behind us hadn't caught up to us. Our bodies slammed into the fence. The rumbling sound of thunder disguised the rattling we caused from the force. "Climb," I said, only seconds before the crack of the gun ripped through the air. "Oh my God, Kit," Polly said. I grabbed her shoulders and looked into her eyes. "Climb!" My fingers gripped the metal, and I dug the toe of my mud-covered shoe into the small hole between the links. I pulled myself up a foot, and then another. "It's slippery," Polly complained. "Just do it, Polly," I ordered. "Maddie's out there waiting for us." I climbed another 2 feet. My hands were almost at the top. Polly was 2 feet behind, but she was managing to make her way up the fence. Another gunshot sliced through the air. A whistle of a bullet breezed past my ear. My hands started to shake. "Faster, Polly!" "They're shooting at us!" she squealed. I could tell by her shaking voice that she was crying. "Halt!" a voice shouted from close behind us. I dared to look back as my hand grabbed the top of the fence. A single guard had managed to make his way nearly to the fence. Movement in the corner of my eye alerted me to the fact that the guards at the fence had noticed the commotion and were running toward us as well. "Hurry, Polly," I said, the rain nearly drowning out my voice. A jagged piece of metal from the fence scraped the side of my leg as I swung it over the top. I could feel my pulse in my leg, and I knew that I'd managed to cut myself deep enough to draw blood. I lingered at the top of the fence, leaning forward enough to grab Polly's jumpsuit to help her to the top. Lightning struck, lighting the area. Guards were running toward us, but the mud slowed them somewhat. "I swear to God, I'll kill you both if I have to," the nearby guard shouted. A flash of light illuminated his face enough to see it was the curly-haired guard that had been with Mr. Curly Mustache in the hallway. Our eyes locked. "I knew something was up with you two." "Come on, Polly," I said softly. The guard took several steps closer. He aimed the gun at Polly's back. "Last warning," he said. I grabbed Polly and yanked her over the top. The guard pulled the trigger, but he missed Polly. I'd managed to yank her out of the way just in time. "Drop down," I said. She let go and fell to the muddy ground below and screamed. Another gunshot, this one louder, blasted through the air. The guard on the other side of the fence howled. Had Polly been hit? Had I been hit? My body had felt numb, but I'd thought it was from exhaustion, thoroughly blended with adrenaline. I dropped to the ground. My feet slipped out from under me, and I had to steady myself by sticking my hands into the mud. Quickly, I stood, freezing when I realized I was face to face with a man holding a gun. "I knew you'd do it," Jay said, smiling. I twisted my neck just in time to see the guard fall to the ground. The sky brightened, and the large crowd of guards from the base was still charging toward us. We didn't have a lot of time. They could climb the fence, come after us, shoot us in the back. "You must be Polly," Jay said as a flash of light lit his grinning face. He blinked, and drops of rain fell from his lashes. "I'm Jay." "Let's worry about introductions later," I said, grabbing Polly's hand. We ran into the trees, into the darkness, and away from the base. Chapter 28. It was a long walk back to the church, but we made it back before dinner time without running into anyone from the base, or any of the sick. We took the time to get Polly up to speed on everything that had happened. She went through a range of emotions while listening intently to our every word. Her story hadn't been as interesting. She'd been at the base nearly the entire time, following their rules and doing what she was told. Polly had been miserable. When it was time to tell her about seeing Hoyt, I struggled to find the words. It was bad enough I'd have to tell her what happened in front of Jay, but she demanded to know everything. "That bastard," she said, but she hadn't really seemed all that surprised by the news. "I'm sorry," I said, but she waved my words away. "I had a feeling. Hoyt had a reputation, you know," Polly said. I narrowed my eyes at her. "Then why did you stay with him?" "I didn't have any evidence," Polly said. "Why didn't you even tell me you were concerned?" "You had enough on your plate. We'd already put so much money and energy into the wedding plans that I felt like I was committed to seeing it through," Polly said. "Then he paid for so much of Mom's treatments. I'd hoped the rumors had been wrong, or that he'd changed." Jay sniffed and kept his eyes on the road ahead. "Sounds like a real dick." Polly snickered, and I smiled at her reaction. She'd taken the news better than I thought she would have, but maybe that was because none of it really mattered anymore. When the church came into view, my heart skipped a beat at the thought of seeing Maddie and Blake again. There were several school buses parked off to the side, and a few delivery trucks that hadn't been there when I'd left. Or if they had been, I hadn't noticed them. There were people outside, packing things into the trucks. I spotted Blake among them, helping with some of the boxes. "That's Blake," I said, pointing at him with my chin.
"Cute," Polly said.
"Always a bridesmaid,"
Jay teased. Polly touched his shoulder as she let out a laugh.
"You're cute, too."
Jay blushed. I looked back and forth between the two of them and grinned. He wasn't really Polly's type, but maybe that had been why she hadn't been married. She'd always gone for the wrong type. Maddie walked out of the church with a plastic bag in each hand. She was side by side with another girl, Twyla's daughter, Lily, talking about something that made them both smile ever so slightly. Maddie looked up and stopped walking. The smile fell from her face. It was like she'd suddenly been turned into stone. But then she blinked, breaking the spell. She dropped the bags and ran toward us, swinging her arms to go faster. "Mom!" she shouted before reaching me. Tears were rolling down her cheeks as she slammed into me, wrapping her arms around me. "Don't ever do that again. Don't leave me." "I won't," I said, pulling back to look into her eyes. "I promise." Leaving her behind had been the right choice. It would have been nearly impossible to coordinate getting all of us out of that hellish place. Blake was making his way over toward us. There wasn't a smile on his face, but I could see the relief in his eyes. "Maddie!" Polly exclaimed, pulling her into her arms. "I hear it was your idea to come get me?" "Yes," she said between frantic sobs. "And it looks like I was right. You're alive." "I'm alive," Polly said, swallowing back her own tears. Blake approached us. He didn't stop to say anything to us. He just wrapped his arms around me and kissed me on the lips. The warmth I hadn't felt since leaving filled me once again. It hadn't been that long we'd been apart, but boy had I missed him. He pressed his forehead to mine and gazed into my eyes.
"I should be mad about you leaving like that."
"I'm surprised you didn't come after me." My lips curled upward.
"I wanted to,"
Blake said.
"Twyla talked me out of it. Besides, I couldn't leave Maddie, and I wasn't about to take her there. Don't ever leave my side again, though, okay?"
"I won't," I said, and he kissed me again. Polly tapped my shoulder, and I reluctantly pulled back away from Blake. She looked him up and down with her eyes narrowed. "Is this him, then?" she asked. "Well, it must be, or the one you've told me about has some major competition." She stuck out her hand. "I'm Polly, Kit's sister. I've heard a lot about you over the last few hours."
"A lot, huh?"
he asked, shaking her hand. "Well, not that much, really." Blake gave her his best smile.
"Nice to finally meet you."
"And you as well," Polly said with a nod. "I should probably thank you for getting my family here in one piece. Although, really, none of you should have done all that for me." "You would have done the same," I said. "That's true," Polly smiled. "I would have." We all laughed. The rest of the day was spent helping Twyla and her people get ready for the move. Twyla was more than happy to have Polly join us and accompany us to the new location. In fact, Polly and Twyla got along almost instantly. They were two peas in the same pod, excited to discuss organization and how to be the most efficient with the packing. Maddie had run off to rejoin Lily to help with whatever Twyla had ordered them to do. I watched as a pair of boys followed them around, offering to help them with various things. Jay wasn't much different from the young boys. He'd occasionally approach Polly and ask her how she was doing or if she needed anything. He was definitely doing his best to make sure she felt welcomed. Blake didn't want to leave my side. Whenever we weren't carrying anything, we'd be holding hands, I couldn't wait to have some time alone with him, although I wasn't sure when that would be with everything we had to do. We had a long journey ahead of us, but hopefully, in the end, it would all be worth it. In a world of terrible, somehow we'd managed to find something acceptable, something that was pretty okay. Would it stay that way? God, I hoped so. We survived the winter, spending most of our time underground in a bunker that was moderately heated, thanks to a generator. There was a house on the property that had a fireplace where some of the group opted to stay. They kept watch. They kept everything protected and safe. When spring came, they put plans into action. A few small crops had been planted, and by summer, they were growing better than expected. There had been a small group that had gone out looking for animals like rabbits or deer, but they'd come back with chickens. We were lucky that food and water weren't even in the top 5 on our list of concerns. The sick hadn't come around, but we knew they were still out there, and that meant we couldn't let our guard down. If the sick, or those from the base came, Twyla and her people would be able to handle the situation with the arsenal of weapons they'd collected to defend our territory. Everything was working out better than anyone could have hoped. It hadn't been easy to keep track of time, but it was probably late summer when Polly had her baby. There had been a midwife among Twyla's people, and the pregnancy and birth couldn't have gone more smoothly. Polly's baby wasn't the only newborn in the group. 2 other women had given birth, and another 2 were at least 6 months along. And then there was me. I'd only known for about 3 months that I'd soon have a second child. Blake had hooted and cheered when I told him the news. I was scared, but at the same time, I was surprisingly happy. I wasn't sure how to take care of a baby in our new world, but I would have to figure it out. "We'll be fine," Blake said one night when I'd been staring out of the window. We'd been lucky to have one of the bedrooms on that particular day. "Look at Polly. There are a lot of people around that will be happy to help us too." "It was hard the first time," I said. "This is going to be completely different." "You're stronger now. Maddie will be an excellent big sister, and I'm here to help too," Blake said, kissing the top of my head. He placed his hand on my stomach and chuckled. "I can't believe I'm going to be a dad." I smiled at him. "You're going to be a great dad too." "I sure as hell am going to try to be," he said. "I'm going to take care of you, Maddie, and our son the rest of my life." "Son?" I repeated with a laugh. "It's just a feeling," he said. "Don't be disappointed if she's a girl." Blake smiled. "I wouldn't be. She'd probably be just as beautiful as her mother." "And smart," I added. "And strong," Blake said, wrapping his arms around me. I wasn't exactly sure how we made it to that particular moment after all the struggles, loss, and sadness we'd had to endure. But we had. It almost seemed wrong to enjoy the happiness that was around us. Life wasn't ever going to be easy, but at least we'd gotten to a point where it wasn't going to be full of challenges and suffering every day of our lives. We'd fight, and we would do whatever we needed to be okay. We'd survive. We'd persevere. We'd be a family. This concludes Evasion by Kelly L. Green. Narrated by Patricia Santamasso. Copyright